265. Chin Pingon wrote a wrong talisman. If the moment when the little snow cone touched the talisman was like a bright moon in the sea, then when the talisman was finished, it was like a red sun. It was about the size of the mouth of the well, but it didn't feel burning. Instead it was warm. After Chin Pingon said those words, the talisman seemed to lose the traction of natural qi. It swayed and floated to the sea. Then it slowly sank into the flood dragon gully, and it didn't cause any strange phenomenon in the sea. Tsinghua Book Net, however, the big creatures that were entrenched at the bottom of the Jiao Dragon Trench all transformed into human forms. They were either old men or old women. They left their nests and stood on the stone wall of the trench, bowing to the talisman. Following these old fellows who were of the same generation as the golden-robed Jiao Dragon, many young and ignorant Jiao Dragons had weak combat power. They didn't have the chance to participate in the battle on Osmanthus Island or were forcefully detained at the bottom of the sea by their ancestors. Even if these little fellows hadn't transformed into human forms yet, they still imitated them and bowed to the talisman. Then these big creatures who had lived for countless years used their secret skills to reprimand those flood dragon descendants who attacked Osmanthus Island with the sound of ancient water. Their words were extremely harsh. Those young and strong water dragons and snakes looked at each other in confusion, shock, and unwillingness. However, the ancestors of each family threatened that if they didn't return to the flood dragon gully in half an hour, they would be expelled from their families. Then they would be skinned and thrown to the sea. They would be exposed to the sun for 3 years. Only if they survived could they have the chance to recognize their ancestors. They followed the golden-robed old dragon this time. Their ancestors had tacitly allowed them to follow the golden-robed old dragon. Most of these young descendants who had suffered in the South Sea and the Hassa continent wanted to follow the golden-robed old dragon. They hoped that one day they could go to the Hassa continent and kill all the Qin family descendants and Qi trainers who were guarding the coast. But now the ancestor gave the order and the golden-robed old dragon had no objection. They had to jump up and leave the sky of Osmanthus Island. They rushed to the sea. After entering the water, they went back home to ask the ancestor for a fair explanation. After that, the golden-robed old dragon cut the young man who ruined his 100-year plan with his sword before he received the decree. Lu Chen's imperial decree? Who was Lu Chen? Of course, old Jiao had heard of him before. According to his ancestors, this was one of the Taoist sect's supreme beings. Before he ascended, he loved to travel the 4 seas on a small boat. He didn't seem to like staying on land. There was even a rumor that there was a boatman who steered a small boat for Lu Chen. When he went out to sea, he was still in his 30s. When Lu Chen ascended from the North Sea, he steered the boat back to land alone. When he returned home, he discovered that his familiar home, country, mountains, and rivers were no longer there. His name was only left in the family tree from 300 years ago. After that, the boatman whose name could not be traced set sail again to search for Lu Chen. Was the golden-robed old flood dragon afraid of sect master Lu Chen? Of course he was afraid, but he would not be so afraid that he would tremble at the mention of the name. Because while he was in this vast world, Lu Chen was in that dark world. The more noble Lu Chen's identity was, the more difficult it was for him to come to another world. Moreover, the rules were complicated. Every move he made would be watched by the scholarly sage. Once Lu Chen personally took action, it would break the rules. By then, the scholarly sage that he hated would become his and Jiao Long's protective talisman. It was even possible that the person who would help them would be the Qin clan's old ancestor who carried the sun and moon. However, even if he wasn't afraid, he shouldn't take it too seriously. Provoking a sage, even if they were separated by a world, wasn't a good thing. The golden-robed old dragon sneered. This sect master who was born in the vast world but was in charge of a Taoist sect in another world really had a good name. As for the young man who used the seal of mountains and rivers to block the sword qi, the golden-robed old dragon twitched the corner of his mouth. This kind of thing couldn't happen again. Although he hated the young man in front of him, he was already prepared to stop. True gains and losses couldn't be decided overnight. Today's matter was too much beyond his expectations. It might have already attracted the attention of the South Sea coast of the Hassa continent. It was better to be careful. If he was caught, it would ruin his plan. The old dragon laughed. It's a pity that the seal could block the sword of a sword immortal in the raw jade realm. It's not something that a broken fish basket can do. Little guy, do you feel sad now? Chin Pingon didn't answer the question. If I have a lot of Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven snake gallstones at home, how many would it take to exchange for a safe passage to Osmanthus Island? The golden-robed old dragon was stunned. You mean the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven in the back of the Aquarius continent? If it's a first-class snake gallstone full of spiritual energy, to us, it's no less important than a dragon-slaying platform to a sword cultivator. 4 Jiao Long below the nascent soul realm, 1 dragon pearl gallstone is enough to exchange for a realm. Let me calculate, 1 Osmanthus Island, 1 Lady Gue, and 2,000 lives of chi cultivators. Kid, unless you have a lot of snake gallstones. The golden-robed old man stretched out his palms and flipped them, at least 20. Do you have them? Qin Pingan shook his head. I've given some away over the years. I don't have that many left. He struggled to stand up. The osmanthus tree that grew from the osmanthus branch had been destroyed by the old dragon's sword chi. Qin Pingan kept the brush, the small snow awl and the lone water mark into the Fangsuan space. With a tacit understanding, the flying swords number 1 and number 15 quickly flew out of the turbulent Qin Pingan and returned to the blade-strengthening gourd. This time he didn't hide it. After all, the old dragon had already seen through it. The golden-robed old dragon squinted his eyes. The wooden box on the young man's back and the sword gave him a sense of threat. A Lu Qin imperial edict that reversed the universe, a pile of dragon pearl grotto heaven snake gallstones, a pair of mountain water seals, a brush with divine strokes and a blade-strengthening gourd of good quality. Moreover, it was surnamed Qin. The golden-robed old dragon was more and more certain that it was a wise decision to stop at the right time. What a pity, what a pity. If he had killed this guy with 1 sword, there would be no future trouble. As for the various twists and turns that would happen afterwards, he wasn't afraid at all. In terms of cultivation realm, a false saint like him didn't dare to be careless. But in terms of backing, he didn't think he would lose to anyone. Old Flood Dragon saw the old man who had injured his primordial spirit standing behind the youth with a wary expression. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. That sever the lock talisman is a big deal. With my guts, I can only attack once." The old dragon retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Pingan again. "Since you have the snake gallstones, why didn't you say it from the beginning? Why did you have to fight and hurt the relationship between both sides?" Qin Pingan asked back, "Are you joking or are you serious?" The golden-robed old dragon's face was gloomy. The old man sneered, "At that time, you were so sure of victory that you couldn't wait to kill and steal the treasure. Why would you sit down and talk business with a young man?" The golden-robed old dragon ignored the golden-core old man's taunts and glared at the young man. "You are too smart. You won't live for long." Qin Pingan turned and said, "Old senior, return to Osmanthus Island first. I have some words to say to this beast, to senior old dragon alone." The old dragon shook his head and said, "Where there is life, there is hope. Qin Pingan, you are still young. It is hard to say whether these setbacks will be a blessing or a curse. If you don't use them, you won't be able to let go." He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the old man felt that the young man in front of him seemed to be immersed in the talisman's divine will, unable to pull himself out. Qin Pingan smiled, "Old senior, I know." Qin Pingan wanted to cup his fists together to express his gratitude, but he could only lift his right hand. His left hand that was used to write could not bend. Qin Pingan clenched his right hand into a fist and gently tapped his chest. "When I return to Osmanthus Island, I will treat old senior to a drink." The old man hesitated for a moment and then nodded. He returned to the adjacent boat and slowly sailed back to Osmanthus Island. After the old dragon left, Qin Pingan slapped the blade-strengthening gourd. Chu 1 and Chu 15 each hovered over the young man's shoulder. Then he brought out the water seal once more. The old golden dragon laughed. "What, do you want to fight me to the death?" Qin Pingan grinned. "When speaking to some fellows, if their fists aren't hard enough, they won't be able to listen no matter how good the reasoning is. That Severlock talisman from before is proof. From this, it can be seen that the reasoning I came up with is effective against you. Let me ask you a question. What rules did the Fan family and Madame Gue set with you that allowed you to righteously kill over 2,000 people?" The old dragon was a bit impatient. He gloomily said, "Do you think this rule is unreasonable?" He unintentionally stomped his foot, isolating this place from the outside world. Then he smiled and said, "Then have you ever thought about how many lives have been lost when we, the Flood Dragon Gully bloodline, were migrated to this place to take root? After so many years, do you know how many lives have been lost because of the bullsh *T rules set by the scholarly sage?" Qin Pingan asked back, "If you think the scholarly sage's rules are wrong, does it have anything to do with whether the rules you set are right or not? Taking a step back, even if the sage is wrong, can you follow him and make mistakes? Besides, if you have the ability, go and quarrel with the scholarly sage. What's the point of venting your anger on the ferry on Osmanthus Island?" The old dragon laughed. "What's the point? It's just spitting out a mouthful of resentment. It's far from enough. Qin Pingan said, "It seems that the scholarly sage was wrong for not slapping you to death." The old dragon wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. "Kid, what are you trying to do by going around in circles with me? Are you trying to intimidate me with your backing? Are you threatening me that one day your ancestor or your teacher will come and cause trouble for me in the Jiao Dragon Valley?" Qin Pingan shook his head. "I don't have any relatives at home and I don't have a teacher." The old dragon suddenly felt a bit confused. "Are you looking for death?" The old dragon nodded. "It's strange, I actually believed what you said. Well, since you don't have any elders or a teacher to back you up, then I have some guts, enough to kill you." The old dragon's actions were swift and decisive. His golden robe fluttered without any wind. He stretched out his hand and a golden light appeared in the sky. Then it slowly descended, pulling out a golden thread. Qin Pingan didn't notice this at all. He took a step forward and walked to the front of the boat. He looked down at the depths of the sea as if looking for the seal-severing talisman and said softly, "Lu Qin, I know you are watching this place and I have also guessed some of your intentions. But I used your name to beat back the enemy and you used it to plot against me. In this matter we are even. However, I'll have to trouble you to tell Alliance of the Sky that the one who killed Qin Pingan is at the Flood Dragon Gully of the Southern Sea." After saying this, Li Changshu said. Qin Pingan heavily punched his chest with his right fist. Previously, when he punched his chest with the old man on the boat, it was to calm his mind so that he could say these words to Lu Qin. But now, with this punch, it caused his heart to be in turmoil, and even his talisman's divine will was completely scattered, and it turned back into the mountain-shaking fist intent. In the end, Qin Pingan didn't give Lu Qin any chance to use the Supreme Dao technique to talk to him. Qin Pingan still couldn't lift his left hand. After the 5 fingers of his clenched right hand loosened, he reached over his shoulder and reached out to hold the sword that was supposed to be given to a girl. Qin Pingan suddenly loosened his hand and took off the ginger bottle from his waist. This time he drank only because he drank. He no longer drank to change the breath of the warriors on the battlefield or to cover the traces of Chui Wu and Chui Wu. After drinking, Qin Pingan casually threw the sword-nourishing gourd onto the small boat at his feet, and said silently in his heart, "Alliance Mr. Qi Miss Ning, I'm sorry." At first, he thought of writing a lock-severing talisman so that he would be qualified to negotiate with the old golden flood dragon, and use all the snake gallstones in exchange for driving out of the flood dragon gully on Osmanthus Island. He had thought that when he arrived at the inverted hanging mountain, he must give Ma Ji, the Jindan sword practitioner, a few grains of grain rain money. He also thought that before he got off the boat, he must ask the Fan family for a map of Osmanthus Island. When he got off the boat and went to the inverted hanging mountain, he would secretly take the mountain water seal that Mr. Qi gave him and gently cover it. Many thoughts flashed through Qin Pingan's mind. At some point, the golden sword energy that was as thin as a hair in the sky had disappeared. The old golden flood dragon's face was slightly pale. Although he was doubtful and extremely unwilling to believe the words of the young man, what if? He couldn't help but turn his head to look in the direction of the inverted hanging mountain. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. But the next moment, the old golden flood dragon's face was full of surprise. He nodded slightly and laughed out loud. The golden sword energy appeared in the sky again, but this time it was not just a wisp, but threads, like slender water lotuses floating in the sea of clouds, swaying gracefully. On an inverted mountain, a tall man in a Taoist robe was standing on the edge of the cliff, looking into the distance. He did not see the flood dragon gully that he had casually set up, nor the top of the cliff where the two gods were confronting each other, nor the young woman in a green robe who sat on the shoulder of the Rain Master Immortal drinking wine, but in the sea of clouds, an elegant man in a green robe with a long sword at his waist. He had set off from the sea near the old dragon city and would soon arrive at the flood dragon gully. This man had been away from the world for too many years. The reason was very interesting. His sword energy was so strong that no matter how he suppressed it, he could not stop the sword energy from pouring out in all directions. Everything close to him was turned into powder. Therefore, this man would only travel to all kinds of places in the world where there were few people, such as the sky, the lakes and the seas, the deep mountains and the miasma. The tall Taoist priest's eyes were burning. This man was worth fighting. However, he soon frowned. On the surface of the sea under the feet of the scholarly swordsman, there was a wooden man who was rowing a boat with a bamboo pole. In an instant, the boat traveled thousands of feet and was as fast as lightning. It was not at all inferior to the world-renowned sword immortal above him. The wooden man said sullenly, "My master said that this time he schemed against Qin Pingan for his own good. If he took Qi Jingxuan's mountain seal and went to the inverted mountain, with the bad temper of that second uncle's proud disciple, Qin Pingan would suffer greatly. Moreover, my master sincerely hopes that Qin Pingan can find another way to go to the green netherworld. He is willing to take Qin Pingan as his closed-door disciple. The elegant and handsome heaven sword cultivator did not even lift his eyelids. He only looked at the flood dragon gully in the distance and said, "You are just an in-name disciple of Lu Chen. You want to snatch little junior brother from my Shaoqi? Fine, why don't you take a blow from my sword?" The man was not annoyed. He still had his naturally sullen expression and tone. "I don't fight. I only know how to row a boat." Wherever the sword cultivator passed, the sea of clouds would be cut open automatically. After a while, he was somewhat displeased. "Then why are you following me?" The boatman said honestly, "I am going to explain it to Qin Pingan face to face so that he won't misunderstand my master." The sword cultivator suddenly said very seriously, "But I feel that you are an eyesore. What should I do?" The boatman thought for a while. "Then I won't go." Sure enough, the boat stopped abruptly. The man nodded. "You are not stupid." He rode the wind and left. His face was full of resentment. He muttered to himself and answered his own questions. "Shaoqi wants me to be your Tao protector. How can I agree? Shaoqi is stupid from studying. I am not. So I won't agree." The sword cultivator seemed to be in a worse mood. He began to speed up so that the qi behind him vibrated and rumbled, like a string of thunder resounding through the sea of clouds. When he was about to pass by the two divine statues of the Rain Master and the Divine General, someone reprimanded him loudly, forbidding him to fly over the sect sky without permission. He had to take a detour. The swordsman lowered his head and casually glanced at the statue. He put his thumb on the hilt of the sword and pushed it gently. The long sword fell into the sea. When it was only a few feet above the sea, it suddenly rose from the ground. The sword was like a rainbow, directly splitting the Divine General statue into two halves. The golden light exploded like the rising sun. The long sword flashed and disappeared, quietly returning to its sheath with its master. The sword cultivator continued to move forward. Reason? He never liked that. If he wanted to reason with others, why did he practice the sword? The sword cultivator suddenly looked up. "How dare you show your sword energy in front of me? Do you really think you are Alliance?" The sword cultivator of the cloud, who was still 700 or 800 miles away from the flood dragon gully, turned his wrist and slapped out. The Osmanthus island turned upside down in the air and heavily smashed into the sea dozens of miles away, shaking violently. Then, as if it was blown by a strong wind, it quickly moved forward and left the flood dragon gully in an instant. Then the sword cultivator flicked his finger. The flood dragon gully was like a gate to heaven. Snow-white sword qi constantly poured down like a waterfall. In a flood dragon ravine, the flood dragons that were nearer to the surface of the sea did not know what the snow-white flood that was poured into the sea was at first. Then, when they came back to their senses, they were already skeletons in their original positions. As for the golden sword energy summoned by the golden-robed old flood dragon, it was like a few withered branches facing a flood. It had long been washed away, not leaving a single drop. The snow-white flood formed by the sword energy kept flowing into the flood dragon gully. But the golden-robed old flood dragon and Qin Pingan on the boat were still safe. Inside the flood dragon gully, the sword energy was at its peak and corpses were everywhere. The golden-robed old flood dragon stood dazedly on the spot, his face ashen. Wasn't this just in case? Wasn't this 10,000? A scholarly sword cultivator came to the edge of the flood dragon gully and stepped on the sea surface, slowly moving forward. The sea water was invaded by the sword energy and instantly boiled, turning into clouds. So, the sword cultivator was still flying in the air. He glanced at Qin Pingan and said expressionlessly, "Little Qi wanted me to be your Tao protector, but I didn't agree. Just like when Mr. wanted me to protect little Qi, I still didn't agree. Why do you need a Tao protector when you choose your own Tao?" He had a helpless expression, but there was a smile in his eyes. "But you are half my junior brother, I can't deny this. And this time, you dared to take responsibility for your own life and death. I think it's pretty good. Anyway, it suits my taste, so I came to see you. Mr. and little Qi, one is so old and the other is not young. If they are bullied, they can only blame themselves for being stubborn. But you are still young. It doesn't make sense for you to be bullied like this." The sword cultivator said casually. The golden-robed old flood dragon's more than 300 qi residences exuded snow-white light bit by bit. His face was ferocious and full of pain. But this old flood dragon, whose battle strength was equivalent to the unpolished jade realm, couldn't make a single sound from beginning to end. My sword intent is not as good as Alliance's, but his sword arts are better. The sword cultivator looked at the youth called Chin Pingan and pointed his thumb at the sky, then at himself. He smiled and said, "Oh right, I'm called Zwazwa. I'm your and Little Chi's senior brother." 266. On the surface of the flood dragon ditch, Chin Pingan stared blankly at the green-robed sword practitioner who called himself the eldest senior brother. The young man frowned and his lips trembled. Then he lowered his head. The sword practitioner with the strange name said angrily, "Are you going to cry? Why are you the same as Xiaoqi? No wonder he picked you. You can't reason with him and you can't beat him. Every time you hide and cry, your tears falling down." The sword practitioner suddenly said sternly, "Raise your head." Chin Pingan raised his head blankly. The man questioned, "Why did you change your mind at the last moment? Why did you choose to use your fist instead of your sword? Answer loudly, don't be shy." Chin Pingan blurted out subconsciously, "Your swordsmanship is too bad. It's not embarrassing. Your fist technique is not bad. It's not satisfying if you don't use it. Bah! How dare you say that your martial arts fist intent is not bad?" The man's face was full of anger. He turned his head and spat fiercely. He did not have Qi Jingquan's elegance, nor did he have Liang's amiability. It seemed that this sword immortal named Left and Right, the most rebellious disciple of the sage of literature in the past, did not look like a scholar at all. However, the hidden smile in the depths of the man's eyes grew thicker and thicker, but his face turned cold. He raised his arm again and pointed his thumb behind him. "Let's not talk about this Jiaolong Gully. Let's talk about the statue on the island. I thought it was blocking my way, so I chopped it with my sword. Let's talk about this stinky ditch. I thought those evil creatures were an eyesore, so I washed them with my sword energy. What do you think?" Chin Pingan answered honestly, "It should be considered unreasonable." But when he remembered that this person was Mr. Chi's senior brother, he quickly added, "Should be?" The man sneered and said, "You're so polite. What should be considered? It's the truth." He put his palm on the hilt of the long sword at his waist and asked, "You know that I'm a scholar, but I study swordsmanship more than reading books. Why is that?" Chin Pingan shook his head. He had only heard of Alliance and Chui Dong occasionally mentioning this person. The former did not say too much and only said that he was the best swordsman among the old Xiaotsai's disciples. The latter gnashed his teeth in anger. A person who betrayed his master and betrayed his sect seemed to have an irreconcilable hatred for his former fellow apprentice. In the end, in Chin Pingan's mind, Zhuo was like a hidden dragon in the clouds, unreachable and unpredictable. The sword cultivator from the orthodox Confucian school waved his hand. "There's nothing for you to do here. Cultivate well in the future and don't let down Little Chi's high hopes. If you do badly one day, I might come and make trouble for you." The man hovering in the Jiaolong Gully pointed a finger at Chin Pingan. "No matter how high your realm is, it's just a matter of one sword strike." To him, it had always been right and proper for a senior brother to teach a junior brother a lesson. Was it reasonable? He was too lazy to think too much about it. Being a senior brother was the principle. At this moment, the sea of clouds suddenly lowered, and a golden Dharma form that was hundreds of feet tall appeared. It was a middle-aged Taoist with a fishtail crown on his head. "You are the disciple of the sage of Wen, the sword cultivator? I heard that many people recommend you as the best swordsman in the world. Even the inverted mountain and the great wall of Sword Chi have many admirers." The sword cultivator in green looked up. "You sound a little unconvinced?" The tall Taoist laughed heartily. "I don't care about your swordsmanship. I just don't like you. How about we find a place to have a good fight?" The sword cultivator smiled. "You stinky cow-nosed Taoist. You're not good at anything, but your luck is better than mine. You have the second Taoist as your master. My master is not good. He only knows how to talk. But my master is not as good as your master. There's one thing he's better than the second Taoist. The old Xiaotsai has me as his disciple. Including you, there are more than 10 disciples of the second Taoist." The man in green stretched out a finger, raised it high and shook it gently. "Oh." He didn't give up and looked up. "For example, you brought out such a big Dharma figure. So what? In front of my sword, it's not enough." Before the man finished speaking, from the sea huge waves were set off. A majestic sword Chi thicker than the whole Osmanthus Island soared into the sky in the form of a light column. It broke the golden figure into pieces instantly. The small boat under Chin Pingan's feet, which was caught in the crossfire, bobbed up and down with the waves. He turned his head and looked at the snow-white sword chi that was surging like a bull. Previously, he thought that Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple had broken the wedding dress ghost's curtain of darkness. At this moment he realized that he was too ignorant. One of the golden body Dharma appearances was broken into pieces, but there was still a bell-like voice that came from the sky. I don't want to take advantage of you. With that guy here, neither of us can fight freely. Why don't we go to the sea area of Fengshan Island? Unknowingly, the old golden flood dragon whose more than 300 chi residences had been filled by the sword chi had lost the chance to keep them from exploding. It turned out that the Taoist Gao who was thousands of miles away had used some kind of magic to reach out a white jade-like finger from the void and touched the forehead of the old golden flood dragon when the golden figure was destroyed by the sword chi. In an instant the old golden flood dragon withered, and his heart died. From the inside to the outside, most of his body turned into ashes and disappeared. Only a golden robe was left floating on the sea surface and some half-step immortal items condensed by Yuanying were left. The sword cultivator didn't care about this at all. He just waved his hand and slapped the remains of the old golden flood dragon into Qin Pingan's boat. Keep this junk. This trip to the inverted hanging mountain and the great wall of sword chi, good luck. Qin Pingan bowed. The swordsman nodded and accepted it calmly. Then he did not say anything else and rode the wind towards the southwest. After that, he muttered something to himself. His voice lingered in the air. It was unknown whether the swordsman was talking to himself or Qin Pingan. Immortality, carefree in the mountains and seas, living in the clouds and drinking dew and not eating grains, is already an anomaly. Qin Pingan silently returned to the small boat and collected the 3 items that the swordsman had thrown at his feet into Flying Sword 15. They were a golden robe, 2 entangled golden dragon whiskers and a fist-sized pearl. It had a dim luster and was slightly yellow. It was similar to the saying that a person's pearl would turn yellow when they were old. Qin Pingan looked around and gradually calmed down. Looking up, it was a sunny day. Qin Pingan rested for a moment. He picked up the bamboo pole with the real seal engraved on it and got up to chase after Osmanthus Island. He felt a little awkward. He hoped that the ferry wouldn't go to the inverted hanging mountain in one go and leave him in the vast sea. Qin Pingan opened his eyes wide and looked into the distance. If it was before, Qin Pingan would think that Osmanthus Island wouldn't do such a thing. But now, Qin Pingan didn't realize that he would have such thoughts. Unknowingly he was distracted. The sword cultivator who was flying freely and unrestrained by heaven and earth suddenly stopped and looked back at a place where Qin Pingan was destined not to be able to see him. What the man saw was the young man from Dali. But in his heart he was thinking of an old friend. That person once said, "I don't want you to be Qin Pingan's Tao protector, and I know that you won't agree. But I, Qi Jingchun, don't have many friends in my life. In the whole world I can only look for you. I can only look for you." The man felt aggrieved when he thought of this. He sat down cross-legged and hovered above the sea. He clenched his fists and rested them on his knees. His sharp sword aura flowed and the sea water beneath his feet churned violently. But the fog couldn't get close to this sword cultivator. The Qi refinement warriors in the world were all envious of those sword cultivators who were born with amazing talent and were given the title of Khanate sword embryo. But this man learned the sword very late and was never a Khanate sword embryo. So when this man appeared in the Central Plains, he didn't just suppress, but crushed countless senior sword cultivators. He was especially merciless towards those so-called Khanate sword embryos. He mocked them and spread the word. Countless sword cultivators with extraordinary talent had their sword hearts shattered and their Tao severed. So much so that all the young sword cultivators of the Central Plains couldn't help but feel apprehensive after being praised as Khanate sword embryos. They felt that these words were scolding them. This sword cultivator was called Left and Right. No one in the world could surpass Left and Right in terms of swordsmanship. Even though the man was in a daze, his eyes were still as bright as ever. He stared at the young man's clear eyes and felt that he was too similar to the arrogant junior brother he was familiar with when he was young. Relying on the fact that he was smart and was doted on by his teacher, he talked about a set of sage principles that were linked and impeccable. After admitting defeat in the debate, he even added, "I don't think senior brother is sincere in admitting defeat. This is wrong." It was really annoying. He hated the teacher bragging about how good he was at fighting. Then there was Xiao Qi who read extremely fast. The sound of him flipping the pages and the way he reasoned. He only liked the grand occasion when the teacher participated in the debate between the 3 sects twice. That kind of aura of a teacher who stood aloof from the world and a scholar who was like the sun in the sky. He liked Qi Jingchun. Every time he traveled to the famous mountains and rivers with him, He would climb the mountains and write essays after drinking. It made people feel that no matter how high the mountains were, they couldn't be higher than this person's knowledge. But even today the old scholar had no way out. He had disappeared into heaven and earth. Xiaoqi was no longer in this world. Alliance had also left the world. The man still thought that whether it was the teacher, Xiaoqi, or even the seemingly free Alliance, they all lived too tiring lives. They were not as good as him. Because he was never bothered to reason with others. If he couldn't beat them, it was useless to reason with them. If he could beat them, there was no need to reason with them. It was enough to have a sword. The man sighed, stood up, and continued to go to the Wind God Island in the Southwest Sea. He felt that some words were too pretentious, so he was also too lazy to say them. Little junior brother, you must take a few more looks at this world for Xiaoqi. In the future, if you have the chance, go to other worlds and see them all. Xiaoqi had never walked out of the world in his life. Among the many disciples of the teacher, he was the one who yearned for the faraway places the most. In the end, he was the one who stayed in the study room and school the most. I know very well how many times Xiaoqi cried in his life. Because he was beaten to tears by me when he was young. There was no other way. I couldn't reason with him and he couldn't beat me in a fight. Boy, can you imagine your Mr. Qi crying bitterly? The man laughed and unsheathed his sword. The dozens of islands under his feet, no matter how big or small, were all cut into two. The human world was quite boring. Only fighting could make the left and right feel a little more energetic. Between a small boat in a hurry and the slowly moving Osmanthus Island, there was a seriously injured old man waiting for Qin Pingan on the sea. Qin Pingan grinned. It was the old boatman who possessed remarkable abilities. The two of them took the small boat together and swam across the sea. Soon they arrived at Osmanthus Island and stopped the boat. Madame Gouet stood alone at the ferry with an apologetic face. She said to Qin Pingan, I will report what happened today to the Fan family's ancestral hall. I will never forget Child Chen's life-saving grace. Qin Pingan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I just saved myself. Madame Gouet was speechless. She sighed and walked side by side with the old man and the young man to the peak of Osmanthus Island. The old boat needed to rest. He said goodbye to Qin Pingan and went to his own residence. Qin Pingan and Madame Gouet walked to the Gouet family's courtyard. Madame Gouet hesitated and explained, Maji led the troops in the battle to protect Osmanthus Island, so he was injured. He might not be able to accompany you to test the sword in the near future. He asked me to pass on a message, hoping that Child Chin will forgive him. Qin Pingan nodded. Of course Senior Ma's recovery is more important. Madame Gouet was a little helpless. Now that Osmanthus Island is in a delicate situation, I am not at ease letting outsiders enter this courtyard. Even if it is Jin Su, it is not appropriate. If Child Chin does not mind, I will be in charge of the Gouet family's courtyard. Qin Pingan quickly waved his hand. No need, no need. Just send me 3 meals a day like before. If it was not for the lack of a kitchen here, I can actually cook my own meals. Madame Gouet smiled and said goodbye. There are many matters that need to be settled. Child Chin, please rest well. If there is anything you need, just let me know. Near the courtyard, there will be an Osmanthus lady waiting for you. Qin Pingan sat alone on the stone bench in the courtyard and closed his eyes to rest. Very quickly someone knocked on the door. It was an Osmanthus lady who said softly, Child Chin, there are 2 guests from the White Snow continent. Madame Gouet said that it will be up to Child Chin whether you want to see them or not. Qin Pingan stood up to open the door. Other than the Osmanthus Island girl, there was also a smiling young man in green clothes and a white-haired old woman with a solemn expression. The young man went straight to the point. Benefactor, my name is Lu Yuzhou. I come from the northernmost White Snow continent. I will not enter the courtyard and disturb your cultivation. I am only here to thank you in person. Qin Pingan smiled. All right. Then both of them were speechless. The young man in bamboo clothes looked at Qin Pingan curiously. Qin Pingan was wondering when the young man would leave. The old woman broke the silence. Previously, the golden-robed evil dragon attacked you twice. The first time was too unexpected and I could not block it. The second time, I still could not block it unless I put my life on the line. But this time, I need to take care of my young master. So, for this matter, my young master needs to thank you. As for this old woman, I need to apologize to you. Qin Pingan smiled and cupped his fists. I appreciate it. The old woman nodded and smiled. Young master is benevolent and righteous. If you go to the White Snow continent in the future, you must come to our Lu family as a guest. Qin Pingan smiled and did not speak. The old woman brought the young man with the surname Lu who was wearing bamboo clothes to avoid the heat, and left. The two of them brushed past a young and beautiful lady. She looked at Chin Pingan and smiled. "So it's you." Chin Pingan was baffled. Fortunately, the lady had already turned and left. Chin Pingan was able to turn and walk towards the courtyard. He suddenly stopped and turned to the anxious osmanthus flower and smiled. "I'll have to trouble you. If anyone else comes to find me, please help me block them." Osmanthus flower nodded. For the next 2 days, Chin Pingan did not practice his fist or sword. He only flipped through the books and bamboo slips and read the contents under the sun. Late at night, Chin Pingan, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes. He got up and walked out of the house. He jumped to the roof and took down the blade-strengthening gourd and started drinking. He suddenly turned his head. Very quickly, a figure flew over and sat beside him. The uninvited guest was holding 2 jugs of aged wine. Chin Pingan smiled sincerely. "Old senior looking for a companion to drink?" It was the old boat master who fought with the golden-robed old dragon. The old man, who had always disguised himself as a boat master, laughed heartily. "What, you despise this old man for being sloppy?" Chin Pingan waved his hand and said, "Of course not." The old man removed the seal of the wine jug and drank a big mouthful. He was silent for a long time before he said softly, "After this catastrophe, Osmanthus Island is like a pond of water. Originally there were all kinds of fish mixed in with the honest folk. But on the whole it was orderly and did not disturb each other. In the end, after being hit by the bamboo pole, it has become murky. During this period of time, it was right for you to stay in this courtyard. Although most people only know that it was you who stopped that old bastard and made the entire Jiaolong ravine quiet down, I have to say something unpleasant. A favor for a single favor begets enmity." The old man said helplessly, "Moreover, cultivation is bustling. There are many people who can't bear to see others in the limelight." Chin Pingan thought for a while and nodded. "It's like the neighbors who can't bear to see others rich and jealous. It's all the same." The old man sighed and drank a big mouthful of wine. Chin Pingan asked, "What is Osmanthus Island? Can you tell me?" The old man smiled and said, "Why can't I tell you? It's actually Madame Gui's real body." Chin Pingan was suddenly enlightened. The old man smiled and asked, "Then have you ever thought about what kind of people are on Osmanthus Island?" Chin Pingan probed, "The people on the mountain, Chi refinement warriors?" The old man shook his head and said, "Osmanthus Island is a ferry. Who can the passengers on the ferry be? They are businessmen." Chin Pingan was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, "Indeed." The old man asked again, "What do businessmen want when they travel the world?" This time Chin Pingan answered very quickly, "To earn money." The old man drank a mouthful of wine leisurely. "What do you want after earning money?" Chin Pingan smiled and said, "To spend money." The old man sighed and said, "That's right. Working hard to earn money is to spend money and enjoy life. Therefore one must be alive to spend money. Chi refinement warriors, there are so many schools of thought in the world." Chin Pingan scratched his head and smiled. He began to drink. This time he drank a little too much and quickly. He simply leaned back and lay comfortably on the roof. "Old senior, I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Can you not spread it? Moreover, if I say it and you hear it, it might be a little troublesome. It's not a good thing." The old man sat cross-legged with his body leaning forward. He shook the wine jar with both hands, and the wine in the jar that was still half full made a splashing sound. The old man smiled and said, "Just say what you want to say. If you don't say something drunk after drinking, it'll be inappropriate. Then why drink? Lad, don't think that I'm much older than you. I'm actually stupid and bold. Moreover, I've lived for so long. If not for the fact that I wanted to see Master, I wouldn't have persevered until today. Besides, there's not much difference whether you say it or not. I was beside you at that time and heard everything clearly. Isn't that why I'm here to cheat you of your drunken words?" Chin Pingan pointed to the sky. "I met a young Taoist master in my hometown in the past. Back then we were quite close. Is that Lu Qin? In the previous battle he schemed against me twice. Could also be 3 times. I'll only say that I'm sure of the 2 times. The first time was when I was blessed with good fortune. I couldn't write the words Master of Rain, so I decided to write Lu Qin. The second time was when I was facing the golden-robed old dragon alone. Back then Chin Pingan placed the sword-nurturing gourd on his stomach and placed his hands under his head as a pillow. That feeling was very strange. It was as if I could see and hear everyone's state of mind, heart lake, and inner thoughts. Just like what you said, old senior, I'm indebted to you. Back then, I realized that 90% of the passengers on Osmanthus Island were apathetic or gloating. They even wanted me to die on the spot. Of course there was also a lot of jealousy. I couldn't understand why it was like this until you said that this is Osmanthus Island. Everyone here is businessmen. Furthermore, everyone wants to live. When I thought about it, I realized that that's right. I've been living my whole life. That's how I got to where I am today. Qin Pingan grinned. I have a friend who is a swordsman. He's very impressive. Lu Qin schemed against me, so I tricked him. I purposely asked him to help me pass on my last words. Lu Qin would either ignore his pride and pretend that he didn't hear it. Otherwise, he could only hold his nose and pass on my last words to that friend of mine. Then he would be beaten up by my friend. When I thought of this scene, I wasn't so afraid of death anymore. There were some things that Qin Pingan didn't dare to say out loud. That was because it involved Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi wanted him to not lose hope in this world no matter what. However, at that time, Qin Pingan was only disappointed in this world. That was probably Lu Chen's real plan. As for what it involved, Qin Pingan only had a vague intuition. At that moment, lying on the roof, Qin Pingan only said in the end, "It's very difficult not to be disappointed in this world." The old man drank his wine and said slowly, "You called the Taoist sect leader by his name and your friend who beat him up. I won't tell you about the shock in my heart. After all, I was a land immortal back then. I still have some dignity. But since you've said those drunken words, then this old man also has some things in his heart that I must tell you." Just as Qin Pingan was about to sit up, the old man turned his head and said with a smile, "Just lie down. No one has listened to your complaints for hundreds of years. You don't have to be so serious." Qin Pingan still sat up and explained, "It's not good to drink while lying down." The old man smiled, hugged the wine jar, and looked at the night view of the sea in the distance. The bright moon was beautiful. The old man said slowly, "Back then, I was also a proud son of God in the eyes of the world. I had a bad temper. If I had met you back then, I might have been one of the few people who disappointed you. Now, my temperament is not the same as before. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here drinking with you. Qin Pingan, the guests on Osmanthus Island, let's not talk about good or bad. To be able to reach this step, as you said, each of them must have their own merits. Besides, it doesn't mean that if you do something right and others don't do it, they are wrong. It doesn't mean that if you do something wrong and others do it, they are also wrong. It's a little complicated." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "I understand." The old man gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Of course, you were right in the previous fight. I can't find any fault with it. It's this." Qin Pingan smiled happily. Being recognized by someone he recognized was really something worth drinking wine for. Therefore, Qin Pingan took a big gulp of wine and then said with a smile, "Senior, you are right. I shouldn't judge everyone with my principles. My principles may be right, but they may be wrong. They may be right but not quite right. There's also a possibility that they are too small. Aha, it's a little complicated. Right, senior?" The old man joked, "It's very complicated." Qin Pingan pointed to a young man in the distance who reeked of alcohol and shook his head. It seemed that he had really drunk too much. His face was full of undisguised joy and pride. He said with a smile, "Senior, I know a lot of amazing people. For example, that extremely powerful sword immortal. I could have called him senior brother. I'm also quite powerful, right?" The old man nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, yes, yes, you are all powerful." Qin Pingan's eyes were hazy. He turned his head and asked in a daze, "Senior, you don't seem to be sincere." The old man laughed. No wonder he got along well with this kid. Birds of a feather flock together. The young man fell back drunk and muttered to himself. The old man helped the young man put away the wine jug and inadvertently heard Qin Pingan's drunken words. The old man nodded and stayed by the young man's side for the whole night. At that time the young man's drunken words were, "Mr. Qi, I've thought it through. Don't lose hope in the world. Other than living well, there's actually another layer of meaning. When we show kindness to this world, if we don't receive kindness in return and only receive malice, then being able to not be disappointed is true hope. Mr. Qi, I've thought it through now, but I can't do it for the time being. I've drunk wine, so I'll work hard tomorrow." The old man was actually nearly 500 years old. He had seen countless people, experienced countless things and heard countless words. He still felt that the young man's words were very chewy. It was just right to drink with wine. 2 jugs were not enough. Inside the blade-strengthening gourd, inside the flying sword 15. There was an introductory Confucian classic that the old drunkard gave to Qin Pingan. The coarse words began to move on their own. Finally, on the title page, rows of brand new words appeared. In order. The first chapter in order. The second chapter in order. The third chapter in order to determine good and evil. The fourth chapter, in combination of knowledge and action. On the bank of a large river in the South Hazuo continent, two old men in Confucian robes stood side by side on a large rock cliff. One of them held a bright moon on his shoulder, and the other held a round sun in his hand. The poor old Confucian with a small round sun on his palm smiled and said, "Qin Pingan, do you think my last disciple is kind or not?" The elegant scholar with a pocket-sized full moon on his shoulder nodded, but didn't open his mouth to agree. The shabby old Confucian could only answer his own question, "Kind, I think he's very kind." The old man next to him said indifferently, "Anyway, you're thick-skinned. You can say whatever you want. Now you're always saying kind, kind, kind. Is it appropriate? Have you already admitted defeat? Do you think you're wrong and my master is right?" The shabby old Confucian shook his head and smiled. "Ah, Qin Pingan, why are you like this? Didn't Qin Pingan already answer you? You're both surnamed Qin. Naturally, your ability is a little higher for the time being. But in terms of comprehension, forget it. I won't say it. If I say it, I won't have any friends." The elegant old man sneered, "I, Qin Pingan, have never been friends with you, the sage of literature." The old Confucian nodded and said, "Yes, not to mention the difference in seniority, the gap in knowledge is huge." Just as the old man said, "I still need to be a little thick-skinned." It was the old man who was the head of the Qin family in Yingyin. "If you have something to say, say it." The old Confucian stretched out his hand and handed over the round sun. He stopped joking and said in a heavy tone, "I hope I can see you make a move later. The later the better." Qin Pingan put away the round sun and hung it on his shoulder. Then the sun and the moon shone together. The old man said calmly, "It's all the same." The old Confucian sighed, "Scholars are all the same." Under the heavens, on the top floor of the Baekokyeong building, which was the center of the world, a young Taoist priest with a lotus crown on his head had one hand behind his back and the other palm facing up. He lowered his head and stared at his palm as he slowly walked on the white jade railing. In the corridor under the railing stood two Ascendant Realm Taoist immortals. They held their breath and were very respectful. They didn't dare to open their mouth and disturb the headmaster's mind. The young Taoist priest withdrew his hand and sighed. His body tilted outwards and fell straight into the sea of clouds outside the Baekokyeong building. The two Ascendant Realm immortals didn't move at all. They looked at each other and smiled. 267. When Qin Pingan woke up on the roof, he found that he was covered with a piece of clothing and the sword-nurturing gourd was beside him. If it was in the past, Qin Pingan would have jumped off the roof to check the locust wood sword case that was placed on the table last night. But today Qin Pingan only slowly put away the clothing and folded it carefully. He was not in a hurry because he believed that the wooden case was there. Qin Pingan believed in the old boat. Qin Pingan fastened the sword-nurturing gourd to his waist and sat cross-legged. He turned his head to look to the east. The morning glow was bright like silk. Compared to Qin Pingan's state of mind when he left Jiao Long Gully to chase after Osmanthus Island, the difference was like heaven and earth. One was restless and erratic, while the other had a horse-hitching post in his heart. Qin Pingan stood up and covered his eyes with his hands, admiring the scene of the morning glow. He had once read in a travel book about mountains and rivers that the morning glow would scatter and shame the clothes rack. He really didn't know how scholars could come up with such a beautiful image. Qin Pingan suddenly turned his head to look outside the small courtyard. There was a young girl dressed in osmanthus flower attire. She was standing under an osmanthus tree with sparse shade. She was bored to death. She raised her head to look at an osmanthus leaf and pointed at it. She was probably guessing the number of leaves. Qin Pingan followed her line of sight and looked carefully. He grinned and said loudly, "Miss, there are 32 leaves." The young girl blankly turned her head. When she saw the little sword celestial on the roof carrying a case, her cheeks turned red. It seemed that the morning glow in the sky would also favor some beauties. Osmanthus flower celestial, who was discovered to be lazy, held back her shyness and asked, "Does young master want to eat breakfast now?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Okay, I'll have to trouble miss to bring more. I'm hungry." Osmanthus flower celestial blinked her eyes. The figure floated down to the small courtyard and disappeared without a trace. The young girl's mood suddenly became better. A few days ago, although this little sword celestial was polite, she was still very afraid. She always felt that if she did something wrong or made a mistake, even if he would definitely not complain to Aunt Gue, she would definitely be remembered by him. So she was a little afraid of him. He had told her not to see anyone, so she obediently blocked many visitors. She braced herself to reject group after group of immortals on the mountain. She did not know how many supercilious and disdainful looks she received. After eating breakfast, Chin Pingan began to practice his fist in the courtyard. He spent the morning practicing the mountain-quaking fist. In the afternoon he practiced the sword alone. It was still an illusion that he was holding the sword. His main attack was the avalanche style. This was because Chin Pingan felt that this sword technique was very carefree. After reaching the fourth realm, his spiritual chi began to be restrained. The 6 steps of the mountain-quaking stance looked light as a feather, like a swan stepping on snow and mud. However, every subtle and hurried pause, the fist intent and gang chi poured out especially quickly. When he turned to sword practice, Chin Pingan realized that the chi flow of both sides was completely different. However, the meaning was similar. This made Chin Pingan feel more at ease. This was because he realized that diligent practice of the fist was cultivation. Moreover, one could cultivate many paths. When Li Shixing was drawing talismans in front of the bamboo house in Luapa Mountain, he said that drawing talismans was cultivation. Alliance was beaten down to the mortal world with one punch. On the Kuan boat, he also said that the extreme of fist practice was sword practice. In that case, Chin Pingan would continue walking down the path of the fourth realm of the martial Tao. Previously, Chin Pingan felt as though he was walking in the void, unable to make sense of it. Now he was much more determined. At night, Chin Pingan practiced the sword furnace stance. When it was time for supper, Lady Gue did not let the young Lady Gue Hua come out. The woman personally brought the food box. This Aunt Gue seemed to have a lot on her mind and did not know how to open her mouth. Chin Pingan was the first to speak. Aunt Gue, this time I helped Fan Xian protect Osmanthus Island. Can you help me send a message to him by flying sword? Tell him that I like this Gue family courtyard very much and that it will belong to me in the future? Aunt Gue, I feel that Fan Xian will not be too stingy, but the elders of the Fan family will most likely not agree. When the time comes, can you help me talk to them? Aunt Gue was full of suspicion. She looked at the young man carefully. His expression did not seem to be fake. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. She smiled and said, if the Fan family ancestral hall dares to not agree, then Aunt Gue will drag Fan Xian along to cry out for justice. One of them will curse in the streets and the other will roll around on the ground. Aunt Gue sat beside Chin Pingan and watched him wolf down his food. She seemed to be amused by herself. She covered her mouth and laughed. A small courtyard on Osmanthus Island is something that has never happened before. Aunt Gue will personally draw up a land deed. According to the rules of the Yamen, there will be 2 copies. We will first sign it and act first and report later. When the time comes, let Fan Xian throw it into the ancestral hall and run away. Who cares if those old men are willing or not? Chin Pingan smiled. Aunt Gue, there is no need for a land deed. I do not need it with you. Aunt Gue stared into the young man's eyes. You really do not need it? Chin Pingan looked at her and nodded. Yes. The woman sighed softly. Suddenly, she pulled the young man into her embrace. This Madame Gue, who had an ordinary appearance but a graceful bearing, laughed softly. Although you are about the same age as Fan Xian, that time when you picked up the bamboo and went boating, you were heroic. Today you are like this. Sigh, the hearts of all the women in the world are about to melt. Chin Pingan was still holding his chopsticks. His body was crooked, and he looked a little like the old willow tree with a crooked neck by the Ironfu River. He did not think too much about it. He only felt that Madame Gue was praising him, but what was so good about him? Chin Pingan really did not understand. Especially when it came to whether a woman's heart would melt or not, what was so particular about it? Was it another example of a scholar? Moreover, Aunt Gue's way of expressing her friendliness and kindness was indeed a little inappropriate. Fortunately, the age gap between the two of them was too big. He believed that even if outsiders saw it, they would not think too much about it. The woman had already let go of Chin Pingan and was smiling faintly. She looked at the young man's unblushing face and his blank eyes. Aunt Gue narrowed her eyes. The woman, who had always been dignified, revealed a charming expression for the first time. She joked, "Aya, so you're just like little Fan. A child." From the beginning to the end, Chin Pingan was a little embarrassed. He could only lower his head and eat, occasionally drinking wine. Aunt Gue smiled and stood up to leave. In the end, she saw an old man carrying wine at the door with a playful smile. He was full of the smell of alcohol. He swayed the wine pot and strode into the courtyard. He was shouting something about wine for Uncle Juan, getting rid of worries and happiness, toads and rabbits moving, and the osmanthus tree swaying in the shade. Madame Gue smiled helplessly. She did not take it to heart and slowly walked away. The shade of the osmanthus tree followed her all the way. The old man Zhou drunken state was suddenly swept clean. With a stern countenance he said, Qin Pingan, my Shifu suddenly came to Osmanthus Island. He specifically asked for your name and surname, saying that he wanted to pass on a message to you. Are you going to meet him? I can only be sure that my master is not a bad person. He has always been merciful. However, I cannot be sure that such a good person would not do something bad. The reason why he did not want to climb the mountain and come to this small courtyard? The old man suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Logically speaking, as a disciple, I should be a revered one. However, this kind of thing, forget it, I will tell you. My master was once the first boatman of Osmanthus Island's ferry. Whether it was the dragon pole or those folding paper carriages and tall buildings, they were all rules that he passed down. However, after that, my master disappeared very quickly. He only appeared once 500 years ago and took me in as his disciple. I can see that my master has some feelings for Madame Gouet. Unfortunately, I do not know how he angered Madame Gouet. She did not allow my master to step foot on Osmanthus Island in this lifetime. The old man suddenly said, I guess that my master is the boatman recorded in the Taoist ancient books. He goes out to sea for hundreds of years. He is the person you are talking about. Therefore, when he came to find you this time, I will only help to pass the message. Qin Pingan, you should think about whether you want to go or not. Qin Pingan thought for a while and nodded, I will go. That Lu. The old man quickly winked and stopped Qin Pingan from speaking. He lowered his voice and said, if someone calls you by your name, a saint with great Taoist power will be able to sense it. Think about it, why are ordinary people often warned not to call the names of the deceased elders? Is it just out of etiquette? It's not that simple. Qin Pingan nodded and went down the mountain with the old man. The old man joked, aren't you afraid that I have bad intentions? Qin Pingan pretended to be mysterious and said softly, I can sense whether others want to harm me or not. Senior, does this mean that I have the potential to be a saint? The old man could not help but laugh. Saints and chi cultivators of the upper 5 realms were actually 2 different kinds of people. If one wanted to become a saint, especially the saints of the 3 sects of the 100 schools of thought, even if it was only a 10th realm saint, it was probably more difficult than other chi cultivators to reach the jade pure state. After going down the mountain and approaching the familiar ferry, Qin Pingan and the old man were a little surprised but felt that it was reasonable. Madame Gouet stood at the ferry, her sleeves fluttering in the wind. She seemed to be detached from the world, as if she was stopping a middle-aged man from docking. Madame Gouet was the owner of this small world on Osmanthus Island. Naturally, she knew that the 2 of them were close and did not want to be entangled with them. She spoke sternly and said angrily to the middle-aged man with a dull expression, hurry up and leave. If you want to chat, go to the sea. Don't even think about setting foot on Osmanthus Island. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. The middle-aged man with a simple appearance was the boatman who was rowing the boat beside the swordsman. He should also be the teacher of the old man beside Qin Pingan. The middle-aged man was a taciturn man, but this Madame Gouet at the ferry port was his Achilles heel. Seeing this woman was so unreasonable, and it was the first time she was so fierce to him, the simple and honest man felt that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, and that life was so boring. Therefore he was also anxious. Throwing away the bamboo pole, he repeatedly stamped his feet and howled, Mama! Wasn't it because I was deeply hurt after being rejected by you that time? After getting drunk, I secretly went to hug the osmanthus tree a few times. That's also because I couldn't control myself. It's pardonable. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Even my husband says that I'm honest. Madame Gouet was so angry that she sneered, Yo, your plan is linked. First, you use emotions, then reason, and finally, you use your backer. You're so good. Who taught you this set of words? The courage that the man had gathered with great difficulty was all gone. He said in a low voice, Shao Qi from the Xingui zone? Madame Gouet stretched out her hand and scolded angrily, You are a man. Do you have any sense of responsibility and loyalty? Qi Jin helped you to come up with a plan and you betrayed him like this? You did not even hesitate. Get lost. The middle-aged man looked as if he had been punished by the heavens. He sat down on the boat and shook his hands and feet. He shouted, How can I live? Life is meaningless. Old boatman stopped in his tracks, unwilling to take another step forward. He covered his face with his hands and refused to look at his master. His master was so deranged that it was a great humiliation for him to be a disciple. The old boat suddenly turned around, Let's go, let's go. If I continue to look, my broken heart, even if I was lucky and was not broken by Lao Jiao, I will have to return it to my master. The man shouted at the old boat, "Little bucket, why didn't you greet your master when you saw him?" Old Boat Z, whose childhood nickname had been exposed, stopped in his tracks and sighed. But after turning around, he resolutely refused to look at his master. With lightning speed he bowed and said, "Long live master. This disciple bids farewell." Then he hurriedly ran up the mountain. Chen Pingan walked all the way to Madame Gui's side. Both of them nodded and smiled. Chen Pingan squatted on the shore of the ferry and looked at the man who looked at him and Madame Gui. Chen Pingan felt a chill down his spine. He thought that there was something wrong with the man's eyes. Why did it seem like the eyes of the women in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley who looked at their man and Gukan's mother? Chen Pingan suddenly understood. He looked like an honest person, how could he be so petty? No wonder Madame Gui did not like him. Chen Pingan asked, "Is there anything you need from me?" The middle-aged man then roughly repeated what he had said to the sword cultivator's left and right side. Before he spoke, the man lightly stomped his feet and the bamboo pole jumped up. He held it in his hand and slammed it on the deck of the boat. In an instant, the man used his shocking supernatural powers to create two small worlds. The small one was between him and Chen Pingan. The larger one encompassed the entire Osmanthus Island. With this, even the Taoist priests of the Inverted Mountain and the sages of the South Saw continent would not be able to find this place. After all, he was the eldest disciple in name of the chief, Lu Qin. He was unwilling to take on the sword cultivators left and right. He was similar to a scoundrel in front of Madame Gui. In this vast world he only had the title of boat in the rare books. However, this did not mean that his abilities were not strong and his skills were not high. Madame Gui knew the background of this person, so she did not find it strange. In the small world beside them, the two figures were blurry and their voices did not leak anything. After Chen Pingan heard this, he nodded and said, "All right." The middle-aged man said slowly, "You are not willing to become the last disciple of my master? If you agree, I will thank you and owe you a big favor." Chen Pingan looked at the man and sat at the edge of the dock. He took down the sword-strengthening gourd and drank without saying anything. The man held the bamboo pole in one hand and leaned on the ground. He looked up and said softly, "Master has never treated me as his disciple. I am just a servant who helped him row the boat in the early years. Although his direct disciples would take the initiative to look for me when they came to this world and were willing to call me senior apprentice brother, I know that Master has always despised me for being slow and lacking in talent. I can't even give up the word love. Hence, I have searched the sea for countless years, wanting to follow Master's footsteps to that world and formally become his disciple. However, Master is not willing to see me. But if you are willing to agree with Master today, as long as Master is in a good mood, he will see me." Chen Pingan languid smiled and said, "Then do you know that the disciple your master wants is the current me, not the me after I become his disciple?" The man reached out and patted his head. He still did not understand and said angrily, "I am confused by your words. What's wrong? Why do all of you Mr.'s disciples speak so strangely? So irritating. Even Xie Shi from the North Continent speaks in a genteel manner. He hides his scolding words in his praise. It took me more than 100 years to realize that he was scolding me for not being enlightened. That was why Madame Gui disliked him." The man then sighed. "It is still my fault. I am too stupid. No wonder others are too smart." Chen Pingan stopped drinking and smiled. "How can you not blame this world?" The man stood on the small boat while the youth sat at the edge of the dock. The two of them looked at each other. The man grinned. Chen Pingan had already changed the topic. "Your disciple is so badly injured. Are you not going to do anything about it? I think he was in the nascent soul realm before, but then he fell back to the golden core realm." The man said angrily, "I am his master, not his father. I'm already 500 years old. Do you still want me to poop and piss?" Chen Pingan put down the blade-strengthening gourd. He extended a finger from his left hand and hovered it in the air. Then he pulled his right hand to the right and stopped. There was an invisible ruler between his two fingers. "The logic I speak of is on this end. The logic you speak of is on this end. Both of them seem to make sense, but your logic cannot refute mine. Do you know why? Because your logic should not have gone so far." Chen Pingan's right hand slowly moved to the left and pointed to the middle. Then he pointed to the left and the right again. He smiled and said, "If your logic is only near here and standing here, it may be true. You can deviate a little from the left and the right. But when the logic is standing at the right position, how can you measure the weight and size of the logic? Do you know about Taoism? It's not the yin-yang technique, but the technique of divination. With the addition of legalism and these two smaller rulers, it'll be useful. The man said calmly, "Don't you think of ruining my path." He held the bamboo pole in his hand and knocked on the deck again. Chin Pingan smiled brightly. Because he was right again. Chin Pingan smiled and stood up. He no longer tried to be mysterious and make things out of nothing. In his dream last night he had a dream where he read books for the whole night. It was mysterious and mysterious. He seemed to have realized that he was being teased. The man was a little annoyed and scratched his head. He did not vent his anger on Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan blinked his eyes. "Madame Gui is watching. How do you think she will see you when you treat your disciple like this? Don't you think this makes sense?" The man seemed to be enlightened. His eyes lit up. He hesitated and took out a stack of golden books that were tied together with simple straw ropes. It was not easy to pick this up from the bottom of the sea. "Pass it to Xiao Shuibao. Remember to pass it to him in front of Madame Gui. Can you do it?" Chin Pingan nodded. "Of course you can. I will even put in a few good words for you." The man smiled and said, "Then I won't record the fact that you schemed against me in the account book." Chin Pingan took the golden books. He did not even look at them and carefully kept them in his sleeves. He glanced at the woman who seemed to be a foot away but was actually not in the same small world. She was looking at the bright moon on the sea with a dazed expression. Chin Pingan retracted his gaze. He was a little curious and asked softly, "Your seniority is so high and you have lived for so many years. Why do you only love Madame Gui? And you clearly know that your path is blocked by the word love. Look at you, you are still enjoying it?" The man was poked in the heart and said angrily, "What does it have to do with you?" Chin Pingan carried the wine pot and walked around the shore. He asked, "Madame Gui can't hear us, right?" The man nodded. Chin Pingan still lowered his voice and said, "Madame Gui's temperament is naturally very good. But her appearance shouldn't be considered too outstanding, right? Tell me the story between the two of you. Why did you like her in the beginning? Why did she dislike you? How does it count as liking someone? How do you break up and get back together? How did you offend Madame Gui? I want to take this as a warning. Oh no, I want to say that I will help you come up with a plan. You don't know, but I know many ladies. I am very knowledgeable about love between a man and a woman." The man rolled his eyes and said, "Liking someone, if you can talk about so many things, how can it count as liking someone? It is so boring to talk to a vulgar person like you. Xiao Shuibao must be blind to be willing to drink with you." Chin Pingan clenched his teeth. The man suddenly stretched out his hand and pounded his chest as he vowed, "Also in my heart, Madame Gui is a devastatingly beautiful woman. No one in the world can compare to her. You better be careful when you speak next time. If you dare to speak ill of her again, I will beat you until you become an idiot with a bamboo pole." The man spat at Chin Pingan and said, "What kind of taste is that? You can't see anything beautiful or ugly." The middle-aged boatman used the bamboo pole to turn the boat around and left by himself. In an instant he was thousands of feet away. Chin Pingan patted his chest and happily called out to Aunt Gui, "Let's go." I asked for a secret manual from the old senior's master. Chin Pingan did not forget to put in a good word for the middle-aged man. He is a generous man. Just that he is a little too honest. Madame Gui nodded and smiled, and just that his appearance is not too outstanding. Chin Pingan swallowed his saliva and stiffly turned his head to look at the man and the boat that had already disappeared. That man was really not kind. Madame Gui patted the young man's head lightly. Obviously she was not really angry. She said gently, "What are you looking at? Let's go." The two of them walked side by side along the mountain path. Madame Gui casually asked, "We will reach our destination in another month. Chin Pingan, do you know anyone in Inverted Hanging Mountain? If not, it will be troublesome to go to the Great Wall of Sorchi. Our Fan family and Osmanthus Island's reputation is not very useful there. Also, in Inverted Hanging Mountain, there are some things that cannot be done even if you have money. Because..." At this point, Madame Gui paused and said helplessly, "That Taoist number 2 has set some strange rules. For thousands of years, no one has been able to cross the line." Chin Pingan did not believe her. "Never? Not a single person?" Madame Gui sighed and said, "Many people have tried it in history. After that, their corpses and divine souls were thrown into a small thunder lake in the inverted mountain by a Taoist great heavenly lord. Among those people, almost all of them were the best cultivation geniuses. They were the descendants of the 9 continents' rich families, the sect's immortal families, and the masters of the 100 schools of thought. None of them had a good ending. No one could change the Taoist decision. It seemed that when the golden body Dharma form appeared at Flood Dragon Gully, the Taoist's real body in inverted hanging mountain also used a special ability to isolate heaven and earth so that Osmanthus Island would not be able to see the truth. Qin Pingan was very worried. He roughly described that Taoist's appearance. Madame Gui was shocked. How do you know this great heavenly lord of inverted hanging mountain? Qin Pingan grimaced and smiled bitterly. At this moment, a white rainbow cut across the night sky and flew over Osmanthus Island. He said, "Everyone on Osmanthus Island who climbs inverted hanging mountain will not have to pay a toll. If anyone wants to go through inverted hanging mountain to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they will also not have to pay a toll." Qin Pingan suddenly raised his arm and clenched his fist. He laughed heartily. He won. A month later, the passengers on Osmanthus Island could already see the majestic outline of inverted hanging mountain from afar. Above the sea, there were all kinds of cross-continent ferries at intervals. It was a spectacular sight. As time passed, inverted hanging mountain became more and more majestic. With Lady Gui's agreement, Qin Pingan sneaked out of the Gui Mai courtyard before the sun rose. He sat on the branches of the osmanthus tree at the peak of the mountain, swinging his legs as he tried his best to look up. He heard that inverted hanging mountain was the border between two worlds. Qin Pingan was a pure martial artist. He was not a long-travel grandmaster who could control the wind. He could only walk step by step or take a ferry. From the northernmost Dali of Aquarius continent to the southernmost Old Dragon City, it was already so far. If he walked from one world to another, it would sound very, very far away. Qin Pingan sat on the branch and laughed as he casually punched out. His body was swaying left and right. Under the tree, there was a young lady who came to the peak of the mountain early in the morning. She sighed and muttered, "I still feel that this fellow is stupid." 268. There were mountains hanging upside down between heaven and earth. The mountains pointed to the water of the South Sea. Qin Pingan sat on the branch of the ancestral osmanthus tree and looked at the shocking scene in a daze. Miss Ning set off from here to travel the vast world. He heard that the Hassa continent was the closest continent. He wondered if Lu Xianyang would come here to have a look in the future. Osmanthus Island was about half a day's journey away from the real inverted mountain range. There were all kinds of strange fairies around. There was a big turtle carrying a tablet, a crystal-clear clam shell floating on the sea, and a Kuan boat larger than Desai Mountain slowly lowering its height. There was a colorful cloud sea, under which countless magpies were clustered. Rows of red-crowned cranes and bluebirds were dragging a tall building. Osmanthus Island was among them, and it was not surprising at all. Qin Pingan suddenly turned around and looked down. He saw the young woman again. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. She was wearing a pearl hairpin, a dress, and a ribbon around her waist. But Qin Pingan felt a little numb in his scalp and uncomfortable all over. This feeling was more straightforward than when he saw Lu Qiqing wearing a pink Taoist robe in the dilapidated temple. Because Qin Pingan saw the Adam's apple of the beauty. He didn't hate her, but he just couldn't get used to it. Qin Pingan suddenly scratched his head and looked straight at the man who liked to wear red makeup. The knot in his heart was swept away and he felt a little nostalgic. When he was an apprentice in the dragon kiln, Qin Pingan knew a man who was ridiculed as a sissy. He was timid and shy when he walked. When he talked, he liked to throw flirtatious glances and pinch his fingers. In the dragon kiln where the old man Yao was the head of the kiln, this man was the most discriminated against. He finally saved up money to buy new shoes, but he was sure that they would be stepped on by other kiln workers on the same day. In the dragon kiln, it was reasonable to say that he and Qin Pingan, who was not well liked, were in the same boat. However, it was very strange that when the man who liked to cry came to Qin Pingan's side, he immediately became bold. All day long he used sarcastic words to stab Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan never paid him any attention. The man couldn't control his mouth several times and accidentally bumped into Lu Xianyang's official disciple, Lu Xianyang. Lu Xianyang directly slapped him in the face and he immediately became obedient. Later he would also secretly stuff some snacks and pastries into Lu Xianyang's room. The packages of oil paper were even more exquisite than the shop assistants. That man probably apologized to Lu Xianyang, who was definitely going to be the head of the dragon kiln, and also flattered him. The festive paper cuts that were pasted on the windows of the dragon kiln were all made by him overnight. Even if the women on the street saw them, they would feel inferior. If the man was really a woman, how good would his needlework be? At that time, Qin Pingan naturally hated the sissy who spoke ill of his virtue. He was just afraid that if he couldn't hold back, he would beat him half to death with one punch. At that time, Chin Pingon had already followed the old man to the mountains and rivers around the town. Chopping firewood and burning charcoal was a common occurrence. In addition, he practiced old Yang's breathing method very early in the morning, so his strength was not inferior to that of a strong young man. In the end, the sissy who was in charge of keeping watch at night made a big mistake. The fire of the dragon kiln was actually broken. Then, in the middle of the night, he was so scared that he directly ran away. He was a little smart and didn't dare to run towards the town. He ran deep into the mountains and old forests. If this happened in the marketplace, it would be a capital offense that would end one's family line. The ashen-faced old man Yao didn't say anything and sent dozens of strong young men to chase after that bastard. Chin Pingon, who was familiar with the mountain roads, was naturally among them. 2 days later, the sissy was tied up and brought back to the dragon kiln. Old man Yao broke his arms and legs on the spot. He was beaten until his skin and flesh were lacerated and his bones were exposed. The people who found him were the men he usually flattered the most. No one sympathized with this man who made a big mistake. Even if they did, they didn't dare to show it on their faces. After all, old man Yao was almost never this angry. Before his arms and legs were broken, the sissy was so scared that he peed his pants. After being pressed to the ground, his whole body trembled. Then he was hit with a stick. His heart was torn and his lungs were torn. His face was covered with snot and tears. After that, he was hit with a stick. The sissy was like a living fish on a chopping board. The sissy was a sissy. He fainted in the end. From beginning to end, he didn't have the least bit of a man's backbone. In the end, the sissy wasn't beaten to death. After lying in bed for half a year, he stubbornly survived. During this time, many of the kiln's apprentices took care of him. Chin Pingon was no exception. Many people weren't happy with this hard work and looked for Chin Pingon to do it. Chin Pingon was the easiest to talk to in the dragon kiln. In the end, it was Chin Pingon who the sissy disliked the most who took care of him the most. However, the two didn't talk all day long. In the end, they didn't like each other. Chin Pingon just picked herbs and boiled them every day. The sissy would occasionally be lost in thought. He would stare blankly at the old window paper that had turned white after being exposed to the wind and rain. Perhaps he was thinking about the day when he could work in the fields. He must take advantage of the time between work to replace the new and beautiful window paper, bright red. However, the sissy, who had clearly survived a great disaster, gritted his teeth and walked back to the world of the living from the gates of hell. In the end, he still died. He died with a single sentence. It was an unintentional remark from a kiln worker. At that time, Chin Pingon was boiling medicine at the door with his back to the kiln worker and the sissy. The former laughed and said, "Sissy, your clothes were tattered that day, revealing your white buttocks. You really look like a girl." At that time, Chin Pingon didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. The words that the men of the dragon kiln used to scold the sissy were much more vicious and ruthless. Sissy almost never quarreled with others because he didn't dare to. Most likely, he would only grumble behind someone's back. "You dare to scold me? Believe it or not, I'll blow up the graves of your ancestors." In the end, after such a casual remark, the sissy, who could already sit up on his own, chatted a lot with Chin Pingon for the first time that day. Most of the time it was him talking. The taciturn Chin Pingon patiently listened. When they talked about window paper, Chin Pingon sincerely praised him for cutting the window paper well. He laughed. Then that night, a sissy whose courage was smaller than a needle's eye, actually used a pair of scissors to pierce his own throat. He didn't forget to cover himself with a blanket so that people wouldn't enter the room and see his dead state. No one even dared to carry the corpse out. It was too horrifying and unlucky. Fortunately, Chin Pingon was used to seeing life and death around him. He didn't pay attention to these things. He dragged Lu Xianyang along and busied himself. During this time he didn't feel too sad, nor did he have any enlightenment. Only when he was guarding the coffin, Chin Pingon sat alone in the empty and gloomy morning hall. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. He sat beside the stove and muttered, "Since I don't like being a man in this life, then I'll reincarnate as a woman in my next life." Actually, when they were chatting that day, the sissy asked Chin Pingon why he was the first to find him but still let him go. He pointed out a small path that led deeper into the mountain. Chin Pingon said, "I'm afraid you'll be captured and beaten to death by old man Yao. At that time, with your little courage, you'll become a malicious spirit. No one will dare to take revenge on you. You'll only dare to take revenge on me." At that time the sissy laughed very happily. Actually, even now that Chin Pingon thought about it, when the sissy laughed he still looked quite ugly. But he really couldn't bring himself to hate him. Under the osmanthus tree, the beautiful young woman, was already fuming with anger. Being stared at by this guy, she, or more accurately, he, if not for the fear of hurting the osmanthus tree and causing unnecessary trouble, he would have already taken out his 2 life source flying swords and stabbed this guy with a pair of dog eyes to death. After Chin Pingan regained his senses, he also realized his rudeness. He cupped his hands and apologized, "Sorry, I was a little distracted." That person narrowed his peach blossom eyes that seemed to be hanging in the spring light. He stretched out 2 fingers and poked at Chin Pingan, then slightly bent them. The provocation was extremely strong. Chin Pingan no longer just turned his head. He simply turned around and patted the empty spot beside him. He smiled and said, "As an apology, I can promise you on behalf of Madame Gue that you can enjoy the scenery of the inverted mountain here." He put his hands behind his back and raised his charming face. He smiled and said, "You like men? Or as long as it's good-looking, both men and women will like it?" Chin Pingan felt a headache. He shook his head vigorously to show his innocence. Of course he only liked girls. And he only liked one girl. Near the hands of the person under the osmanthus tree, a golden and a snow-white sword chi appeared. They were extremely fine and almost invisible. Obviously, if there was a disagreement, he would kill with his flying sword. Chin Pingan hesitated for a moment and smiled. "You might be even angrier if I say it, but you look very good wearing it like this." Chin Pingan placed his hands on the tree branch. His eyes were clear. "These are my heartfelt words." It was a man, but the one dressed as a woman frowned. He silently left. He did not leave the mountain peak. Instead, he stood near the railing of the observation platform and looked into the distance. Chin Pingan jumped down from the branch and shouted to his back, "I'm leaving. If you want to go to the osmanthus tree to enjoy the scenery, it's best that there are fewer people now. Otherwise Madame Gue might not be happy." That person was indifferent. When Chin Pingan was far away, he turned back to look at the osmanthus tree. After hesitating for a long time, he still did not go up to look at the inverted mountain. As for the 2 sword chi, they had already been kept in the ribbon at his waist. They were actually not sword chi. They just looked inconspicuous. However, they were 2 extremely high-quality natal flying swords. They were called Needle Point and Wheat On. They were born with them. They were called innate sword embryos. Moreover, those who were born with 2 natal flying swords were 1 in a million among sword cultivators. The key was not the one but the one in the world. The key was that the quality of the natal flying swords was shockingly good. Therefore, his master said that he must have the potential to become a sword immortal in the upper 5 realms. Otherwise, he would not have taken him in as a disciple. However, his master did not say how many years it would take for him to reach the Jade Pure realm. He did not ask because he was not interested at all. He was more obsessed with the Great Tao deduction technique. Unfortunately, his master said that he would not go far on this path and would not be able to inherit his master's mantle. Including his master, all his senior and junior brothers encouraged him to practice the sword Tao. He actually knew that it was not that they really hoped that his sword Tao would reach the peak and be the champion, but that they harbored ill intentions and wanted to see him make a fool of himself. The reason was simple. He was afraid of heights. How could a sword cultivator who was afraid of heights be like this? Now he would occasionally ride the flying sword and travel with the wind. He would never be higher than 2 feet above the ground. He glanced at the osmanthus tree branch that the fellow was sitting on and felt that he was actually stupid. Chin Pingan returned to the small courtyard of the Gue lineage. The golden core sword cultivator Ma Ji was already standing in the courtyard, welcoming him with a smile. It turned out that Chin Pingan took the initiative to find the courtyard where Ma Ji was recuperating and asked when he could continue to test the sword. 3 days later, the small courtyard of the Gue lineage returned to its original state. Ma Ji helped Chin Pingan test the sword while Jin Su was in charge of 3 meals a day. Occasionally, Madame Gue would come to the small courtyard, but she did not disturb the 2 of them. She would just sit quietly for a while and at most boil a pot of tea for the 2 of them before leaving. During this period, Chin Pingan took out the talisman paper that was used to hide the ghost. Madame Gue held it in her hand and quickly shook the ghost in white out of the talisman paper. Then, the ghost in white, who was aggressive in the city god temple of Colorful Clothes Nation, saw Madame Gue of the nascent soul realm, old Josie who had fallen from the earth immortal realm to the golden core realm, Ma Ji who was a sword cultivator of the golden core realm, and an enemy, Chin Pingan. If the ghost was not already dead, her soul would have been scattered again. In the end, with the help of the fake saint Madame Gue of the small world of Osmanthus Island, the ghost swore a soul oath to be loyal to Chin Pingan for 60 years. As a reward, she could walk out of the talisman paper that would lose its soul bit by bit without spiritual energy and live, in the scholar tree sword case. This was because ancient scholar trees had always been known as the scholar tree house. Not only did the spirits of plants prefer scholar trees that were more than 1,000 years old, otherworldly items and ghosts were also like this. Previously, when they were close to the inverted mountain, old Josie suddenly found Chin Pingon and brought him to the ferry at the foot of Osmanthus Island. When Chin Pingon arrived there, he found a young flood dragon climbing on the ferry. Its head was on the shore and most of its body was submerged in the sea. It looked at Chin Pingon with eyes full of curiosity and gratitude. Old Josie squatted on the shore and said in amazement, "This poor little guy, if it were us, it would only be 6 or 7 years old." Madame Gouet did not want to make things difficult for this innocent little guy, so she only left the Dragon King's basket and set it free. Unexpectedly, it seemed to have no home and soon caught up with Osmanthus Island. However, it did not dare to get too close. It whimpered all night and wandered around Osmanthus Island. Now that we are getting closer and closer to the inverted mountain, the little guy probably knows that it will definitely die if it goes any further. Even during the day it is howling very loudly. If not for Madame Gouet who took pity on it and helped it conceal its chi activity, I am afraid that it would have been skinned alive by those chi refinement warriors on the mountain. In the end, old Josie smiled and said, "Chin Pingon, it seems to have made a special trip to find you, but I don't know if it is to repay your kindness or to take revenge. Although it is still very young, the flood dragon is cold-blooded and cunning by nature. It is hard to say." Chin Pingon did not say anything. He took out an ordinary snake gall stone and threw it to the young flood dragon. After it swallowed it instinctively, its eyes seemed to be in a daze. Chin Pingon waved his hand and motioned for it to go back. The young flood dragon twisted its body and returned to the sea. It whimpered softly and was still unwilling to leave the sea area of Osmanthus Island. Chin Pingon thought for a while and threw a large handful of ordinary snake gall stones into the sea. The young flood dragon rolled crazily and splashed huge waves. It swallowed the gall stones that were delicious to it. Chin Pingon finally stood at the ferry and said to it, "Cultivate well in the future. You have received my kindness today. If you like to harm people like that old flood dragon, I will kill you with one punch." The young flood dragon swam back to the side of the ferry. Its head was above the shore of the ferry. It opened its eyes wide as if it wanted to remember Chin Pingon's face. After a while, it leaned back and returned to the sea. Old Josie was used to seeing storms and said with emotion, "You are kind and have good karma. But things in the world are unpredictable. Good karma may not have good results." Chin Pingon's eyes were indifferent. He looked at the surface of the sea where the starlight was like gold and silver. He said softly, "If it is a bad karma, then I will kill it with my sword." At that time old Josie was thinking about his teacher who would disappear for hundreds of years and the golden book that Chin Pingon gave him. He did not pay much attention to Chin Pingon's expression and words. Cliff Academy of the Great Sway Kingdom. Those schoolmates and fellow disciples who came out of Dali were destined to not have the chance to spend time with each other after coming to Dongshan. Li Huai made 2 new friends. One was a very timid disciple of a prestigious family in the capital, and the other was a daring mischievous boy from a humble family. They were both slightly older than Li Huai. The 3 of them played together all day long and had a lot of fun. Lin Shui was now obsessed with cultivation. He read books extensively and came and went between the library, the school and the school. He stood out among the crowd. Yu Lu and Gao Xian, the prince of the Great Sway Kingdom, were very close and became good friends. Gao Xian liked to come to the academy to fish with Yu Lu more and more. Apart from listening to the teacher's lectures, she lived in seclusion every day and was willing to be Cui Dongshan's maid. After Li Baoping read the letter from youngest uncle last time, the little girl seemed to be lost for a long time. Today she skipped class again. Like a little wild cat, she was agile and nimble. She quickly climbed to the big tree at the top of Dongshan Mountain and sat on the branch with her back against the trunk. She still had the self-made wooden plate engraved with the words of the chief of the Wulian Alliance. Later, she felt that it was not impressive enough, so she engraved it with the words "Commanding the Heroes." After that, it was out of control. The small wooden plate was engraved with the words of Jianghu. They were all taken from novels such as "I Only Regret Being Invincible in This Life," and so on. A handsome young man in white stood on the branch next to her. His body swayed slightly with the branch. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you angry?" After summer, the little girl changed her red cotton-padded jacket into a thin red shirt. She said sullenly, "I'm not angry." Cui Dongshan asked, Do you feel that Li Huai, Lin Shui and the others are getting farther and farther away from you? The little girl said unhappily, It's okay to be farther away from me. When I was in the school in the small town, I didn't like to talk to them. Cui Dongshan smiled knowingly, Then you're fighting for justice for my teacher? The little girl had a straightforward personality. She nodded generously and admitted, Yes. Cui Dongshan held the back of his head with both hands and sighed, People will grow up. When they grow up, they will pick up some new things and throw away some old things. Just like this, they will be old in an instant. The little girl said angrily, Youngest uncle and the others are willing to throw it away? Cui Dongshan turned his head to look at the angry little girl and smiled, What's there to be willing to do? Besides, even if my teacher knows about this, he won't be angry. Why are you angry? There's no need. The little girl crossed her arms in front of her chest, panting with anger. Cui Dongshan turned his head and looked at the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. In the future, you may make a very good friend and grow up with her. Then one day when she gets married, she will like her husband more. You may meet a Mr. Qi better than Qi Jingchun, and then one day, you will feel that Mr. Qi's knowledge is not the greatest. You may meet a good young man in the future, even better than your youngest uncle. Then you will find that the sadness and sadness now are just like this. When the time comes, you will drink 1 or 2 mouthfuls of wine and it will be gone. Cui Dongshan suddenly turned his head and said in surprise, Little Baoping, you didn't refute me. If you don't speak, I won't have any words to say. The little girl wrinkled her beautiful little face, I'm busy being sad. Cui Dongshan laughed and fell backward, lying on his side on a slender branch. He supported his head with one hand and stared at the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket. Perhaps one day the little girl would grow taller and taller. Her round little face would become thinner and her chin would become sharper. Her eyes would still be so moist, clean and lively. She would still wear red clothes and she would still be able to ride her horse by the lakeside, and she would still be able to drink wine in the mountains and rivers. She would probably also encounter happy events and sad people, right? Cui Dongshan sighed. He was a little worried. If such a good girl really fell in love with his teacher one day, it would be very worrying. But if one day she didn't like his teacher the most, it seemed that it would be even more regretful. Cui Dongshan turned sideways, closed his eyes and began to sleep, crossing his legs. As for those people who met by chance and lost their hearts, even if Cui Dongshan was just a young man now, those frustrations and experiences were accumulated in his heart, no less than those of the Dali imperial tutor Cui Dong. There was something he didn't tell the little girl. He, Cui Dong, old Cui Dong, Zua Zua, Mao Xiaodong and even Qi Jingchun, grew up little by little under the shelter of the old scholar. But in the end, everyone hoped to walk out of that incomparably big shelter. Those who walked out were better, but those who couldn't, their hearts would slowly change. Not far away, the little girl in red put away the wooden tablet and carefully took out a picture scroll from her arms. On the scroll, there was a young man standing under the osmanthus tree, smiling at her. The little girl was no longer worried and her face was full of smiles. She said cheerfully, Young martial uncle who learned how to drink is so handsome. When I grow up, I must let young martial uncle take me to Jianghu. The more the little girl thought, the more excited she became. She turned her head and asked loudly, Cui Dongshan, is it difficult to drink? Cui Dongshan decisively refused, You can't drink. Li Baoping said angrily, Why? Cui Dongshan said bitterly, Teacher can't bear to scold you but will directly kill me. Li Baoping sighed, shook her head and said with pity, So pitiful. Cui Dongshan glanced at the smiling little girl, Little Baoping, when you comfort people in the future, please put away the gloating smile on your face. Li Baoping made a gesture of holding a seal. Cui Dongshan sighed and muttered, Good intentions don't pay off. Between the inverted mountain and the sea, there was a river that looked like water and clouds hanging in the air, so that all the fairies could climb the mountain. Many fairies that could ride the wind needed to descend to the sea first, and couldn't directly approach the inverted mountain. Osmanthus Island stopped for a moment at the ferry at the bottom of a river. They just symbolically handed over the elixir letter, which was similar to a customs clearance certificate, and did not pay the exorbitant toll. They began to walk along the upward sloping river to the inverted mountain. The inverted mountain had a radius of 100 miles. As a lonely peak in the human world, it could be said to have a vast territory. There was a tall Taoist with a face like a middle-aged man standing on the edge of a cliff. Behind him stood a thin old Taoist with a sage-like demeanor. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, and the golden and silver threads were full of the whiskers of flood dragons. The old Taoist asked softly, "Master, do you need me to destroy Osmanthus Island?" The tall Taoist smiled and said, "What's there to be ashamed of? I'm not your grandmaster who has never lost in his life." While the great Lord of Heaven was talking, Qingming Tian. There was once a Taoist priest who was punched from the heavens beyond the heavens into the mortal world under the heavens. 269. 10,000 words to make up for yesterday's leave. P.S. The title of this chapter is borrowed from a reader. Standing at the ferry at the foot of Osmanthus Island, Qin Pingan took a light step and stepped onto the inverted mountain. Aunt Gui had told Qin Pingan in advance that the moment the Osmanthus Island docked was the busiest time for the ferry. The goods from the Aquarius continent, Julu continent and Tongyi continent could not be unloaded without the slightest mistake. Otherwise, the old Dragon City's fan family's reputation would be ruined. So she, Old Boat Z and Ma Ji had to personally watch over every transaction and could not bring him to the inn. Originally, Aunt Gui wanted Jin Su to bring Qin Pingan to the inn that had a good relationship with Osmanthus Island for generations. But she was rejected by Qin Pingan, causing Jin Su to grumble in her heart. This inverted mountain was full of strange things, and no matter how many times people traveled, they would still find it fresh. As a result, the depressed Osmanthus flower lady saw the young man with the sword on his back grinning at her, as if he had seen through her thoughts. Jin Su glared at him fiercely. The young man waved goodbye to Madame Gui, Old Boat Z and the other two old immortals. As if he did not dare to confront Jin Su's gaze, he had already turned and ran towards the ferry. Looking at the back of the young man running away, Jin Su could not help but laugh. Qin Pingan walked in the crowd and took a deep breath. He had finally arrived. Going through the inverted mountain to the Great Wall of Sorchi was not something that could be done anytime and anywhere. Other than the green wooden pass token to enter the inverted mountain, the hundreds of people from Osmanthus Island who needed to pass another level received an additional jade token. At the same time, they were informed that they would pass the level 3 days later. After an incense stick of time, it would be the next group of people's turn. Qin Pingan walked down the boat, the white jade token engraved with the word "Ya" hanging from his waist. Aunt Gui told him that the inverted mountain had different scenery and shops. He could take advantage of these 3 days to walk around more. If he liked a magic weapon and did not have enough money, he could borrow it from the inn's shopkeeper. The shopkeeper would agree to it if it was less than 10 grains of grain rain money, and according to the old rules, it would be credited to Osmanthus Island. This ferry by the cliff was called the Catch and Release Ferry. The name originated from an ancient pavilion with a long history near the ferry. The plaque hanging from it read, "Catch and Release Pavilion." It was written by the previous sect master of a certain orthodoxy. There were 9 buildings on the inverted mountain, which belonged to the Taoist sect of this world. The other high-rise buildings, courtyards, shops and other land had been sold to guests from all over the world. 8 of them were the Zhuofang Pavilion, Jingjian Pavilion, Shangxiang Pavilion, Leizhe Terrace, Lingjizhai Dharma Inn Hall, Saber Room and Elk Cliff. They stood in the 8 directions of the inverted mountain, including the lone peak in the center, which was a total of 9 territories. Compared to the inverted mountain with a radius of more than 100 miles, the Taoist sect of the second disciple of Taoist ancestor, whether it was the size of the territory or the number of disciples, was not too exaggerated in the inverted mountain. "Child Chin." Someone shouted behind Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan looked back and saw that it was the young man in green who called himself Lu Yuzhou. The latter ran all the way to Qin Pingan and asked a series of questions. "Child Qin, where do you live on the inverted mountain? Do you have a place to meet? If not, why don't you go to my place? My family has a house here, near a place called Jingjian Pavilion. It is said that the house is quite big. I have always wanted to thank you, why don't you give me a chance?" Qin Pingan shook his head and smiled. "No need, Osmanthus Island has already arranged for me. Stay at the Stork Inn." The young man from the northern snowy mountain continent was disappointed, but he was still unwilling to give up. "If that's the case, can I look for you to play later? This is my first time here, I want to walk around. Let's go together?" Qin Pingan was stunned. The old woman said helplessly, "Young master, we just met by chance. It is unreasonable for you to be so intimate. Not to mention that Child Qin doesn't dare to agree, even if it was me I wouldn't agree." Qin Pingan smiled and didn't say anything. The young man's expression dimmed. "All right, Child Qin, I live in the Yuan Ruan residence. If you are free you can look for me. Just say that you are looking for Lu Yuzhou, he is my friend." Qin Pingan nodded. "That's not a problem." Qin Pingan, Lu Yuzhou and the old woman turned their heads at the same time. A beautiful woman, was standing near the three of them. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. The old woman's face was full of smiles, like a withered tree in spring. She asked with a pleasant expression, "Little immortal master, do you have any difficulties?" However, he ignored the old woman and stared at Chin Pingan. He said, "Hey, can you lend me a grain of money? I will return you 3 to 5 in the future." Chin Pingan handed over a grain of money. That person took it and left with a smile. The young man Lu Yuzhou said softly, "Child Chin, is he your friend?" Chin Pingan shook his head, "I don't know him." Lu Yuzhou was surprised. "Then why did you lend him money? Do you know that the beautiful ladies in the world are the best at deceiving people? Child Chin, allow me to say one more thing. A grain of money, no matter how little it is, you can't roam the Jianghu like this." Chin Pingan grimaced and left. "A grain of money is little? A beautiful lady?" The old woman couldn't help but laugh. "Young master, didn't you see that the beautiful lady was actually a man?" Lu Yuzhou was dumbstruck. He said softly, "I was just peeking at the lady's face and figure. I didn't dare to look too much." The old woman could only refute, "Young master, he is not a lady." Lu Yuzhou waved his sleeves and strode forward. "He looks so good, I will treat him as a lady." Chin Pingan didn't rush to the Stork Tavern. Instead, he followed a group of people to the nearby pavilion. When Chin Pingan approached the overcrowded pavilion, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He felt that the pavilion didn't live up to its name. The pavilion was extremely small, not even as big as the Mountain River Pavilion of Sword Saint Song's home in Colorful Robes Nation. There were already more than 100 people inside and outside the pavilion. Chin Pingan stood on his tiptoes and looked at the small pavilion. He planned to go to the Stork Tavern. Chin Pingan was just about to leave when a familiar voice rang out behind him. It was as feminine as his appearance. "Not going to the pavilion for a while?" He stood side by side with Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan turned around and smiled. "It's too crowded. I don't dare to go in. I'm afraid I won't be able to come out." He pointed at the 3 women not far in front of him, as if they were also hesitating whether to enter the pavilion or not. He smiled and said, "You just need to follow me. Just treat it as the interest I paid you for the grain rain money." Chin Pingan was confused. He pointed at his Adam's apple with a strange smile. Chin Pingan probed, "Camouflage? Lend me your wine flask." "Don't worry, I don't care about such a small broken gourd. My blade-strengthening gourd is your ancestor. I just didn't dare to take it out." He nodded at Chin Pingan and took the flask of ginger from Chin Pingan's waist without saying a word. He walked quickly to the 3 beautiful young ladies and drank with his head raised. Then, the lady's beautiful face and the man's bold and unrestrained spirit appeared on him at the same time. After a while, the man stood among the flowers and waved at Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan had to walk over. The man introduced them in a language that Chin Pingan did not understand. Then he explained to Chin Pingan in the language of the Aquarius continent. It turned out that the 3 ladies were disciples of a sect from the Hassa continent. They were traveling overseas together. They needed to kill a giant sea monster in the Dragon Gate realm to complete their training. The destination was this inverted mountain. After that, they would return to their sect in the South Hassa continent. After that, he grabbed Chin Pingan's arm without any explanation and led the 3 Hassa continent fairies to the Catch-Release Pavilion. The Catch-Release Pavilion was said to be the orthodox Taoist sect in the Qingming world. It was one of the 3 sect masters, Invincible Zhen, the second disciple of the Taoist ancestor. After leaving the largest mountain seal, he came here in person. A big demon at the peak of the 12th realm somehow sneaked through the many restrictions of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and came to the inverted mountain. The first person he met happened to be the sect master. At that time, the area around the inverted mountain was a barbarian place. The big demon thought that he could fly freely in the sky. When he saw the Taoist, he naturally spoke rudely and wanted to eat him. As for the ending, there was no suspense. The Taoist sect master slapped the big demon half to death. But in the end, no one knew what happened. The old Taoist, who was known as the best fighter in the 4 worlds, threw the big demon back to the south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Later, the inverted mountain Taoist built this pavilion to show that the sect master's Taoist power was very high. During this trip to the Catch-Release Pavilion, Chin Pingan was so tired that he was sweating. Because of the 3 fairies and the girl who was more beautiful than them, everyone inside and outside the pavilion brushed against each other. Some of them bumped into each other unintentionally, and some of them took advantage of each other intentionally. Chin Pingan had to try his best to protect them. He also had to make sure that he did not steal what he was guarding. Naturally, he was mentally and physically exhausted, and there were subtle schemes everywhere. Fortunately, the first rule of the inverted mountain was that those who hurt others would die. So, Qin Pingan, who was at the fourth realm of martial arts, managed to deal with it successfully. After successfully getting out of the pavilion, Qin Pingan and the girl parted ways with the three fairies. They still had to go to the nearest scenic spot, the Elk Cliff. Qin Pingan took back the blade-strengthening gourd and pinned it to his waist. He said helplessly, "Don't do this kind of thing again in the future." He rolled his eyes at Qin Pingan. "Boring? I'll go play with the fairies." Qin Pingan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he bid farewell and left. That person glanced at Qin Pingan's receding figure and muttered, "He's too serious. He's actually not pretending. Could it be that he's a little teacher taught by some family's old master?" A handsome man nearby struck up a conversation. "Miss, are you enjoying the scenery alone?" He chuckled and said, "Ah, your uncle, I went to a brothel with your mother." The man with the dignified appearance quickly waved his hand, indicating that the retainer beside him should not act rashly. Finally, he smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. "I like this girl's personality." He left the catch-release pavilion directly, hesitating on whether to go to the Jingjian pavilion or the Shangxiang pavilion first. The man looked at the beauty with the ribbon around her waist and sighed, "Only on the mountain can there be such a beautiful girl. Cultivation is good. No matter how beautiful a girl at the foot of the mountain is, she only has a short 10 to 20 years. Your Majesty, we can head to the Lei Tower now. Don't let the imperial advisor wait for too long," one of his personal retainers reminded him softly in the language of the Central Plains. The man nodded and smiled, "Go quickly." The man who was addressed as Your Majesty, and the retainer didn't seem to think that it was right for an emperor to let the imperial tutor wait. The group hurried to the Lei Tower. The Lei Tower was a platform with 99 steps. It looked like a giant bowl of dew, and the lightning within it was thick and viscous. Rumor had it that the second brother of the Taoist sect had used his supreme divine power to scoop up a handful of water from the ancient Thunder Lake that had only been recorded in written records and then placed it on the inverted mountain. Every time the great heavenly lord, a direct disciple of the Taoist sect, killed various immortals and demons who did not abide by the rules, he would imprison their souls here. The Lei Tower was sealed today and no one was allowed to come close. At this moment there was only one person who was tall. He bent his knees and half-squatted beside the Lei at the highest point. His elbows were on his knees and his chin was on his arms. A sheathless longsword was suspended in the Lei, and half of it was exposed. When the longsword entered the Lei, the entire Lei Tower boiled. This person was probably refining the sword. An old Taoist holding a horsetail whisk stood at the bottom of the platform. He smiled warmly and his face was full of pride. As the third in command of the inverted mountain, the old Taoist was the natural enemy of all the dragons in the southern sea. In the past 1,000 years he had killed countless dragons, and the Taoist had forged a half-immortal weapon into a horsetail whisk. In the recent 500 years, the old Taoist had fought with 2 Confucian sages of the Qin clan in the southern sea, and his reputation spread far and wide. But today, even when facing an outsider, the old Taoist didn't feel that he was degrading himself. Instead he looked proud. Qin Pingan encountered an awkward situation. In the inverted mountain, out of 10 people, no one could understand the language of the eastern Aquarius continent. And Qin Pingan didn't know the language of the central divine continent, so Qin Pingan, who was asking for directions, couldn't speak the same language as the kind-hearted person who was being asked for directions. In the end, Qin Pingan bit the bullet and asked more than 30 people tirelessly. Finally, he found a passerby who understood the language of the Aquarius continent, but he didn't know where the Storkin was. Qin Pingan stood on the bustling street and looked around. He took down the blade-strengthening gourd and stood there to drown his sorrows. If he couldn't, he could only go back the way he came and ask Lady Gue for Jin Su, and ask this Lady Gue to lead the way. Qin Pingan didn't care if he would be mocked by Jin Su, who had taken her revenge. It was fine if it was between acquaintances, but how many times could he meet someone like Jin Su in his life? Therefore it didn't matter if he was thick-skinned. There was a light at the end of the tunnel. Qin Pingan found another passerby who knew the language of the Aquarius continent. Although the latter didn't know the location of the inn, he knew about the Jingjian Pavilion and the Yuan Swan residence. And when he mentioned these 2 places, Qin Pingan asked, "Mister, do you know where the Jingjian Pavilion is?" That person replied, "Oh, you mean the Jingjian Pavilion beside the Yuan Swan residence? It's not too far from here." Liu Yuzhou from the Snow White continent was not simple. So Qin Pingan turned around and went to the ferry. The passerby looked at the young man's back view and was filled with regret. If only he could make use of this opportunity to form a relationship with the Yuan Swan residents, even if it was just a familiar face, it would be good. In the end, Jin Su happily walked down the Osmanthus Island and led the dejected Qin Pingan to the Stork Inn. Before she went down the mountain, Lady Gue gave her 3 pieces of money and asked her to spend it sparingly. After walking down the ferry, Jin Su asked Qin Pingan if he wanted to go to the Jingjian Pavilion. Qin Pingan said that he had already been there. Jin Su nodded and said that the Jingjian Pavilion was the most boring place and was far less interesting than other scenic spots, such as the Lingjizhai Elk Cliff, and especially the Jingjian Pavilion. They had to go there to make the trip worthwhile. The two of them walked for about an hour. Along the way, Jin Su explained to Qin Pingan about the Lingjizhai and some of the important scenic spots in the inverted hanging mountain. For example, the Jingjian Pavilion, the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and all the sword cultivators who had killed the Upper Five Realm Demon Clan would have their swords forged by the inverted hanging mountain. Their swords would be enshrined in the pavilion for future generations to admire. When Jin Su arrived at the inverted hanging mountain, she was obviously not as cold as she was on the Osmanthus Island. Her temperament had changed greatly. Although she was not as talkative, she was no different from an ordinary woman. She said that the Lingjizhai had a Lingji Rui that was left behind by the Taoist ancestor. The Lingjizhai was filled with spiritual energy, and the entire Lingjizhai was like a paradise. Cultivating there would be twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, the Lingjizhai was the most expensive inn in the inverted hanging mountain. However, the disciples of the immortal sects who came here for training, as well as the 1,000-year-old Tycoon Gongsun who came here for sightseeing, were still unable to enter the Lingjizhai even if they were rich. They had to book a room a few months in advance. When they approached the Stork Inn, Jin Su whispered, "There are also rumors that the Taoist ancestor personally planted 7 sword cultivating gourds of the highest grade were forged from the gourd vine. There are 7 of them hidden in the secret chamber of the Lingjizhai. Moreover, it is the first mature seed of the gourd. Now, it is secretly nourishing the flying swords of more than 10 great sword immortals in the world." These rumors were often told by the bystanders in a lively manner, as if they had seen the sword cultivating gourd with their own eyes. Jin Su, who came here from hearsay, was no exception. In fact, the second Taoist who was in charge of the inverted hanging mountain's golden rule and jade law, never divulged any secrets about the sword cultivating gourd and the sword immortals in the world. They only said that the Lingjizhai did not have such a miraculous thing, so people should not think too much about it and not spread false rumors. Qin Pingan thought of the silver sword cultivating gourd that Alliance gave to Xiao Baoping. Of course, there was also the purple gold sword cultivating gourd that Fairy Su Jia of the Xingyang mountain once hung as a pendant, and the guy who called himself the ancestor of the sword cultivating gourd, not long ago. Qin Pingan suddenly asked, "Miss Jin Su, is the Yuan Sua mansion very famous in the inverted hanging mountain?" Jin Su nodded and said, "Of course, the Yuan Sua mansion under the name of the Lu family of the White Jade Continent is one of the 4 private mansions in the inverted hanging mountain. It occupies a large area and is even more famous. The Lu family is the first family name in the White Jade Continent, and they have a good reputation. Almost all the monarchs and emperors of the White Jade Continent and the Earth Immortals cultivators of the White Jade Continent want to have a good relationship with the Lu family. Moreover, the snow money that we Qi cultivators use the most is made according to the money model made by the Lu family." Qin Pingan was a little shocked. No wonder a grain of grain rain money was called, no matter how little the money is. Lu Yuzhou was really not boasting. Jin Su's eyes were a little absent-minded. The descendants of the Lu family are really the lucky ones who are sitting on mountains of gold and silver when they are born. They can buy whatever they want with money. There is no treasure in the world that the Lu family can't afford. These words were personally told to her by Old Dragon City's Sun Jiashu. At that time, Jin Su saw a trace of longing in the eyes of the little god of wealth, Sun Jiashu. Therefore it left a deep impression on her. Qin Pingan was more and more determined not to deliberately get acquainted with Lu Yuzhou. That young man was like a fairy on Osmanthus Island. No matter what kind of storm he raised, it was not something that the current him could contend against. When Qin Pingan thought of this, his heart was a little gloomy, as if there was wind and snow beating on his heart. How many mountain water seals could he squander? Now there was only one water seal left. No matter how many reasons he had to do so, no matter if he met with the same situation, Qin Pingan would still step forward bravely. Losing a mountain seal, Qin Pingan still could not let go of it. It was just that Qin Pingan could now completely put away these negative emotions. He would no longer be like that time when they parted at the temple in the mountains, where he was so silent that the bearded man and the young Taoist sensed his abnormality and worried them all the way. The stork inn was at the end of an alley. The innkeeper was a young man who did not smile. Even when facing Jin Su, who he had seen several times, he did not smile. After arranging 2 rooms for the 2 of them, he did not pay any attention to them. Jin Su explained in a small voice, "The innkeeper is a son who inherited his father's business. In the past, the stork inn was very big, half of the alley belonged to the inn. In the area of catching and releasing people it had some fame. Later on there was an accident. At that time our Osmanthus Island seemed to have helped, but the innkeeper's father still passed away. It can be said that the family has fallen, and only the current situation is left." Qin Pingan silently remembered this in his heart. Compared to the owner of the dusty medicine shop, Zheng Dafeng, the innkeeper in the world could actually be considered a good innkeeper. The innkeeper's house in the inverted mountain was no different from the town inns Qin Pingan had visited when he was traveling the mountains and rivers. It was just plain and clean. Jin Su knocked on the door and entered. After sitting down, she began to plan the itinerary for the next 2 days with Qin Pingan. She already had a well-thought-out plan. Tomorrow she would first go to the Dharma Glabella Hall, Jingjian Pavilion, Lingjizhai, and Sherdao Room. The day after tomorrow she would go to Shangxiang Lu Elk Cliff and Lei Zhe Terrace. The lonely peak in the center was a forbidden area. Although she would pass by it, she could only take a few glances from afar. Qin Pingan asked if there were any shops that traded rare and exotic items. Jin Su said that Lingjizhai was one. There was also a Bao Zhai that opened on the opposite side to compete for business. These 2 places were rolling in money every day. They only recognized the goods and not the people. It was very stable. Therefore, the vicious mountain and lake cultivators liked to come to the inverted mountain as long as they had a harvest. Not only could they avoid being hunted by all parties, but they could also openly sell their treasures in exchange for money and a good life. On the several islands near the inverted mountain, there were many decent cultivators stationed all year round. They kept a close eye on the inverted mountain in order to observe some of the bandits hiding in the inverted mountain. These people who took refuge under the rules of the inverted mountain were, without exception, heterodox cultivators whose hands were stained with the blood of countless people. They had made a name for themselves in various continents. Qin Pingan asked about the exact location of the inverted mountain that led to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Although Jin Su was curious about why Qin Pingan would do something superfluous when they were going to set off in 3 days, she still told him that it was just beside the lonely peak in the central area of the inverted mountain. There was a gate that imitated the immortal ascension platform in ancient times. If one wore a jade token with the word Horizon, one could visit it nearby. Now, the 13th level of the ascension realm was like the 10th level of a pure martial artist. It was the limit of the human world. After that, it was the 2nd level that was lost. In the ancient times when the sage of Dao walked around and helped the common people, it seemed that there were many immortal ascension platforms in the world. It was easy for Qi cultivators to ascend. They could ascend in the daytime, raise the clouds, ride dragons, or ride cranes. In the sky, there would be fairies scattering flowers, colorful clouds, and colorful lights overflowing. It was fascinating. Qin Pingan and Jin Su agreed on the time to set off tomorrow morning. Then, he left the inn alone and went to the foot of the lonely peak where the great Lord of Heaven cultivated. Qin Pingan pondered about 9 places along the way. Catch and Release Pavilion, Worship Sword Pavilion, Shangxiang House, Thunder Terrace, Lingji House, Dharma Glabella Hall, Saber Room, Elk Cliff, and the Lonely Peak. The number was the same as the Xiongtown Tower, 9. Maybe it was also a formation that the sage used to suppress fate. At the foot of the Lone Peak, there was a divine path that could allow 3 carriages to travel side by side. Not far away there was a square made of white jade. Outside the square, there was only an iron chain railing. It was less than 2 feet high and anyone could step over it. In the middle of the square, there were 2 white jade pillars that were more than 100 feet high. In the middle of the pillars, there were ripples on the surface of the water that was as calm as a mirror. There were not many people in the square. There were only 20 to 30 people. Regardless of age, gender, or age, they all had a jade token with the word Ya on their waists. Many naughty children passed through the square and ran around, playing with each other. There was no Taoist in charge of guarding the square. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment and carefully stepped over the railing. There was no movement. Then he was slightly relieved and slowly walked to the 2 pillars. Qin Pingan found that with every step he took, there would be flowing lights under his feet. When he looked up, he found a little Taoist boy in a loose Taoist robe sitting on a futon next to one of the pillars. He was reading a book. If there were children of similar age to him, the little Taoist boy with a fishtail crown on his head would wave his sleeves and the children would float away as if they were riding on clouds. The children were never tired of it, and the little Taoist boy was never annoyed and kept waving his sleeves. Chen Pingan did not dare to imitate the children and break into the mirror without permission. Instead, he walked around the big pillar and found that there was a small pillar next to the big pillar. On the stone pillar that looked like a hitching post, there was a middle-aged swordsman in ragged clothes sitting cross-legged with a sword in his arms. He was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. At first glance it was obvious that he was a peerless master. Chen Pingan did not dare to disturb his sleep. He subconsciously lightened his footsteps and was about to turn back to the other side. The swordsman who was sleeping with his sword knocked his head and suddenly woke up. His eyes were a little dull. He looked left and right and then looked up. Finally, he looked at the back of the swordsman and muttered to himself. It seemed to be 3 words and then he went back to sleep. Chen Pingan stood near the mirror on the other side and stared blankly for a long time. He could not imagine that behind the mirror was the great wall of sword chi. Was it another world? On top of the lone peak that reached the clouds, there was another inverted mountain. The tallest building was shrouded in clouds for most of the year. Under the roof of the building there were 3 bells. It was said that only when the 3 Taoist sect masters came to the inverted mountain would the bells ring. A Taoist sect master of heaven was on the roof, looking down at the square through the clouds. The swordsman was as small as a mustard seed. Chen Pingan returned to the Stork Inn and continued to practice the 6-step boxing stance and the sword furnace stance. In the middle of the night, he took off his clothes and lay down with a smile. The next day at dawn, Jin Su knocked on the door 15 minutes earlier. Chen Pingan stopped his silent practice and opened the door. He left the inn with Jin Su and went to the Dharma Glabella Hall. This hall was also known as the Hall of Missing One. It was said that it had collected all kinds of Dharma seals in the world except for the Shan seal. There was an unwritten rule that the mountain cannot be seen. After all, the inverted mountain was a Shan seal. Chen Pingan sighed and followed the excited Jin Su into the Dharma Glabella Hall. There were 3 floors and each floor was extremely spacious. There were rooms of various sizes, and each floor stored thousands of Dharma seals. They were suspended in the rows of glass cabinets. Some of the Dharma seals were full of spirituality, and they were constantly moving and hitting the glass cabinets, making banging sounds. There were even spirits that were born from the condensation of the Dharma seal's spiritual energy, and they would boldly look at people behind the transparent glass cabinets. Chen Pingan stayed in a water seal room on the 2nd floor for a long time and was unwilling to leave. Jin Su went elsewhere and agreed to meet him at the entrance of the Dharma Glabella Hall in 2 hours. Chen Pingan was looking at a water seal room. The spiritual chi was as light as mist and turned into a stream, lingering around the seal. The bottom of the seal was engraved with the words, "Falling of the Milky Way." Chen Pingan already knew a lot of ancient seal words because he had the authentic alchemy works with Li Shixing's detailed annotations. According to Jin Su, the seals of the Dharma Glabella Hall would only be received and not sold to anyone. In the early years, the only exception was when the current head of the Lu clan of the Snow White Continent announced that he wanted to buy the seals of an entire floor. In the end, the hall master had no choice but to report to the great heavenly Lord Gufeng. The latter's reply was simple. He smashed down a ray of sword aura from the Gufeng Tower and destroyed the back garden of the Yuan Raven residence. In the end, the Lu clan's legitimate son who had yet to inherit the position of the head of the clan cursed old immortal Gufeng with his hands on his hips. Then the great heavenly Lord Taoist unleashed a rain of sword aura. The huge immortal Yuan Raven residence that had been built for generations was badly damaged. He directly destroyed the formation of the Yuan Raven residence that was said to be able to block 100 swords of sword immortals. Fortunately, no one was injured. Then there was a popular question and answer. The young man's expression didn't change. He just turned around and asked the old manager if the Heavenly Lord's domineering behavior was in accordance with the rules. The old manager smiled and replied that the Heavenly Lord was in the inverted hanging mountain and that was the rule. After this battle, the Heavenly Lord of the inverted hanging mountain's tyrannical martial prowess and the wealth of the Snow White Continent's Lu clan were spread all over the world. Chen Pingan didn't go up to the 3rd floor. Instead, he went downstairs and waited for Jin Su outside the La Glabella Hall. Jin Su arrived 15 minutes late. When he saw the young man with a sword sitting on the stairs in a daze, he said apologetically, "I'm late." There's a seal on the third floor that gave birth to an extremely mysterious spirit. It can transform into the person it looks at. It's very fun. There's a lot of people queuing over there. Chin Pingan, I'm sorry. Chin Pingan stood up and patted his butt. He smiled and said, "We're not in a hurry." Almost at the same time, when Jin Su called out Chin Pingan's name for the first time in the inverted hanging mountain, the two gatekeepers at the foot of the lone peak, the little Taoist boy who was reading a book and the middle-aged man with a sword, opened their eyes at the same time. Then one of them stood up from the praying mat and walked out of the plaza towards the Shangxiang Inn. The man with a sword turned around, bent his finger and flicked the mirror once. However, the man suddenly smiled and twisted his wrist as if he was fishing for something. He took back the flick of his finger. He continued to doze off. There were no restrictive spells or spells on the inverted mountain. With just a single step, the little Taoist boy was able to travel a few miles. Eventually, he came before a pavilion that was shrouded in purple smoke and walked into it. When the Taoist priest saw the little Taoist boy, they bowed and greeted him respectfully. Some even addressed him as Grand Uncle Master, or even Grand Uncle Master. The little Taoist boy's face was cold and he ignored everyone. After he stepped through the door, he waved his sleeves and sent several Taoists with different hats and robes flying. They instantly floated to the walls on both sides. These Taoists of the middle five realms were so scared that they almost lost their minds. The little Taoist boy strode forward and occupied the spot where the incense was burning. He took out an incense stick from the incense holder beside him. On the incense table there were 4 scrolls enshrined. The Taoist ancestor was the tallest. His position was so high that if the pilgrims didn't pay attention, they would ignore his existence. The scrolls of the 3 Taoist statues were hung side by side. The Taoist in the middle hung a peach talisman. The Taoist on the left held a magic sword and wore a feather robe. The Taoist on the right wore a lotus crown. On the huge incense table, there was only one big incense burner for the pilgrims to place their incense. Legend had it that if Taoist priests and kind-hearted men and women offered incense in this incense brothel, they would have the opportunity to let the Tao ancestors and the 3 pure ones know about it. Almost all Taoist priests would come to the incense brothel to light 3 incense sticks after entering the inverted mountain. Of course, the Taoists of the Taoist master residence of Longhu Mountain would never step into the incense burner. The little Taoist boy with the fishtail hat bowed 3 times to the Taoist ancestor with the lotus crown. He placed the incense stick in his hand into the burner and closed his eyes to chant. In the end, the little Taoist boy was stunned. He opened his eyes and felt a little bored, so he turned around and saw a beautiful young man. He frowned and asked, "As a disciple of the Lu clan of the Central Plains, why did you go to the Sword Pavilion first and not come here to burn incense?" The young woman was not afraid at all. She said with a smile, "We have acknowledged this high and mighty leader as our ancestor wholeheartedly, but our ancestor has never acknowledged us as his descendants. Thousands of years have passed. How many incense has the Lu family burned? Haven't we received even half a word of reply? Will it work if I burn an incense stick?" The little Taoist boy's tender face was a little angry. "How dare you be so impudent here?" The guy who came to burn incense said with a smile, "Heavenly Lord, you're not a Taoist of the Lu clan's ancestor. Why do you insist on such etiquette?" The little Taoist boy snorted and said, "Ungrateful thing, get out." With a wave of his sleeve, the young man, who was even more beautiful than a beauty, was sent flying and fell on the street outside the incense burner. He coughed up blood and struggled to sit up. He looked up at the portrait on the right, which had remained unmoved for thousands of years, and laughed. Today was just as heartless. Throughout history, the Lu clan had been in dire straits and in danger of collapse, but the person in the portrait had never cared. After the little Taoist boy stepped out of the door, he glanced at the battered young man for a moment. Under Jin Su's lead, Chin Pingan arrived at Lingji shop at noon and saw the legendary Lingji Rui. Chin Pingan saw the exorbitant prices of Lingji shop's Dharma treasures and spiritual weapons. He neither bought them nor sold them. He went to the last attraction of the day, the Saber Master's room. The attraction of the Saber Master's room was not the scenery, but the list on the wall. There were different bounties recorded on it, and the targets were all strange. It could be a demon on an island in the South Sea, a ruler of a continent, an immortal elder of a land immortal, or some evil demon that wreaked havoc everywhere. Even the scholarly sage of the Qin clan from the South Sa continent was on the list. This was a rule that the Saber Master's room of the inverted hanging mountain had inherited. He could put up a post and so could anyone else. However, the person who put up the post had to put the bounty on the Saber Master's room. Otherwise, if they dared to put up a post without money, they would have to experience the power of the Saber Master's Room. The Saber Master's Room. The second Taoist Taoism had a branch and all their weapons were sabers. The Taoists of this branch had made a name for themselves in the central divine continent. They were on par with the Saber Master of the school of Moism. One was tyrannical and the other was mysterious. In the vast world, the only thing that was more troublesome than messing with a sword cultivator was to have a dispute with the Taoists of the Saber Master's Room. This was because the Taoist Saber Master had always been decisive, and could even be said to be ruthless. He killed demons and killed chi cultivators without hesitation. The Taoist Saber Master had a bad temper. There was once a saying that when the Taoist Saber Master and a noble from the Taoist Master's residence of the Dragon Tiger Mountain met, they both wanted to kill a powerful demon. Normally they would fight side by side, fight on their own or avoid one of them. However, the Taoist Saber Master did not agree with them, so he pulled out his saber and fought with the Taoist master of the Zhang family. After severely injuring the Taoist master, he went to kill the demon alone. This incident caused a great disturbance in the Jinjia continent. A grandmaster of the Taoist master's residence came all the way from the central divine continent to the inverted hanging mountain to denounce the Taoist master. In the end, another great battle broke out. The great Lord of Heaven, who was guarding the lonely peak, fought with the Taoist master of the Zhang family thousands of miles away from the inverted hanging mountain. However, no one knew the result of the battle. In the dusty medicine shop, one of the beautiful women and young girls who worked as shop assistants was missing. She was the little girl who still owed the shopkeeper Zheng Dafeng money for a book. Zheng Dafeng was a bit annoyed. He slapped the table and said that the girl was really rebelling. She dared to act so lawlessly just because she was beautiful. The shopkeeper threatened that if she didn't ask for leave and didn't say anything, she wouldn't come to work in the shop. She simply didn't put him, the handsome shopkeeper, in her eyes. He wanted to deduct 30 to 40 copper coins from her book. The nagging man was angry, but unfortunately the women and girls in the shop didn't take him seriously. Those who were eating melon seeds continued to chat. In any case, no one believed that the shopkeeper's man would really deduct their wages. Then, a trembling old ancestor of the Fan family came to the door of the medicine shop in person. He looked apologetic and fearful. Zheng Dafeng's expression changed slightly. He immediately put away his grumbling that was even more wordy than a woman's. He walked around the counter and to the door. He said softly, "Let's talk here." The real person in charge of the Fan family ancestral hall felt helpless. Today, for a little girl from the marketplace who had nothing to do with the Fan family clearly did not do anything wrong. Yet they had to come here to apologize. Moreover, the entire family had a stomach full of uneasiness. They were afraid of being implicated by the anger. The old man sighed. "Mr. Zheng, the little girl who did not come to the medicine shop today is dead." Zheng Dafeng made an "oh" sound, his face expressionless. The old man mistakenly thought that this martial arts grandmaster of the 10 realms did not take it to heart. He let out a sigh of relief. Zheng Dafeng waved his hand, indicating that the old man could leave. The man sat on the threshold and did not say anything else. The women and young girls in the medicine shop had sharp intuition. They all sensed that the atmosphere at the door was strange. For a moment, no one dared to make a ruckus. They even dared not to jest with the shopkeeper. The man said, "Haha, this time I really don't have to pay back the money." But in reality, there was not a hint of a smile on his face. He looked at a shadow in the alley. "I don't trust the Fan family. I don't trust their character or ability. Old Zhao, you personally go and investigate. I'll wait for your news." Zheng Dafeng stood up and waited patiently. In Old Dragon City, the wind rises at the end of the green duckweed. In the night of the inverted mountain. In the square, other than the little Taoist boy who continued to flip through the book and the man holding the sword who was no longer sleepy at night, there was no one else. From the mirror behind the 2 large pillars, a valiant and formidable-looking young girl suddenly walked out. She had a long sword at her waist. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains. 270. After visiting the Saber Master Room, Qin Pingan and Jin Su finally went to the Jingjian Pavilion. This way they did not have to take too many detours and did not have to take too many unnecessary detours. Previously at the Saber Master Room, the screen wall was filled with lists. Qin Pingan found 3 familiar names: Cui Dong, Su Ruo and Song Jiangqiang. Among them, Cui Dong had the most number of listings, as many as 6. The people who posted the listings came from 4 different continents. It was not hard to imagine how unpopular this former first disciple of the literary saint was in the vast world. Su Ruo from the Mo clan and the vassal of Dali each had one. The reason was very strange. The person who posted the bounty on Su Ruo was a lady named Jade Water, Primordial Lady of Lofty Lake Lu Roshi. Her words were full of hatred and affection. As for the person who posted the bounty on Song Jianqiang, his name was Han Wanzhan of the Gold Armor Continent. This person probably had too much money and nowhere to spend it. His reason was that he felt that the small Aquarius continent was not worthy of having a martial arts grandmaster. When Qin Pingan and Jin Su turned to leave, they passed by a group of 3 people on the other side of the street. Qin Pingan couldn't help but take another look because the woman was too tall. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and her figure was well proportioned. There was a sheathless long sword hanging from her waist, as if it was a freshly made sword. Under the sunlight, as the tall woman walked, the long sword reflected waves of snow-white rays of light. In fact, it was not only Qin Pingan. The people on both sides of the street, without exception, were all looking at this strange lady. A handsome man was walking side by side with her, whispering to each other. The lady nodded occasionally and said very little. Behind the two of them was a middle-aged retainer. He had a strong murderous aura that was difficult to conceal. Either he was a pure martial artist below level 7, and had not formed a golden body so he could not hide his aura. If he was above level 7 and still had such a presence, then it was a little scary. Among the thousands of sword cultivators in the vast world, the one in the central divine continent was the most extreme example. Even though Jin Su had walked far away, he could not help but turn back to look at the woman's back, reluctant to part with her. Although the woman didn't say anything, didn't wear luxurious clothes, and didn't even have a devastatingly beautiful face, Jin Su was envious of such a woman. He couldn't explain it clearly. Some people were always so different. One look at them and they would be remembered for many years. As for some people, no matter how many years they looked at it, they still didn't have it in their hearts. Qin Pingan, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to it. He quickly walked on his own path, sipping his wine as he thought about the stone arch bridge in his hometown. Of course, as he thought about it, he also thought about the golden arch bridge in the sky. The sea of clouds stretched as far as the eye could see. Along the way, the tall woman had never looked at anyone. She walked all the way to the screen wall of the saber room, raised her head and quickly browsed through the bounty list. She was not interested in most of them and was too lazy to look at them. Finally, her eyes stopped at a list on the top left corner and her eyes lit up. On this trip south to the Hanging Mountain, she had boarded the ferry Mirage, under the name of her dynasty, and traveled all the way to the north of the Central Plains. She had flown past one of the 5 Great Lakes, Lofty Lake, the world's largest mountain, Mount Suishan, and then the southern Whirlpool continent. She had remained in her room the entire time, flipping through an ancient book from a destroyed dynasty's treasury. She had not shown herself, thinking of something to do on her way back north after tempering her sword in the Hanging Mountain. She reached out and pulled the bounty list into her hand. She said indifferently in the direction of the saber room's door, "I accept this bounty." The handsome man had been muttering to himself as he followed the tall woman's gaze. When she stared at the list, he muttered to himself, "Don't tear this one, don't tear this one, any other one will do." In the end, the heavens didn't go as he wished. The woman just had to tear down this old list that had been posted for who knew how many years. The Grandmaster retainers behind the man and woman were all smiles, not surprised at all. They had long known that this would happen. The man said with a long face, "Imperial Tutor, do we really have to go to White Emperor City and cause a ruckus? Isn't that demonic overlord close to us only a few ranks lower than the city lord of White Emperor City? He's also one of the 10 great demons of the world. Why doesn't the Imperial Tutor look for him? On this trip, I might just be warming a pot of wine for the Imperial Tutor in the palace. Although this demon is wary of the Imperial Tutor in recent years and has gone into seclusion, there's even news of him relocating his sect." She smiled and interrupted the man's words, "The reason I was able to break through is because of that person. I forgot to tell His Majesty that I've already killed him." The man was stunned for a moment. He said regretfully, "Why didn't the Imperial Tutor persuade him to surrender? If he had such help..." The tall woman smiled again. "He did, but he proposed a condition. He wanted me to be his concubine. I thought about it and felt that it would be easier to get rid of him than to serve him tea." The man first sighed, then came to a realization. He beat his chest and stamped his feet. "Imperial Tutor, tell me directly. Did you say these words before the fight?" The woman felt a little guilty. She smiled and patted the man's shoulder. "His Majesty is wise. Afterwards, that demon knelt at her feet and begged for mercy, kowtowing and admitting his wrongs. She didn't agree. After leaving that mountain of corpses, she galloped on a mountain path. The head of the spear in her hand was still hanging on the spearhead. She originally wanted to take it to the imperial palace in the capital to show it to His Majesty and see what the great demon looked like. But when she thought that the emperor would most likely blame her for not considering the big picture, she shook her wrist and shook the head off the spearhead. In this way she could pretend that nothing had happened. Thus, she felt a little sorry for the emperor beside her. An emperor who even asked her about the empress's dethronement, the crown prince's choice, and the location of his mausoleum was very difficult to find in the vast world. She had to cherish him. The man was a little numb from his heartache. He weakly said, "Then I'll have someone send a message to the capital and have them bring that armor for the imperial tutor. The city lord of White Emperor City is too invincible. The imperial tutor cannot lower his guard." She suddenly shook her head, her eyes burning. "If we were to engage in a battle of life and death with White Emperor City, there would be no difference whether we wore that armor or not. There is no need for His Majesty to do this." The man's tone was heavy. "I've begged you many times. I'll beg you one more time. Don't fight to the death. Just decide victory and defeat. Then you can look at the rosy clouds with the city lord of White Emperor City, play chess, and take a stroll by the river." The tall woman glanced at him and smiled. "Does His Majesty want the city lord of White Emperor City to one day marry into our dynasty?" The man gave her a thumbs up and shamelessly said, "Imperial tutor's plan is flawless." The woman indifferently said, "The only thing I want to marry in this life is the martial path." The man sighed and didn't say anything else. When the tall woman took down the list, no one from the saber room went out to socialize. All the chi refinement warriors near the screen wall had already scattered. The new top 10 experts of the Central Divine Continent were naturally those who had appeared in the past 100 years. Otherwise they would be excluded. In the end, the original 10 were all chi refinement warriors of the upper 5 realms, such as the Dragon Tiger Mountain Grand Heavenly Master, but now there were only 9. This was the first time in the history of the world that a pure martial artist had entered this list. Furthermore, that female martial god charged into the top 5 in a spurt of energy. The 4th person was the city lord of White Emperor City. The tall woman turned to the retainer behind her and said, "You will go to the Aquarius continent for me. If he is really unwilling to hand over the scabbard, then forget it. Don't force him." The retainer man nodded. Before entering the Jingjian Pavilion, Qin Pingan and Jin Su each had their own thoughts. Qin Pingan wanted to see if the Jingjian Pavilion had the bamboo hat man's sword. There was, what was its name? How many demons of the upper 5 realms had been slain by the sword? And Jin Su wanted to admire the swords of those female sword immortals. Both of them had their own needs, so they went their separate ways. The venerating sword pavilion was divided into 2 levels. The sword replicas on the upper level were not open to the public, while the first level allowed one to walk all the way in. Because the sword replicas were placed in a room according to the demon-slaying record every 1,000 years, the number of immortal swords in the room varied. However, none of the rooms appeared empty, only divided into more and more. Qin Pingan looked around, memorizing the ancient names one by one, and then came to a conclusion. The people who could carve words on the Great Wall of Sword Chi and their swords should be secretly enshrined on the 2nd level. The design of the Jingjian Pavilion was extremely meticulous. Every sword imitations, other than being placed on a sword rack with their own characteristics, behind the sword rack, there would be a painting of a sword immortal that was half the height of a person. It was extremely lifelike, but it was not accurate to call it a painting. It was condensed from white mist, and the fine details could be seen as though it was still alive. Although there were more imitations of the male sword immortals, Qin Pingan saw them quickly while Jin Su saw them slowly. In the end, Qin Pingan and Jin Su met in the last room, and coincidentally, the 2 of them stood side by side at the same time. One of them looked at the male sword immortals Zhu Yu, and his face changed, while the other stared at the female sword immortals, Yu Huang, with a complicated expression. The key point was that the male and female sword immortals did not look like paintings. Suddenly, someone pushed Qin Pingan aside, cursing. Anyway, Qin Pingan did not understand the language, but his tone was very harsh. That person spat at the sword rack in imitations, and at the same time, did not have a good attitude towards Qin Pingan, who was standing there. He said a bunch of words that confused Qin Pingan. That person seemed to have realized that the young man with a sword on his back could not understand their language and left angrily. Jin Su sighed, "Let's go." Qin Pingan had heard Wei Pai mention this past when he was outside the bamboo tower in Luapa Mountain. Not to mention the invasion of the Great Wall of Sword Chi by the demon race, there was the soul-stirring capture and slaughter that was used to decide the ownership of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, or the demon race to return the remaining flying swords of the sword cultivators. Wei Pai said that outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi, a pair of male and female sword immortals died in battle. It was extremely tragic. Two great sword immortals with outstanding achievements and superb swordsmanship were actually killed by the great demon array in front of everyone. Both of them. Qin Pingan looked at the male sword immortal's name, and then turned to look at the female sword immortal's name. Jin Su was puzzled. Qin Pingan, are you still not leaving? Qin Pingan grunted, you go back to the inn first. I plan to take a look at the venerating sword pavilion again. After all, this place is open 24 hours a day. She asked, do you know the way back? Qin Pingan still did not raise his head. He nodded and said, I do. Jin Su felt a little strange, but she only thought that the young man who carried the sword case all day long was too longing for the sword immortals in the world and was reluctant to leave. She walked out of the room at the end of the hall and walked past each room. It was as if time flowed backward hundreds, thousands of years. There were many foreign guests who came to the venerating sword pavilion to worship the sword immortals. Most of them were polite. Even the young man with the sword on his back who had been standing in front of the dogwood imitation, squatting in the latrine and not shitting, did not say much. However, there were also people with bad tempers like the previous person. They either sneered or ridiculed the two sword immortal swords that had once killed a total of 11 demons in the upper 5 states. Some even spat at the sword rack in the imitation. Qin Pingan did not understand what they were saying. However, he could feel the anger, ridicule, indifference, ridicule, and gloating of those people. It was fun, interesting. Qin Pingan did not like this feeling. It was just like when he was on the sea outside Osmanthus Island. It was as if there was only malice left in the whole world. After Qin Pingan was knocked away by a burly man, the man strode forward and was about to smash the sword rack with a punch. At this moment, a middle-aged Taoist nun with a fishtail hat appeared out of thin air and smiled. You can't destroy the collection of the venerating sword pavilion. Violators will bear the consequences. The man resentfully withdrew his fist and asked, can I spit? Is it against the rules of the inverted hanging mountain? The Taoist nun smiled but did not say anything. The man understood tacitly. He spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at the sword rack and turned to leave. The people next to him clapped and cheered. The burly man felt more and more heroic. He had done something that was very satisfying. Qin Pingan still did not understand anything. He silently walked to a corner of the room and squatted down to drink. Only at every interval when there were few tourists, he would quickly get up and wipe off the spit on the two imitation swords in the sword rack. After quickly wiping it clean, he went back to the corner to drink. Over time, some people mistakenly thought that the young man with a sword on his back was a handyman of the venerating sword pavilion who was responsible for looking after the room, lest the two imitation swords of the sinners of the Great Wall of Sword Chi were destroyed. Qin Pingan stayed in the room of the venerating sword pavilion until night time. The tourists were getting fewer and fewer, so he got up less and less often. In the darkness of the night, no one had come to this room for a full hour. Qin Pingan left the venerating sword pavilion and sat on the steps outside. He held the sword-nourishing gourd but no longer drank. His lips were tightly pursed. The male sword immortal was surnamed Ning. The female sword immortal was surnamed Yao. There was once a girl who introduced herself to Qin Pingan. Hello, my father's surname is Ning and my mother's surname is Yao, so I'm called Ning Yao. During the battle with the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain, the girl's words clearly meant that her parents were still alive. Moreover, from her performance in the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, she did not seem like someone who had lost her parents. Therefore, even when Wei Pai mentioned the death of the sword immortal couple at Luapa Mountain, Qin Pingan did not even think about that girl. But looking back, there were already clues. She did not like to mention the word fierce on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. She said that her future man must be the most powerful sword immortal in the world, the Great Sword Immortal. She had long traveled the vast world alone and asked someone to forge a good sword. Qin Pingan hugged his knees and sat on the steps. The sword case on his back contained the demon-slaying and demon-slaying swords that he named. The sword-nourishing gourd at his waist contained the 1st and 15th swords that he named. The straw sandals on his feet were also a pair. The young man's back was facing the Jingjian Pavilion. In the innermost room, Zhu Yu and Yu Huang still depended on each other. Qin Pingan sat on the steps in a daze for an unknown period of time. He only stared blankly ahead. Then, he suddenly came to his senses and saw a girl standing not far away. She frowned slightly and went straight to the point. Chin Pingan, why was the letter sent to my house not written by you but by Ruan Xiu? What's wrong with you? Chin Pingan seemed to have been struck by lightning. He did not answer the question. It's been a long time, Miss Ning. She looked at the silly look and sighed helplessly. She sat beside Chin Pingan and said unhappily, It's been a long time? How long has it been? Chin Pingan thought for a moment and then scratched his head. For some reason Chin Pingan felt like a long time had passed. He walked thousands of miles. He practiced millions of punches. She glanced at the guy sitting upright and still, then looked at the sword case on his back. She suddenly laughed and could not help but say, Chin Pingan, you're a... Ning Yao inexplicably discovered that this fearless fool did not wait for her to finish speaking. She was so scared that she started to sweat. 271. Chin Pingan didn't wait for Ning Yao to finish speaking. He hurriedly said, Miss Ning, please wait a moment. Then Chin Pingan turned his head, took off the blade-strengthening gourd, and secretly drank a mouthful of wine. Ning Yao was a little confused. Could it be that this guy had done something wrong to her? For example, he had rushed all the way from the Pearl Grotto heaven to the inverted hanging mountain and owed a huge debt to her? For example, he had thrown away the mountain-shaking fist manual long ago. After practicing a few thousand moves, he felt that it was useless. So now that he carried the sword case and started practicing the sword, he felt that it was useless to practice the fist and the sword? Or perhaps Chin Pingan had wandered the Jianghu and was surrounded by a large group of foolish confidants, who were now waiting for him at the inn. Ning Yao thought about all sorts of things. The only thing she didn't think about was whether Chin Pingan had lost the sword forged by Ruan Tong. How could this be possible? Through the endless mountains and rivers, spring, summer, autumn and winter he would definitely deliver the sword. After drinking, Chin Pingan suddenly stood up and walked to the bottom of the steps to face Ning Yao. Behind Ning Yao was the Jingjian Pavilion, as if it was the place where the spirit of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was located for 10,000 years. Chin Pingan had squatted at the foot of the wall and thought about many random things. For example, in the poems recorded in the book, there was one less person stuck in the woods, there was one sitting alone in the woods, there was alliance and the word Meng, and there were words carved in the thunder pool that had a longer history. Chin Pingan even imagined the scene of their first reunion. It definitely wouldn't be sitting foolishly on the steps of the inverted hanging mountain and then he saw her. Ning Yao sat on the steps calmly and leaned back. Languid elbows were pressed against the steps. She narrowed her eyes and her pair of narrow eyebrows looked even more slender and moving. After seeing this scene, Chin Pingan couldn't say a word. He turned his head and drank another mouthful of wine. Chin Pingan just opened his mouth to speak. Ning Yao suddenly raised an eyebrow and sat up straight, asking, Chin Pingan, when did you become an alcoholic? The words that they had mustered up their courage with great difficulty, as if they were climbing a mountain with great difficulty, were all scared back into their stomachs. It was as if they had fallen off a cliff to their deaths, each and every one of them smashed to pieces. Chin Pingan sighed and squatted on the ground, silently scratching his head with both hands. Ning Yao stood up and smiled. Chin Pingan, you seem to have grown taller. Chin Pingan abruptly stood up and gestured to Ning Yao not to walk down the stairs. Miss Ning, wait for me to finish my sentence. The young man raised his head high and puffed out his chest. He gripped the wine pot tightly and looked at the young lady in a dark green robe. Ning Yao blinked, seemingly unable to guess what Chin Pingan was up to. Chin Pingan said, Miss Ning? He quickly shook his head and changed the way he addressed her. Ning Yao, I like you. Ning Yao sat back down on the stairs. If you have the guts, say it louder. Chin Pingan then shouted at the top of his lungs, Ning Yao, I like you. Ning Yao asked, who are you? Chin Pingan smiled brightly, no longer reserved. He said heroically, Dali Longquan Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan knew that after giving the sword to Miss Ning, it would be best if he could spend some time with her. It would be best if he could see Miss Ning's hometown and her friends at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At that time he could decide whether or not to tell her. That would be the safest thing to do. In the worst-case scenario, Ning Yao wouldn't like him. However, they might still be friends. However, Chin Pingan didn't want that to happen. Ning Yao stood up again with a strange expression. She asked Chin Pingan, is it that great to like someone? Chin Pingan was confused and didn't know how to answer. After being confessed to, did all girls in the world ask such a question? Chin Pingan couldn't help but complain about the masters of Sword Sage Song and Osmanthus Island's old boat master. One was a jinx, while the other refused to impart his experience in the pugilistic world. Ning Yao stepped down the stairs and arrived in front of Qin Pingan. She stretched out her hand. "Give it to me." Qin Pingan grunted. He untied the knot and took off the wooden box on his back. He took out the sword forged by Saint Ruan Cheng and handed it to the girl in front of him. After Ning Yao received the sword, she didn't unsheath it to check its edge. She hung it on the right side of her waist and walked straight ahead, brushing past Qin Pingan. When Qin Pingan abruptly turned his head to look, he only saw her raising an arm and gently waving goodbye. Qin Pingan's lips moved, but he couldn't say anything. This was because all his strength and courage had been used to say those words. For a long time he didn't want to turn his head or look away. She walked further and further away, her figure gradually disappearing into the night. Qin Pingan turned his head and walked to his original seat on the stairs. He began to mumble the words that he didn't have time to say. "Miss Ning, how have you been recently?" "Miss Ning, I've seen a lot of interesting things on this trip. Can I tell you about them?" "Miss Ning, you must have never imagined that I promised you that I would practice 1,000,000 times. Now, I'm only 20,000 away. Miss Ning, do you know that when we were at the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, when you smiled, I felt that I was the richest person in the world?" "Ning Yao, I saw Alliance but Mr. Qi left." "Ning Yao, I've been to Huangting Country, Great Sui Kingdom, Sai Country, Combe Country, Old Dragon City and many other places. I've seen a lot of girls but they're not as beautiful as you. Miss Ning, you used to ask me if I liked you. I said no and you didn't seem unhappy. But now that I like you so much, you don't seem very happy. I'm sorry. Miss Ning, I'm very happy to have met you." On the white jade square at the foot of Lonely Peak, the little Taoist boy with a fishtail crown continued to sit on the futon and flip through his book. These few days were important fasting days in Qingming world. Inverted Hanging Mountain had never considered itself as the ruler of the world. Therefore the gate to the Great Wall of Sword Aura would only reopen after the Emperor. Otherwise this place would be one of the busiest areas in Inverted Hanging Mountain. This was because only people passed through here, not goods. The real transfer hub was in the belly of Inverted Hanging Mountain. There were 8 ferries in the vicinity, including the Upper Incense Pavilion. Each of them had an inclined road that led downwards to the belly of the mountain. In the early years they had a dispute over whether they should ask the master of Qingming world if they needed to dig through the mountain wall and build a new ferry in the belly of the mountain. The great lord of Inverted Hanging Mountain felt that it was inevitable. Why didn't Inverted Hanging Mountain earn the incense money? Other than being the gatekeeper, the little Taoist boy was also the second in command of Inverted Hanging Mountain. He felt that as long as the construction of Inverted Hanging Mountain involved the mountain seal, even a little bit, it would be a great disrespect to his master. At that time, the two of them could not come up with an answer and did not hesitate to fight. After that, they each lit 3 incense sticks in the Upper Incense Pavilion, which alarmed the master who stayed in the sky beyond heaven all year round. The master first returned to the Baek Okekyung building in Qingming world and personally issued a decree. Only then did the two brothers stop fighting. However, after that, the little Taoist boy who originally held great power and was not inferior to his senior brother no longer handled any affairs of Inverted Hanging Mountain in a fit of anger. He threw everything to the great Lord of Heaven and guarded this futon by himself. The man holding the sword who sat on the hitching post slept soundly the entire day. When night fell he was very awake. His eyes were as bright as the bright moon and his face was full of smiles. He looked around as if he was waiting for someone. After waiting for a long time he did not see the person he expected. He became impatient and jumped off the hitching post. He went around the mirror door and squatted beside the little Taoist boy. Only the sound of the little Taoist boy flipping the pages of a book could be heard. The little Taoist boy had been in a bad mood recently. Although he was a Taoist of the great Lord of Heaven's lineage, he was close to the third supreme leader Lu Chen. Whenever he saw that sissy with the surname Lu, he would feel annoyed. The little lady was very arrogant and was even more annoyed. His senior brother, the great Lord of Heaven, lost a fight with someone and was still annoyed. Why were there so many troublesome things in the world? Previously, when he was not tricked by the little supreme leader Lu Chen into coming to the Inverted Hanging Mountain and staying in the Baek Okekyung building, he did not have so many troublesome things. Every day he would accompany the supreme leader Lu for a stroll on the top floor and wait for his master to return to the Baek Okekyung building from the heavens beyond to recuperate. Occasionally, if he was lucky, he would even meet the Taoist master, who was a once-in-a-century occurrence. The Taoist master was a busy man and rarely appeared in the Baek Okekyung building. He would either wander in some unknown arcane realm to help stabilize fate and build a cave for cultivators to live in, or observe Tao in the Little Lotus Cave. Of course, the Taoist master did not need to comprehend Tao. The so-called observing Tao, according to his master, was just observing other people's Tao. The little Taoist boy could not stand the man holding the sword beside him. At the end of the day, you're just a little girl. What's there to see? The man holding the sword laughed. You don't understand. I'm a sinner and I'm being punished here. It's rare for me to be a little interested. The little Taoist boy closed the book and grinned. Oh, you're just a door away and you're in the vast world. You even have a great sword, immortal in the immortal realm. A little interest? How little interest? The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. There's no point in chatting with people like you. The man added, it's still the couple next door who get along better than us. They've already started gambling for fun. The little Taoist boy's interest was piqued. What are we gambling on? The man holding the sword asked tentatively, can you lend me half of the praying mat? The little Taoist boy did not move and sneered. What do you think? The man did not harp on this point and continued, Old Yao next door is betting with the saber-wielding Taoist nun on whether the little girl will return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone or with two people. The little Taoist boy asked, can't she not return at all? The man holding the sword shook his head and looked into the distance. She will definitely return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The little Taoist boy asked, because of the glory of the Ning and Yao surnames. The man sighed and had a complicated expression. The little Taoist boy's eyes lit up. He waved his sleeves and chanted the two names in the Eastern Aquarius continent's accent. Two green talismans were drawn and disappeared in a flash. The man holding the sword flicked his finger and the two talismans that were fainter than green smoke were shattered. He said angrily, see no evil, hear no evil. The two talismans, one was the Heaven and Earth Echo Talisman and the other was the Breeze Talisman. The former could travel quickly between the heaven and earth. As long as there was a conversation that involved the words chanted by the person who drew the talisman would begin to work and record the conversation. The latter was the Breeze Talisman, which allowed one to find the person drawn by the talisman and send back images. The two talismans were of high quality and were extremely difficult to draw. However, they were of little value to the Taoist talisman on the mountain. Be it the Echo Talisman or the Breeze Talisman, they would rapidly deplete the talisman's spiritual energy when used in places that were filled with restrictions and evil spirits. For example, the mansion of the crashing deity, the Wunwu Temple, the city god's pavilion, the mass grave, etc. Even if the talisman paper was of good quality, it would cause a huge backlash. If the commotion was too big, it would be noticed by the cultivators and they would naturally see it as a provocation. Following the clues, it would be easy to find the person who drew the talisman and eventually cause a dispute. Therefore, the two talismans were only suitable for roaming and scouting in lawless places. However, the little Taoist boy had no problem controlling the two talismans in his own territory on the inverted hanging mountain. It was a pity that the inverted hanging mountain sword deity broke it with a flick of his finger. The sword-hugging man asked, do you want to bet? The little Taoist boy was uninterested and shook his head. No. You're a gambling addict and your gambling habits are terrible. You can be ranked in the top 3 in the inverted hanging mountain. I'll bet with you. If I lose, I'll definitely give you something. If I win, I won't get anything. What's there to bet on? No way. The man's attitude was bleak. I don't have much to look forward to in this life. I can't even be ranked first as a gambling addict. The little Taoist boy thought of something interesting and laughed. You're considered good. Look at those two broken swords in the venerated sword pavilion and then look at yourself. All the people who pass by here, whether they're from the Great Wall of Sword Aura or the vast world, who doesn't respect you? In their eyes, even a fart from a living great sword immortal is fragrant. The sword-hugging man was not angry and said self-mockingly, if that's the case, I really shouldn't have any complaints about being a guard here. The little Taoist boy put down his book and held the back of his head with both hands, looking up at the sky. The man muttered, to the commoners, their hometown should be their hometown after leaving home for 100 years. To the Chi refinement warriors, 1,000 years counts. Then what about us, the convicts and refugees who have lived for 10,000 years? The little Taoist boy did not answer this question. He could not answer it. It was deep in the night on the inverted hanging mountain. On the other side of the gate, the scorching sun was hanging high. Similarly, there were two people guarding the gate, one from the Great Wall of Sword Aura and one from the inverted hanging mountain. An old sword cultivator in gray was refining his natal flying sword openly. Beside him stood a middle-aged Taoist nun with a Dharma saber. The nun frowned. Little Ning went to the inverted hanging mountain without permission. It's against the rules. If the great heavenly Lord questions me, I'll tell him the truth. The old sword cultivator nodded. Just tell him the truth. I'll take responsibility. A group of young boys and girls walked over from afar. They were all famous children of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Although almost all of them came from prestigious backgrounds and were favored by the heavens in the recent war, this group of children had gone to war 3 times in less than 3 years. They had also lost 2 friends. One of them, who was nicknamed Little Grasshopper, died on the battlefield in the south of the city wall. The other one had returned to the Confucian Academy after completing his training. The handsome young man had 2 long swords hanging from his waist. One of them had a scabbard, which was called sutra, and the other had no scabbard, which was called cloud pattern. A fat young man was born with a smiling face, but he was the most murderous. He had a sword at his waist. A one-armed girl was carrying an ill-fitting greatsword, mountain-suppressing sword. An ugly young man with a tanned face full of scars carried a sword with red makeup. The old sword cultivator looked at this group of brats with an unpleasant expression and continued refining his sword. On the other hand, Taoist Nun Sherdao, who was not related to the big families of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, greeted the children with a sincere smile. Although these fellows were called children, it was only because of their height and age. In fact, all of them had bright futures and high achievements in the future. Almost everyone in the Great Wall of Sword Aura could see it. This was especially so when they walked up and down the city wall to the battlefield in the south. They had personally experienced many battles and had won enough respect. In the Great Wall of Sword Aura, no matter what your surname was, you had to rush to the battlefield. Of course, there were some differences. It was in the cultivation realm of the sword masters that protected the formation. The sword cultivators from poor families could only obediently accept the arrangements of the sword masters from the Great Wall of Sword Aura. As for the disciples of the big families, when they went to war in the early days, there would definitely be people secretly following them. Most of them were powerful retainers who did not have any missions at the moment. However, unless they were in a life-or-death situation, these people would not easily lend a hand. In the north of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, every inch of the soil was soaked with sword aura that had been passed down from generation to generation. In the south, every inch of the soil was soaked with the blood of the ancestors. The fatty pestered Taoist Nun Sherdao and imitated a certain person's vulgar words. In the end, he was called a fool by the Taoist nun who was hanging upside down. The one-armed girl stared at the old sword cultivator's sword refining technique. The handsome young man had a displeased expression. The tanned young man stared blankly at the gate. It was said that another world was just a stone's throw away. Moreover, there was only one sun and moon over there. The scenery over there was beautiful, and the young man could not imagine what beautiful mountains and clear waters were. The handsome young man kept patting the sword hilt with his palms. He appeared to be a little impatient and complained, "If I see that fellow, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist slashing at him. When that happens, you guys must stop me." The fatty chuckled and said, "Stop what? Just kill him. When the time comes, you will be chopped into minced meat by Ning Yao. Wouldn't it be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Don't worry, I will keep the scripture and the cloud pattern sword for you." After joking, the fat young man was a little helpless. About that fellow, Ning Yao didn't want to say much. She only said a few words. "The fool of the Pearl Grotto Heaven, the good guy, the miser. Why do I feel that if I have to choose, the bookworm of the school is more likable? In any case, he has fought side by side with us many times. He even saved Dong Haiten once. He is barely worthy of Ning Yao." The ugly young man glared at the fat young man. How could the latter be afraid? He threw a flirtatious glance back. The handsome young man asked, "Could it be that we are thinking too much? With Ning Yao's personality, who can she like in this life?" The one-armed girl thought about it seriously. She was a woman of few words. She concluded, "It's difficult." In the middle of the night, a heroic girl in a dark green robe with 2 swords at her waist appeared near the foot of the lonely peak. She did not even look at the man holding the sword and the little Taoist nun. She walked straight into the mirror. In an instant she walked out of the mirror again. The scorching sun was in the sky. She raised her head and squinted her eyes subconsciously. Inside and outside the gate, the man holding the sword, the little Taoist nun with the swimming fish crown, the gray-robed old sword cultivator, and the Taoist Nun Sherdao looked at each other. As for the girl's peers, her friends who were full of admiration and respect for her, They were all relieved. They felt that the weather was really good today since Ning Yao was the only one returning to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As they walked, the charcoal-like young man with the surname Dong turned his head and said, "Sister Ning?" Ning Yao nodded and quickened her pace to catch up with them. She passed by them again. The four people who were laughing and chatting became silent. Outside the Jingjian Pavilion on the inverted mountain, Qin Pingan stood up and planned to return to the Stork Inn. Just as he stood up, he saw a middle-aged man and woman who looked like a couple coming from afar. They were dressed simply and elegantly. They looked ordinary and had a smile on their faces. They only glanced at him and then looked at the Jingjian Pavilion behind them. Qin Pingan lowered his head and put away the wine gourd that he had not drunk before. He was about to leave. The woman smiled softly and said, "This is our first time visiting the Jingjian Pavilion. I heard that it is very big. Is there anything special about it?" Qin Pingan stopped and thought for a while. He nodded and said, "Why don't I show you around?" The man and woman looked at each other and smiled. They nodded and said, "Okay." 272. Qin Pingan was actually a little surprised. It was rare to meet someone who could speak the language of the eastern bottle continent in the inverted hanging mountain. However, after walking for so long, he knew that monks did not talk about their names and Taoists did not talk about their lifespans. It did not seem appropriate to ask strangers about their origins. Qin Pingan then led the couple into Jingjian Pavilion and told them everything that Jin Su had told him. Moreover, Qin Pingan had a good memory since he was young. Among the immortal sword imitations and sword immortal paintings in the house, as long as he put his mind to it, Qin Pingan could immediately tell the couple the name of the immortal sword, the name of the sword, and the general background. As he led the couple on a tour, Qin Pingan had an idea. Since he had used a sword, he would stay in the inverted hanging mountain for a while and record the sword immortals and immortal swords in the Jingjian Pavilion. When he brought them back to the bamboo house in the Luopa mountain, he could take them out and flip through them when he was bored. Just like those little bamboo slips that were engraved with beautiful poems and principles of the world. When he looked at them under the sun, Qin Pingan would feel particularly comfortable and warm. It was as if the sun was not shining on the bamboo slips and words, but on his heart. When he was copying, he could practice calligraphy. He wondered if the ink and paper in the inverted hanging mountain would be expensive. The young woman smiled and said, "You have a good memory." Qin Pingan collected his thoughts and grinned. This little ability was nothing on the mountain. He thought that the lady must be just being polite. Qin Pingan really belittled himself this time, because the couple with good eyesight had already confirmed that every time Qin Pingan looked at an immortal sword imitation, he already had a card up his sleeve. This was called the idea that the eyes had not yet arrived, but the mind was already there. This was a famous bottleneck of sword cultivation. It determined the ultimate height of sword cultivation, whether it was a small sword cultivator whose heart was detained by the flying sword or a sword immortal of the great Tao who could control thousands of sword wills. After walking through more than half of the house, Qin Pingan was still patiently following the couple who looked carefully. In fact, he had already talked about the general history of the Jingjian Pavilion. What followed was nothing more than choosing the sword immortals or famous swords based on interest. However, the woman would occasionally chat with Qin Pingan, so Qin Pingan continued to follow them. From beginning to end, the man did not speak much. He just suddenly said, "I'll go ahead and wait for you." The woman nodded and did not think much of it. She continued to chat with Qin Pingan. Although Qin Pingan had been to the Jingjian Pavilion before, he knew almost nothing about the Great Wall of Sword Qi other than the famous sword immortals on the wall. Instead, it was the woman who came because of its reputation who told him many legends about sword immortals. For example, the reason why the ancestor surname Dong's sword was called Three Corpses was not because he believed in Taoism, but because he had once entered the hinterland of the demon world alone and killed 3 great demons of the 5 realms. The Dong clan rose from the Great Wall of Sword Qi because of this. Later on, almost all the heads of the Dong clan had personally killed great demons of the Jade realm or even the Immortal realm. Since they were talking about the Dong clan, the woman would then excitedly bring Qin Pingan to look for the imitation immortal sword called Bamboo Box. The owner of the sword was one of the ancestors of the Dong clan. At that time, the Dong clan was already on the wane. The head of the family was severely injured by a great demon and there was a shortage of sword qi in the clan. Then a young sword cultivator of the golden core stage of the Dong clan resolutely took the ancestral sword, 10 feet tall, and embarked on the path of slaying demons that the ancestor had walked. Under the circumstances that no one thought highly of this person 200 years later, this sword cultivator returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone with his sword. He even carried a bamboo box with him which contained the head of a great demon of the 13 realms. Before he ascended to the top of the wall, he carved the character Dong on the Great Wall of Sword Chi with his sword that was almost shattered. From then on, this person forged a new sword and named it Bamboo Box. Since then, the Dong clan had always been one of the most influential surnames on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. After chatting, the woman learned that the young man's surname was Qin. She smiled and asked Qin Pingan if he had noticed the flying mountain. Qin Pingan smiled shyly and was a little embarrassed. This was because the owner of this strange immortal sword was surnamed Qin. Therefore, Qin Pingan paid special attention and remembered it clearly. In fact, as long as it was a sword immortal with the surname Qin, Qin Pingan would even remember the sword that the immortal carried. If not for the fact that he had never learned painting and did not have a skilled painter like Osmanthus Island to consult, Qin Pingan would have hoped that he could bring the appearance of these sword immortals back to Luapa Mountain in the following period of time. After that, the woman smiled and selected a few old friends of the Qin family's sword immortals for Qin Pingan and told him those heart-stirring stories. When someone spoke with words instead of cold words and a few concise and comprehensive records, the story would often be very exciting. It was like the monuments on the banks of the long river of time, the willow trees. People of the future could feel their shade when they stood under the trees. Outside the shade of the trees, there was a violent storm. That river of time was turbulent and unrestrained. Qin Pingan, who had originally planned not to drink anymore, could not help but drink again. It was a very sad thing to not be liked by a girl he liked, but the sky did not fall. He still had to live how he should live. This was something that Qin Pingan suddenly understood when he returned to Jingjian Pavilion. However, Qin Pingan would not feel that his sad matter was insignificant after understanding the elegance of so many sword immortals. This made him feel even worse than Qin Pingan being beaten to a state worse than death at Luapa Mountain's bamboo house. The two kinds of discomfort were different. If the former was endured, then so be it. But the latter's discomfort was like a day, a month, a year, 10 years, 100 years, or even a lifetime might not be able to endure it. The strangest thing was that Qin Pingan would feel even worse when he thought that one day he would fall in love with another girl. The book said that drinking to drown one's sorrows would only make one more sorrowful. That was why he was so scared that he did not dare to drink. Unknowingly, from Qin Pingan's lead at the beginning to the woman's lengthy description and explanation, the two naturally did not feel that there was anything wrong. Then Qin Pingan saw that man. He stood at the door of the last room and smiled at him and the woman. The man did not like to talk. When they were walking together, he would occasionally look at Qin Pingan. After entering the last room and walking to the sword rack next to the dogwood and Yu Huang, the woman exclaimed in surprise, "Why are there no portraits of these two? I heard that the owner of the dogwood sword is a very handsome man from the Great Wall of Sword Chi." Qin Pingan was a little embarrassed. He carefully glanced at the man beside him. "Don't knock over the vinegar jar." He did not expect the man to immediately return the look. The mistress of Yu Huang is also a rare beauty. Qin Pingan immediately felt injustice for the woman. So what if the woman was joking? As a man you should be more magnanimous. How can you be so tit for tat? The woman rolled her eyes at her man and smiled at Qin Pingan. "Thank you for leading me to Jingjian Pavilion this time." Qin Pingan waved his hand. "It's okay. I like to walk around here myself. I will come again in the next few days." The man narrowed his eyes. "I heard that there is a little fool in Jingjian Pavilion who likes to wipe the saliva on these two swords in the sword rack. Could it be you?" Qin Pingan did not want to complicate matters. He pretended to be at a loss and waved his hand. "No, no. How can I be so stupid?" The woman secretly stepped on the man's foot and then said to Qin Pingan, "We are leaving. Do you want to leave with us?" The man suddenly asked, "I see that you also like to drink. Do you want a drink? I know a good place to drink. It's cheap and good. I won't call anyone I don't know." Qin Pingan shook his head. The man said in annoyance, "If I invite you to drink, then drink. Why are you afraid of bad people in inverted hanging mountain? Besides, look at us husband and wife. Do we look like people who would covet your broken sword and broken blade strengthening gourd?" Qin Pingan was a little embarrassed. This man was a little too straightforward. The man was kicked by the woman again. The latter complained, "Who said that he hates people who urge him to drink the most?" The man did not dare to argue with his wife. He glared at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan then smiled at the woman. The man became more and more annoyed, but he was already dragged to the door by the woman. The three of them walked out of Jingjian Pavilion and down the steps. The man held back for a long time and asked, "You really don't want to drink?" All the drunkards and wine immortals in vast heaven want to drink the carefree wine of inverted hanging mountain. It is said that it is a unique wine brewing method left behind by the Confucian sage of rites. There is no such shop after this village. Kit, think carefully before you answer me. Chen Pingan looked down at the blade-strengthening gourd. There was not much osmanthus wine left in it. The man clicked his tongue and said, "Kid, with your wishy-washy temper, it will be difficult for you to find a wife." This knife stabbed Chen Pingan's heart. He thought to himself, I'm just too wishy-washy. Now, I'm like a lonely ghost, wandering around inverted hanging mountain in the middle of the night. Otherwise, I might be taking a stroll with Lady Ning to enjoy the scenery. Chen Pingan snorted coldly, I don't want to drink. If I don't have a wife, then I don't have a wife. This was rare for Chen Pingan to lose his temper. Chen Pingan shifted his line of sight to the woman. His expression was much better. He cupped his fists and said, Madam, we will meet again someday. The young woman smiled and said, You should try the carefree wine of inverted hanging mountain. Even ordinary chi refinement warriors of pure jade state can't get a cup of it. We have some relationship with the shopkeeper over there. That is why we can enter the wine shop. If you really like to drink, don't miss it. Yes, even if you don't like to drink, it is best not to miss it. Chen Pingan was a little hesitant. The man began to complain. Look, you are so wishy-washy. Can you like it? Anyway, I don't really like it. Chen Pingan's face darkened. He thought to himself, what do I want you to like it for? In fact, Chen Pingan was like a drunkard tonight. His temper was really not good. After all, even a clay bodhisattva had a temper. The woman ignored the petty man. She patted the young man's shoulder and joked, Come, let's drink together. I can tell that you have something on your mind. When we drink, don't care about what this guy is nagging about. Just drink your own wine. The world is big, but the wine cup is the biggest. The mountain is high and the water is far, but the wine is the deepest. Chen Pingan scratched his head and followed the woman. The man followed behind the two. He looked back at Jingjian Court and the corner of his mouth twitched. A Taoist nun from inverted hanging mountain who was in charge of guarding Jingjian Court was thrown out of Jingjian Court. She came to the square at the foot of Lonely Peak and wept in front of the little Taoist child who was flipping through books. She complained about the man's crimes to her master. The little Taoist child listened to the angry words of the Taoist nun absent-mindedly and asked, You still don't know who he is, right? The Taoist nun of Golden Core Realm shook her head blankly. The little Taoist child nodded. Then the ignorant are innocent. You can go. The Taoist nun became more and more confused. The man holding a sword on the hitching post behind her gloated, It's the teacher's fault for not teaching strictly. The little Taoist child said angrily, Bullshit, this is what the Confucian school says. My school has never advocated this. Since when is being a human and cultivating Tao not a matter of one's own? The Taoist nun was so scared that she trembled. She stayed where she was and lowered her eyes, not daring to move at all. The man holding the sword did not stop while he was ahead. Instead, he added fuel to the fire. He laughed and said, No wonder the portrait of your Taoist ancestor is hung so high in the fragrant brothel. It's thousands of miles away from your three masters. The little Taoist child jumped up. Are you looking for a beating? The man holding the sword laughed. Fortunately, you didn't say you're looking for a beating. Otherwise, I would have criticized you for talking nonsense. I don't have any other good points. Just like Alliance said, I'm a straightforward person. So, when it comes to flattering and exposing people's shortcomings, Alliance said that I'm one of the best at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The little Taoist child was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She put her hands behind her back and spun around on the large praying mat. She muttered to herself, Do you think you're the Alliance here? You're just a refugee born and raised there. If it wasn't for my master's warning to be kind to others, I would have beaten you until you're unrecognizable today. I don't care if you're suppressed by the heavens and earth here and dropped half a realm. So what if I won with an unfair advantage? I'll beat you until you don't dare to show your face for a year. That'll be satisfying. I'll beat you until you're like that senior brother on the Lonely Peak. I've disliked you for many years now. The Taoist nun who wanted her master to back her up was filled with regret when she saw her master who was angry for the first time. She should not have made this trip. Especially after her master accidentally revealed some heavenly secrets, the Taoist nun felt that her days in the inverted hanging mountain would be very difficult. That martial uncle of hers, the heavenly monarch who oversaw the central peak, might not be bothered with her. However, his eldest disciple, that true monarch Flood Dragon who held a horsetail whisk in his hand and was now the third in command of the inverted hanging mountain, was famous for being respectful to his master. He would definitely make her life difficult for him until the end of time. He definitely would. The Taoist nun wanted to cry but had no tears. Why did he end up with such a Shirzuan who never protected his children? On the street outside the Jingjian pavilion, Qin Pingan was baffled. After walking around the Jingjian pavilion with the woman, he was baffled as to why he followed the two of them to a wine shop to drink some worry-free wine. Occasionally he would be absent-minded or asked a question by the woman. After what seemed like a long time but also like less than half an hour, the three of them arrived at a wine shop that was not closed yet. However, the business was very quiet and there was not a single customer in the shop. There was only a young waiter who was napping on the wine table and an old man who was playing with a caged bird behind the counter. The old shopkeeper glanced at the couple. Rare guests, rare guests. This wine must be taken out. Then, he glanced at the young swordsman behind the two of them and frowned. However, he sighed and did not say anything. It was as if he was turning a blind eye because of their relationship. Then the old man shouted at the lazy waiter, Su Jia. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Why don't you just sleep to death? There are guests. Go get a jar of wine. The young man named Su Jia suddenly woke up. He wiped his saliva and stood up weakly. He bent over to get a jar of wine and placed it on the table of the three of them. He yawned and said, Guests, drink slowly. As usual, there is no food in this shop. The woman nodded her head in greeting. Then she smiled at Qin Pingan who was sitting opposite her and said, There was a very powerful monk who once wandered here and drank the worry-free wine. He praised it endlessly and said, Only this wine can break the Buddha in my heart. The old shopkeeper smiled and said, That's right. The old monk is really powerful. I'm afraid that even if Alliance slashed a few times, he would not be able to break that monk's abbot world. In the end, he still wanted to say that his wine was the best in the world. However, when Qin Pingan heard others mention Alliance in the inverted mountain, he was still very happy. Therefore this time he really wanted to drink some wine. In the end, the old man slammed the counter and said angrily, Damn it. Whenever Alliance is mentioned, I get angry. He owes me more than 20 jars of wine. He is the only one in the world who owes me money. Back then, Qin Shunan from the Hassa continent, the female martial god not long ago, and those old things from the 100 schools of thought even earlier, who dares to owe me money for wine? Let's talk about that scholar from the Central Plains. When he was at his lowest, he had not yet made a name for himself. He was just a small chi refinement warrior of the sea-viewing realm. He had hundreds of poems about wine. What wine competition? My wine competition is my wine competition. However, he came and went 3 times and only owed me a total of 4 to 5 jars of wine. Alliance has sinned and I have suffered. The woman winked at Qin Pingan as if to say that the old man had such a temper. Let him say whatever he wants and ignore him. The young man said unhappily, Old man, can you not mention Alliance anymore? Miss has not returned to the inverted mountain because of him. I miss her so much. The old man's voice suddenly became much softer. He muttered, That kind of heartless girl, it's better to leave her outside to harm others. He opened the wine jar and poured a bowl of wine into 3 big white bowls. Just like what his wife said, he hated people who urged him to drink the most. He said bluntly, After this, if you want to drink, then drink. If you don't want to drink, then forget it. Qin Pingan carefully took a small sip. It did not have much taste. It was slightly stronger than the osmanthus wine, but it was not to the extent of burning a knife and breaking the intestines. Qin Pingan took 2 more small sips. There was still no reaction from his throat and stomach. He was completely relieved. He reckoned that there was something special about this forget wine and not in the taste. After 2 big bowls of wine for each person, the jar of wine was empty. The woman turned to the old shopkeeper with a smile and asked for an extra jug. The old shopkeeper looked at the smiling woman and sighed. He personally went to get an extra jug and gently placed the 2 jugs of wine on the table. These 3 jugs of wine are all on me. It's not on the bill. Qin Pingan drank until his face was flushed red. However, his mind was clear and he did not seem to be drunk or drunk. However, he could clearly feel that kind of tipsy state he was in. After drinking the wine, he wanted to say more. Just like those drunken burps, it was nothing to hold it in. However, it was better to spit it out. At first, it was the man who buried his head in the wine. Otherwise, he would look out of the shop and wander thousands of miles. The woman seemed to like chatting with Qin Pingan. She talked about Qin Pingan's hometown and the 2 trips they took. Since Chin Pingan was not drunk, he only picked those people and things that he could talk about. Later on, they somehow talked about that lady. Chin Pingan, who had made up his mind to stop drinking after 4 big bowls of wine, silently poured himself a bowl of wine. He still did not talk about the sword. He just said that he had something to do and had to leave his hometown. He came to the inverted hanging mountain and happened to know a lady. Her home was on the other side of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Then the two of them met. It was that simple. The woman smiled and said, "Then you walked a long way?" Chin Pingan held the bowl and thought for a while. He shook his head and said, "Not far. I thought that with every step I took I would be closer." The man sneered, "How long have you known that lady? How long have you been together? You keep saying that you like her? Isn't that a little too frivolous?" Chin Pingan did not know how to refute. He only said unhappily, "I can't control who I like. If you think it's frivolous, then go ahead. I don't care." The man snorted. He was probably hurt by Chin Pingan's words. Most importantly, the young man said it very sincerely. No one knew if the rumors on the mountain were true or not. After drinking the Forget Worries wine, one would be a true person. The woman comforted, "Then you were rejected by the lady? Don't be discouraged. Have you ever heard that some people are destined to meet each other and it's right? If you can still meet each other again, that would be the best." Chin Pingan drank a big mouthful of wine. His eyes were hazy from the alcohol, but his eyes were clear like a stream. Happiness, sadness, regret, joy, they were all flowing cleanly. The young man shook his head and laughed. "If you like someone, you have to make her happy. If you feel that the person you like must be with you, is that still liking her?" At this point, the young man's tears flowed down. "But that's just what I say. Actually, I'm about to die from sadness. I actually want the entire inverted hanging mountain, the entire world, to know that I like that lady. Then I only hope that there's only one lady in the world who likes me." At the end, Chin Pingan was really drunk. He even forgot to drink a few big bowls of wine. His head was on the table as he muttered. He even forgot how he quarreled with the man and even fought with him. It was like a dream but not a dream. While he was awake but not asleep, he seemed to have risen from the 4th realm to the 7th realm in a fit of anger. From then on, he had no fate with the strongest 4th realm of martial arts. The woman seemed to have asked him if it was worth it to give up his martial arts future just to stand up for a lady's parents. "How are you going to become the most powerful sword immortal in the world, the great sword immortal?" Chin Pingan's answer at the time was, "Liking a lady is not just a matter of words. If I didn't do what I did today, if you were Ning Yao's parents, do you think that I, Chin Pingan, would give up something important for your daughter when I'm really rich, have a high cultivation level, and really become a great sword immortal? No. That kind of liking is actually not that much. It must have been a lie from the start." Chin Pingan could no longer remember all of this. The old shopkeeper's expression was calm. He was used to seeing all kinds of people in the world for thousands of years. The young man's shop assistant watched with great interest. In the end, Chin Pingan was completely drunk. The man looked at the young man and drank a mouthful of wine. "I still don't like this kid. He's a blockhead, stupid, boring, not romantic enough, not magnanimous enough. His aptitude is passable, but his temperament is sloppy. One look and you can tell that he's stubborn. If he quarrels with our daughter in the future and neither of us is willing to take a step back, what should we do? With our daughter's temperament, will she admit her mistake?" The woman smiled and said, "Admit her mistake? You also know that it's most likely our daughter's fault first? You know that the young man will always give in to her?" The man felt a little guilty and resentfully stopped talking. The woman suddenly smiled and said, "I remember. Previously you said that the child wasn't romantic enough. Is it the romantic of a scholar or the romantic of galloping through a field of flowers?" Hidden murderous intent. The man had a flash of inspiration and greatly admired himself. He picked up the wine bowl and said boldly, "It's the romantic of carving words on the Great Wall of Sword Chi." The woman smiled. The man laughed dryly and found a way out for himself. "Actually, this silly boy is quite good. Our daughter really needs to find someone like him." The woman smiled warmly and looked out of the shop. She muttered to herself for no reason, "I'm sorry." The man beside her, her daughter Ning Yao, the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the vast world. She was sorry for the woman. After Chin Pingan got drunk and passed out, the camouflage that the man and the woman had used had all disappeared. The girl that Chin Pingan liked was like him and also like her. The man sitting beside her gently held the woman's hand. "We only let our daughter down. We don't let anyone else down." The man suddenly smiled brightly and looked at Chin Pingan. "Our daughter's taste is very impressive. The woman smiled and nodded. Follow me. The man suddenly said helplessly, this silly girl. Is it that difficult to say that sentence? The woman nodded and said, of course it's very difficult. Which man who likes another girl hopes that the young man who likes him will fall in love with a girl who will die on the battlefield? The man touched his forehead. It's over. I'm going to die. The great wall of sword Chi on the stone cliff of the dragon beheading platform. She lay there and said softly, Qin Pingan, listen to me. It's not that I don't like you. First set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House Mobile Version Reading Website. $2.73. The early morning sunlight spilled into the wine shop. The old shopkeeper was currently whistling to tease the caged sparrow. The little sparrow was as cold and aloof as a fairy from the mountains. The old man, on the other hand, was full of fighting spirit. He did his best to show off his skills and whistled smoothly. The young man's shop assistant was diligently cleaning the room, making the originally spotless tables and stools even cleaner. From time to time, he would exhale and carefully wipe it with his sleeve. His whole person was brimming with a satisfied expression. It seemed that for the young man who sold wine on the upside-down mountain, cleaning up a room was the greatest happiness in the world. Qin Pingan, who was lying on the wine table, slowly woke up. He didn't have the splitting headache of being dead drunk, but his entire body was in a trance. He sat there blankly, trying to remember what happened last night, but he couldn't remember anything at all. He only remembered that he promised that couple to drink the Forget Sorrow wine that even cultivators at the unpolished jade stage could rarely drink. Who the couple were, what he talked to them about, when they left, he forgot everything. He clearly said that it was the Forget Sorrow wine, but what did he forget? On the contrary, Qin Pingan felt even more worried. He always felt that there was a faint sadness lingering in his heart, which could not be removed. It was like a yellow sparrow stopped at the yellow window of the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley at dawn, chirping, somewhat disturbing one's sleep, but unwilling to chase it away. Qin Pingan looked around and saw the young man who was working hard in the shop, and the leisurely old shopkeeper. Qin Pingan asked tentatively, pay the bill? The young man who was squatting on the ground and wiping a table leg grinned, not saying anything. The old man smiled and said, you drank a total of 4 jars of wine, 3 of which were given by me. Kid, you really have to pay the bill for the remaining jar. Qin Pingan asked, how much? The old man laughed. Money? If you really have to spend money to buy a jar of yellow millet wine, then it's a bit too much. The young man who was called Su Jia by the shopkeeper laughed. Last night, there was a rich young master from the Snow Mountain continent who came to buy a jar of Forget Sorrow wine. The shopkeeper was not willing to sell, saying that it was not a matter of money. The young man pestered and insisted on asking for the price. In the end, when he asked for the price, he was scared silly and sat outside the door in a daze for the whole night. He probably still hasn't given up. Qin Pingan asked, Lu Yuzhou? The old man nodded. It's this young man, the future head of the Snow Mountain continent's Lu clan. He is known as the child of many treasures. He has an abbot's item that contains many magic treasures. Because of the Yuan Ruan residence, the entire Hanging Mountain knows of this rich young master's name. There was once when he was training with someone in the Central Divine Continent. There were 7 people in the group. When they encountered a strong enemy, the young man took out 7 high-grade magic treasures in one go and made himself look like a tortoise shell. Not to mention the saint's name rune, he wore 2 of the deity armor. The other 7 relied on this to kill an earth immortaline item that was 2 realms higher than them. Obviously, in the eyes of the old shopkeeper, this young man was worth a few more words. He laughed and said, such an interesting young man. Even I almost could not resist giving him a bowl of yellow millet wine to drink. Qin Pingan was a bit embarrassed. Lu Yuzhou was so afraid of death. Qin Pingan was a bit nervous. Old mister, how do I pay the bill? The old man thought for a while. I haven't thought of how to pay the bill yet. I'll look for you when I remember. Qin Pingan's heart was in a mess. The old man laughed. It's also possible that I won't remember even after you've lived through this lifetime. So don't be afraid. Qin Pingan heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Pingan stood up and was about to leave the wine shop when the old man asked, young man, there's still half a jar of yellow millet wine left. Aren't you going to drink it before you leave? Qin Pingan reached out and shook the wine jar. There was indeed half a jar left. He asked doubtfully, can't I take it away? The old man shook his head. If you take it away, you won't be able to forget your worries. It's worse than ordinary wine. It's a waste of natural resources. I advise you not to do such a stupid thing. This wine has some tricks. Actually, it's a big waste for the couple to treat you to it now. The later you drink it, the better. However, it's hard to find the best in this world. Just muddle through. It's fine as long as it's good. Chin Pingan sat down again and asked curiously, isn't it called Forget Worries wine? Why does the shopkeeper always call it yellow millet wine? The young man named Su Jia widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. You don't know where this is? Chin Pingan was even more puzzled. Isn't this an inverted mountain? Su Jia grinned. Then you should have heard of yellow millet blessed land, right? Chin Pingan still shook his head. The old man helped Chin Pingan out of his predicament. It's normal that you don't know. This blessed land is in the same situation as your hometown's Pearl Grotto heaven. It's destroyed. Su Jia hurriedly threw away the rag and said anxiously, shopkeeper, let me continue. Miss said that I was especially handsome when I was telling this part. The old man chuckled, either my daughter is blind or she's drunk and talking nonsense. Which do you think is more likely? Miss is doing well. Su Jia coughed to moisten his throat and said seriously, now there are only a few ruins left in Yellow Millet Blessed Land. In the early years, when Yellow Millet Blessed Land was at its peak, all the frustrated people in the world would go there. It was very lively, beautiful women, good wine, and good dreams were all available in this blessed land. Moreover, it was guaranteed to suit one's desires. This was the rarest place as it could reflect one's Tao heart. Many cultivators in the unpolished jade stage who barely made it to the upper 5 realms were lucky enough to break through to the upper 5 realms. In fact, they used many secret methods and unorthodox methods, so they would specially make a trip to this shop on inverted hanging mountain. First, they would peel off one's soul and one's spirit to stay awake. Then they would drink a jar of Forget Worries wine and reveal their true feelings. Su Jia was speaking with a cadence when the old man impatiently said, Stop. Flipping through an old history book again and again, aren't you afraid of ruining it? In short, now Yellow Millet Blessed Land is only as big as our shop. Chin Pingan poured a bowl of wine and looked left and right. He was unable to link a blessed land to a shop. There was actually a blessed land in Aquarius continent, Clear Pool Blessed Land, which was controlled by a continent's orthodoxy, Xinyao sect. It was said that Tongyi continent's Jade Gui sect's Jiang clan also controlled a Cloud Cave Blessed Land. Chin Pingan drank a mouthful of wine and asked, Old mister, I didn't act crazy when I was drunk yesterday, right? And what about that couple? The old man asked back, You don't remember? Chin Pingan shook his head. The old man laughed, You don't even remember, why should an outsider like me remember? Chin Pingan could not refute and drank silently. He still could not tell the difference between good and bad. He just felt that it was easy to drink. The old man thought of something and pointed to a wall and said to Chin Pingan, Do you see that wall? Anyone who can sit down and drink can go over there and write a poem or write a few sentences. Su Jia spoke in an old and experienced tone. After drinking, one is to die drunk and spend the rest of their lives in the wine jar, and until they die they will not be able to sober up. The other is to be completely sober and see through life. Even before one's life is over, they will have tasted the taste of a few lives. I feel that the things written by these two types of people will be extremely interesting. Customer, do you want to try? The old man laughed angrily. Forget it, my teeth are about to fall out because of you. You are just a big fart, and all you think about is imitating Alliance. Aren't you ashamed? Su Jia spoke confidently. Young miss likes Alliance so much, if I don't learn from him, who will I learn from? The old man sighed. Those who learn from me will live, those who imitate me will die. You have seen so many drunkards and heard so many drunken words, and you still can't understand this logic? Su Jia chuckled. I learned from Alliance but not from you. The old man threw a wine cup over. You only know how to talk nonsense with me all day long. Su Jia gently caught the wine cup and after throwing it back to the old man, he quickly jogged over to Chin Pingan to get a pen. Leave some mementos on it. Chin Pingan put down the wine bowl and said helplessly, My handwriting is really bad. Su Jia rolled his eyes. Can it be worse than Alliance's earthworm crawl? Besides, aren't those famous calligraphers also criticized by their peers as toads crushed by rocks, dead snakes hanging on branches, generals embroidering flowers and old women wearing armor? The youth whispered, I'll tell you the truth, no matter how bad anyone's handwriting is, in front of Alliance's handwriting, they are all as beautiful as fairies. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look yourself. Chin Pingan did not take the brush for the time being, but he got up and walked towards the wall. From afar it was just a white wall without any calligraphy. But when he got closer he found that it was full of poems, sentences and warnings. It was a dazzling sight. Some people's calligraphy stood out. It was a poem written in cursive that took up a lot of space. It was like a cluster of flowers, competing for beauty, and only one peerless beauty took the limelight. There were also some handwriting that was out of place. The most striking one was a line of large, crooked words. Even Chin Pingan felt that it was unsightly. The content was even more speechless. When I think of so many girls waiting for me with infatuation, my conscience hurts a little. The key point was that at the end of the words, there was a smiley face and a thumbs up. There was no doubt that it was Alliance's handwriting. Ordinary people would not have the face to write these words. Chin Pingan held back his laughter and turned to ask, "Old mister, you kept this too?" The youth who was helping to pick up the brush said sickly, "Firstly, Alliance was shameless. He said that if he erased a word, he would treat it as if he had paid off a jar of wine. Secondly, my family's young mistress especially liked this paragraph. She felt that Alliance was praising her. My family's young mistress even specially used a jar of yellow millet wine to exchange with a novelist's ancestor for a rouge novel. It was written specifically about her and Alliance. Shopkeeper, what's his name again?" The old man sneered, lingering sentiments. Su Jia nodded. "Yes, actually my young mistress also hinted to the novelist's ancestor that the more straightforward and explicit it was, the better. Later that person probably couldn't bring himself to write, so he wrote more subtly. My young mistress was very unhappy. This time she ran away from home. She said that she eloped. One of the things she wanted to do was to find trouble with this ancestor. She thought that his writing was bad and that he was a liar fishing for fame. She wanted to spit on his face." Chin Pingan's gaze scanned the high wall. Finally, he lowered his head and saw a small row of words in a small corner. The words were still written by Alliance, but they were not eye-catching. "Small, there's nothing good in the pugilistic world. Only wine is okay." Finally, Alliance smeared the word after little into an ink block. Chin Pingan asked, "Can I write anything?" Su Jia handed over the brush and nodded, "Anything is fine. As long as it's written in the blank space, anything is fine." The young waiter didn't forget to remind him, "Sir, don't write something like, so-and-so was here. That's too tacky. Even if it's something as shameless as Alliance, it's better than here." Chin Pingan took the brush and suddenly turned around and ran to the table. He drank a big mouthful of wine before returning to the wall. Half squatting, he picked up the brush and wrote a small, chi character on the ink block after the small character. "Little chi, there's nothing good in the pugilistic world. Only wine is okay." The old man joked, "Words actually don't have much spiritual energy. They're just rules. But when it's beside Alliance's character, it's better." "You're cheating." "No, you can write something else." Chin Pingan nodded and began to choose a blank space. But the middle of the wall had a tight structure. If he really wanted to find a gap, it was fine. But he always felt that it would be disrespectful to the predecessors. And those who dared to write in the middle of the wall mostly wrote very well and had a lot of charm. Chin Pingan really didn't dare to write here. He tried to look to the sides, high or low. Su Jia reminded him and pointed to two places. There was still a lot of space. One was on the right side of the highest point, and the other was on the left side of the lowest point. Chin Pingan moved and squatted on the far left. He took a deep breath and wrote 3 words. Before writing, he thought of the many-sword immortals and immortal swords in Jingjian Pavilion. So the 3 words he wrote were, Sword Chi Chang. Su Jia looked at the 3 words. It was really boring. The young man shook his head gently and disagreed. He couldn't help but mutter, "One look and I can tell that he didn't read much." It was rare for the old man to agree with the shop assistant. He nodded and smiled. Also, he didn't drink enough wine. "Hey Dolly, young man, don't be anxious. Drink a big bowl of wine first. Drink to your heart's content. Write something from the bottom of your heart. It's not as difficult as you think. The 3 jars of wine that I treated you to can write 3 sentences. There's still one last chance." Chin Pingan had already handed the brush back to Su Jia. He smiled at the old man. "I'm not writing anymore." The old man didn't care. Immortals leaving behind calligraphy after getting drunk was just a small matter. It was just icing on the cake. Since the young man couldn't write well and wasn't a sword immortal, the old shopkeeper naturally wouldn't force him. Chin Pingan hesitated and asked, "Sir, can I leave this half jar of wine first? I want to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I'll drink it when I come back. Is that okay?" Su Jia shook his head vigorously. "Our wine shop doesn't have such a rule. Once a jar of golden millet wine is opened, You have to drink it in one go. There's no reason to drink it after you leave the shop. The old man thought for a moment and nodded. It's okay this time. Sujia asked anxiously, why? The old man put the birdcage beside him and leaned on the counter. He smiled and said, I like the saying leave it. It's auspicious and festive. After Chin Pingan stepped out of the wine shop, he staggered. When he stood still and looked back, the wine shop was gone. It was empty. In the wine shop that had disappeared, the old man opened the birdcage and a little yellow sparrow with a golden beak flew out. However, before it could get close to the words on the wall and check the martial arts fate of a person, it quickly hid in the birdcage. Sujia was stunned. The old man thought for a moment and sighed, forget it. He's just a young man from a small continent. Even if he has signs of marriage, it doesn't matter. It's only 100 years. It doesn't matter if I check it or not. Sujia glared at the words written on the top of the wall. Most people wrote from top to bottom. In the past 100 years after Alliance, there was a female customer not long ago. She was the second person to write horizontally. After that, the little yellow sparrow was so scared that it fluttered around. In the end, it didn't recover for a long time, as if it was seriously ill. Sujia couldn't help but complain, it's all because of that female martial god. Her martial arts fate was too strong. Her momentum was too scary. The old man looked at the poor little yellow sparrow lovingly and murmured, it's been hard on you. There was a pair of strange sparrows in the world that could peck at literary and martial arts fate. It was said that the male sparrow was caught by Lu Qin, the leader of the Taoist branch, and the female sparrow was raised by the ancestor of the miscellaneous school. Chin Pingan walked in a secluded alley. Although he was drunk, Chin Pingan suddenly understood one thing after he walked out of the shop. Chin Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank the little osmanthus wine left. He murmured while drinking, Miss Ning probably doesn't like you anymore. Otherwise, how could she pretend to forget that she promised to give you the scabbard in the Pearl Cave? Chin Pingan, you're really unlucky. Miss Ning doesn't like you or not. It's a matter of whether she hates you or not. Thinking of this, the young man found joy in his misery. He was a little relieved that he didn't waste his time in the Jianghu. However, he still decided to go to the Great Wall of Sorqi in person. He kept telling himself that he just wanted to take a look at the words engraved on the wall of the Great Wall of Sorqi. In the worst-case scenario, he would accidentally bump into a certain girl at a certain place in time and greet her with a smile. However, Chin Pingan wasn't sure which was more appropriate between the opening remarks of, "What a coincidence," and "You're here too." Chin Pingan thought carefully. He didn't even notice that there was a girl who was about to die of anger behind him. She was wearing a dark green robe. 274. When she couldn't help but kick Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan disappeared into thin air. It was as if someone had pulled her into another world. She felt empty all of a sudden. Her vision and heart were both empty. Then she was filled with anger. Just as she was about to slash out with her sword in an attempt to follow Chin Pingan's footsteps, she suddenly blushed. It was as if she had heard someone speak. "Oh," she said, then gave a cold harumph in the direction where Chin Pingan had disappeared. Then she flew all the way to the square at the foot of Lonely Peak. Seeing this unruly fellow again, the little Taoist boy was about to explode in anger. He slammed the book in his hand and jumped up from the futon, scolding, "Little girl, do you really think the inverted hanging mountain is your house?" He had come and gone as he pleased. This was the third time. Even the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sorqi may not be able to come once in their lifetime. But you, twice in one day. The man holding the sword yawned. "Hit her if you have the ability." The little Taoist boy said angrily, "Do you really think I don't dare? If I didn't pity her background, I would have punched her." The heroic girl walked through the mirror door expressionlessly. She leaned back slightly and turned her head. "Why do you pity me? I don't know you well." The little Taoist boy always felt that the girl's words were unreasonable, but also seemed to be reasonable. The man holding the sword laughed at the hitching post. At the same door of the inverted hanging mountain wine shop, Chin Pingan left the shop and came to a secluded alley. Lu Yuzhou was squatting under an old pagoda tree outside the high wall of a courtyard, counting ants in boredom. The old woman of the earth immortal quietly waited at the side, not disturbing her young master's days. The sky was turning bright. Lu Yuzhou stood up with bright eyes and turned to the old woman who seemed to be asking for credit. "I finally understand. The ants that grew up in the inverted mountain are no different from the ants in the market." The old woman was used to the young man's imagination. She smiled and nodded gently. Lu Yuzhou glanced at the old pagoda tree. He was not very interested. I'm not buying it. It's too expensive. I still feel bad for the New Year's money that I saved up for so many years. The old woman heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that the young master would be impulsive and sell everything he had to buy a jar of daylily wine. It was meaningless for a Qi refinement warrior of the middle 5 realms to drink this daylily wine. No matter how rich the Lu clan was, they should not be so extravagant. By then the young master was destined not to be punished. Perhaps the family head and the elders would grit their teeth and squeeze out a smile, praising him for being a descendant of the Lu clan. He had the demeanor of a general. She would definitely be reprimanded. She wasn't blaming the young man because of this, but she thought that the young man was better. With so much New Year's money, wouldn't it be good to buy a half-immortal weapon? Why squabble with a jar of wine? Lu Yuzhou began to return home. He suddenly asked, Granny Lu, do you think Auntie Lu has returned from the northernmost ice field? When the young man mentioned Auntie Lu, the old woman's wrinkled face immediately brimmed with pride. She should have returned. If she's lucky, this wretched lass might have already reached the 9th realm of martial arts. Young master, according to the agreement, she can bring you to the northern ice field to travel and kill big demons. Lu Yuzhou still had the temperament of a young man. His words were somewhat childish. What's the point of reaching the 9th realm so quickly? My father said that Auntie Lu's martial arts is the strongest 8th realm. I just feel that many people will die in a war and I feel a bit uncomfortable. The Pasua continent at least has the #1 disciple of the quasi-sage overseeing it. But the southeast Tongyi continent that we visited, and the Fuyao continent that we're about to visit, it seems that there are no particularly powerful people that we can bring out. The old woman was still laughing. Young master, you can't compare everyone with your father. A Qi refinement warrior who is inferior to our family head is not powerful? There's no such thing. The richest person in the Snow White continent and the strongest Qi refinement warrior in the Snow White continent were the same person. Lu Yuzhou's father. This man had a higher cultivation and stronger combat strength than any other elder in the history of the Lu clan. The most terrifying thing was that the people of the Snow White continent were valiant and their immortal masters were warlike. No one had ever been able to successfully test this man's ultimate strength. This man had a well-known saying on the mountain. If something can be solved with immortal weapons and half-immortal weapons, then there's no need to use fists and feet, right? Lu Yuzhou seemed to have some complaints about his father. What's so good about having a group of wives and concubines? Even if the old woman was beaten to death, she would not dare to comment on the good or bad of this family head. It was one thing for the family head to have a good temper, but it was another thing if the servants did not know the rules. The Lu clan had a tight grip on the mountain range of snowflake money and jade mines. A tall tree attracts the wind. Every year there were many servants who died because of this. There were also many members of the Lu clan who died suddenly. At this moment, Lu Yuzhou was wearing a bright yellow bamboo robe, cool and refreshing. This was once a treasure that the great dynasty's emperor was fond of, and was hailed as a small grotto heaven. And the other bamboo robe, summer shelter, which was put together by the Snow White continent's Lu clan, had the reputation of a small blessed land. Lu Yuzhou liked to wear them alternately. It was comfortable to wear and it was not ostentatious. Otherwise, those Taoist talismans' robes and deities' armor would be too eye-catching. Wasn't this clearly telling people that he was rich? He was rich, but he did not like to say it. Besides, actually, Lu Yuzhou was not really rich. Wasn't it because he could not bear to buy a jar of carefree wine last night? Lu Yuzhou sighed. Granny Lu, I really can't go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? The old woman's tone was firm. The family head has instructed that you are not allowed to go. Lu Yuzhou asked a very direct question. In the end, the Great Wall of Sword Qi is still the world's convicts and refugees. Their relationship with us is actually not as good as imagined. There are many dirty things in the inverted hanging mountain. They have been fighting with the demon race for so long. Didn't anyone betray the Great Wall of Sword Qi and seek refuge with the demon race in a fit of anger? The old woman thought for a while. The Great Wall of Sword Qi has those old sword immortals and experts from the 3 sects watching over it. There shouldn't be any big trouble. However, there will definitely be such people. I think the Great Wall of Sword Qi is unwilling to publicize their family's dirty linen. Young master, actually you don't have to be too concerned about the situation over there. According to the intelligence from the Yuan Ruan residents, this generation of young sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Qi have especially good aptitudes. Moreover, it's not just a few of them. They are like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They are almost comparable to the sword immortals from 3,000 years ago. That generation was really powerful. They suppressed the demon race to the point that they did not dare to provoke the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 800 years. Many demons have never seen the wall in their entire lives. Therefore, in my opinion, the inverted hanging mountain will be prosperous and peaceful for the next few hundred years. The young man was a little sad and muttered, "But the main source of our Lu family's income is the wealth of the dead." The old woman wanted to remind the young master to be careful with his words in the inverted hanging mountain. However, when she saw the young man's disappointed face, she could not bear to do so. A steward from the Yuan Ruan residence appeared in front of the two. There were 2 carriages parked by the roadside. The old steward said softly, "Young master, an important guest has arrived." Lu Yuzhou nodded and boarded one of the carriages. When they arrived at the Yuan Ruan residence, Lu Yuzhou saw a cultured man and a tall lady. The middle-aged man with a scholarly aura was admiring a hanging painting while the lady was sitting there drinking tea. The man seemed to be an expert in calligraphy and painting. He praised, "I never thought that this rickety old lotus painting was the real deal. It is indeed a powerful and upright painting. Just in terms of drawing lotuses, there hasn't been such a person in the past 500 years." On the way here, the steward was cautious and did not tell Lu Yuzhou who it was. It was only when they crossed the threshold of the Yuan Ruan residence that he whispered to Lu Yuzhou that it was the emperor of the Great Duan dynasty and the imperial tutor of the Central Plains. Lu Yuzhou bowed with his hands clasped. Lu Yuzhou greets His Majesty and the imperial tutor. The man turned his head and smiled at the youth. "This time, I took advantage of the fact that the imperial tutor needed to use the little laissez to temper his sword. That was why I was able to take a break from my busy schedule and come to the inverted hanging mountain to take a breather. Originally, I didn't want to disturb the Yuan Ruan residence. However, I heard that young Master Lu was also in the inverted hanging mountain, so I wanted to come and ask for a cup of tea." Lu Yuzhou bowed again. "His Majesty is too courteous." Great Duan was one of the newest 9 great dynasties. After annexing more than half of the territory of an old dynasty, the new Great Duan had many things to do. Logically speaking, the emperor and the imperial tutor shouldn't have left the court. However, these secrets weren't something Lu Yuzhou could speculate about at the moment. As for why the Great Duan emperor was willing to give face to the Yuan Ruan residence, Lu Yuzhou was very clear about it. Great Duan was able to destroy one of the 9 great dynasties, the Taishin dynasty. A war that involved countless forces lasted for nearly 10 years. Great Duan forcefully destroyed the Taishin Xie clan. The Lu clan of the Snowy Mountain continent, or rather his father's money bag, contributed greatly. Lu Yuzhou straightened his back and bowed to the imperial tutor, the Great Duan woman. "This young one has admired the imperial tutor for a long time." Actually, the Lu clan was one of the benefactors of the Great Duan dynasty. As the future head of the Lu clan, Lu Yuzhou didn't need to lower his status. The woman revealed an unprecedented smile and put down the teacup. "Your temperament is too different from your father's." "That's good." The Great Duan emperor blushed with shame. Was that a compliment? The tall woman smiled and asked, "Have you been to the Great Wall of Sword Chi?" Lu Yuzhou didn't even take a seat. He stood respectfully and shook his head. "Not yet. My father doesn't allow me to go. He's afraid of accidents." The woman thought for a moment. "My only disciple is currently training at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. If young Master Lu is willing, he can travel with me. There won't be any accidents." The old woman and the old steward of the Yuan Ruan residence exchanged glances. They both felt troubled. It wasn't that they felt that the imperial tutor was boasting. It involved the wishes of the head of the clan, and the servants didn't dare to make the decision. Fortunately, Lu Yuzhou shook his head and declined. "It's not good to go against my father. I hope the imperial tutor can forgive me." The tall woman didn't mind and nodded. "My disciple will soon leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the inverted hanging mountain. It's good to let him train at the Snowy Mountain continent. If young Master Lu doesn't mind, you can bring him along." Lu Yuzhou's expression relaxed and his tone became lighter. He smiled. "I'm more than happy to." After all, he was a youth facing the 5th strongest person in the Central Divine Continent. His father was already invincible in the Snowy Mountain continent, but he said that he was at the bottom of the 10 strongest people in the Central Divine Continent. Seeing the woman stand up, Emperor Duan smiled. "I will inform the Yuan Ruan residents of the exact time we leave the inverted hanging mountain. There's no need to send us off. We can leave by ourselves." A man and a woman walked out of the Yuan Ruan residence. Or more accurately, a man and a woman. Because no matter how one looked at it, the tall woman was Emperor Duan, and the man looked like a retainer. Only then did Lu Yuzhou sit down. He tugged at the collar of his bamboo clothes, sweating profusely. He glanced at the treasure of the Yuan Ruan residence on the wall, the crooked old lotus painting. He instructed the old steward, "Take it down and pack it well. Send it to Emperor Duan." The old steward had a difficult expression. Lu Yuzhou smiled brilliantly. "Listen to me." The old steward nodded silently and followed the order. After the old steward took the painting and left the main hall, the youth looked at the blank wall and smiled. "Granny Lu, what do you think of hanging the painting of the youth rowing a boat?" The old woman's face was filled with fear. She was about to persuade the youth not to act on impulse. Lu Yuzhou smiled to himself and said, "I won't hang it here. When I return home I will hang it in my study room. Let's go. To show my sincerity I want to paint one myself. Granny Lu, quickly get the servants to serve me with brush and ink." The old woman had a playful expression. The 4 maidservants of the Yuan Ruan residence were lovely and moving. 2 of them were Qi refinement warriors of the cave realm. When they looked at the legendary young lord with anticipation and exhausted all his energy to finish the painting, the maidservants became even more lovely and moving. It took them a lot of effort to hold back their laughter. Lu Yuzhou was rather proud. Although it was ugly, it was full of sincerity. Lu Yuzhou's painting was similar to someone's words on the wall of the shop. It was a pity that Lu Yuzhou could not bear to spend money to buy a jar of yellow millet wine. Otherwise, when he saw those crawling earthworms, he might have a hero's appreciation and regret that he did not meet them sooner. There was a city wall between heaven and earth. There were 18 big words engraved on it. Dao Haoren Western Heaven. The sword Qi existed for a long time in the lightning pool. Qi Qin Dong Meng. After the gambling battle where both sides sent 13 peak experts, the demon race broke the agreement. Not only did they not hand over all the broken swords left behind by the swordsmen at the south of the Great Wall, but they also flew into a rage out of humiliation. They started an attack. However, compared to the desperate attacks before the gambling battle where they exchanged lives for lives, the attacks this time were slightly inferior. It was said that there were many great demons within the demon race who were unwilling to join in the attack. Therefore, the demon race's arrogance was not high. The Great Wall of Sword Aura was still the same as before. It was just that there were 18 more words. It originated from this Great Wall. It was once a pass formation jointly created by the sages of the 3 sections. Unless it was completely destroyed in one go, it would be restored to its original state very quickly. If not, no matter how tall the city was or how sturdy the mountain was, it would have been razed to the ground. In the face of the swift and violent attacks of the peak great demons, as well as the fierce attacks of the sword immortals from the past generations on the city wall, the surging sword aura poured everywhere. It was inevitable that the wall would be destroyed. The demon army stationed 100 miles away was so large that they were like a cluster of ants. Recently they had stopped attacking for more than a month. The Great Wall of Sword Aura welcomed a rare peace. Just the horse path at the top of the city was 10 miles wide. There was an old man of unknown age living on the city wall. The old man's descendants had already spread their branches in the northern cities of the Great Wall of Sword Aura and became one of the largest families. However, the old man had never left the city wall. Year after year he guarded the city wall. The old man had a strange temper and did not allow his descendants to come and see him. However, he would occasionally smile to some children of other surnames. Sword Immortal, Great Sword Immortal. The difference of one word was like heaven and earth. On the Great Wall of Sword Aura, Great Sword Immortal and Old Sword Immortal. The difference of one word was also like heaven and earth. This was because if a sword cultivator wanted to live long on the Great Wall of Sword Aura, he could only rely on his combat strength and not his surname. As the oldest person in the Great Wall of Sword Aura, this old man had experienced too much and definitely had too many regrets. The most recent regret was probably the biggest in the long life of the old man. The old man regretted that he was unable to participate in the battle due to the rules. That was why he had caused such a pair of immortal juniors to die in such a dishonorable manner. The old man had watched the 2 of them grow up. They grew up year after year and rose through the ranks. In the end, they both became great sword immortals. The old man felt that looking at such young people gave him some hope in life. It made the old man feel that the world would never deteriorate and that there were still good young people. Tonight, the old man sat alone on the city wall with his legs crossed. Apart from his intrinsic flying sword, his other swords had been broken one after another. In the end, he decided not to use them. All the elders and children of the Great Wall of Sword Aura were too familiar with this old man. In addition, the old man had a strange temper and did not like to interact with the old man. A few years ago, there was a young man of unknown origins who shamelessly built a small cottage behind the old man's cottage. Recently, every time the demons attacked the city, the young man would only guard the old man and his cottage. Otherwise he would not take action. Actually, no one was harsh on the young man. After all, it was already very difficult for a pure martial artist of the fourth realm to stay on the city wall to eat, drink, and defecate. The old man with sunken eyes and protruding cheekbones sank into his thoughts. If he was not on the city wall but in the vast world on the other side of the inverted mountain, probably no one would believe that this frail old man would be nicknamed Great Sword Immortal by some sloppy guy who had carved the word fierce on him. A couple appeared behind the old man. The old man did not turn his head. He said hoarsely, "You don't have much time left. Do you still need me to do anything? Just tell me. It doesn't involve the direction of the two worlds. It's just your private matter. I don't have to care about the rules. Besides, when I forcefully collected your remnant souls back then, I already broke the rules. Didn't those two old fellows also turn a blind eye to it?" The man gently held the woman's hand and shook his head. "It's already very good." The woman glared at the man and smiled. "Yes." The old man squeezed out a smile. "The more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him? Yes, it's a good thing. It's better than finding a good-for-nothing. Tell me, do you want to give that kid an immortal weapon or do you want me to teach him swordsmanship personally?" The woman hesitated. "It might be more difficult." The thin old man turned his head. "What do you mean?" The man said helplessly, "That kid's longevity bridge was broken." The old man frowned. "We sword cultivators are the best at destroying people's longevity bridges. However, to rebuild a longevity bridge is harder than ascending to the heavens. Moreover, if I remember correctly, there has never been a powerful sword cultivator in history who has ascended to the upper five realms. After all, cultivating the Tao is already going against the heavens. If you repair the bridge after breaking it, you'll be hated by the Tao. It's very likely that you'll be targeted. Have you really thought it through? Aren't you afraid of backfiring?" As he said that, the old man smiled. "After all, it isn't easy for others to ascend to the heavens, but it isn't for me." The woman was a little hesitant. She had an argument with the man on this matter. The man felt that he should let nature take its course, so martial path wasn't impossible. As a sword cultivator who had stood at the peak of the mountain, she knew that martial path mountain was lower than chi cultivators. That was a fact and also had a reason. It wasn't that she looked down on the kid's martial path, but the chances of him reaching the peak of the martial path would be even smaller. It was just too small. Moreover, what was a broken path? What was the longevity bridge for chi cultivators? What would happen to their daughter then? The man smiled towards her. "Why don't we just do that? Let the kid head out himself. It's up to him where he can go." The woman still couldn't let it go and asked, "Why don't we help him ask Grandpa Chin for a celestial weapon as our daughter's dowry?" On the Sword Energy Great Wall side, be it young or old, they were used to calling the old man Grandpa Chin. Only two people were exceptions. Of course, the person who wore the hat and carried a blade was an exception. The man said angrily, "Let's not talk about whether he can afford an unruly immortal weapon in his life. Let's just talk about how Chin Pingon, as a man, doesn't need this kind of opportunity." The woman interrupted the man's logic. "He is just a teen." The man had nothing to say. Although the old man liked the young couple, he didn't like to listen to their small talk. However, when he heard the teen's name, the old man turned his head and asked, "The teen's surname is Chin?" The woman smiled and said, "Don't you think it's a coincidence?" After he drank the golden millet wine, the words he wrote on the wall as he pleased were, "Sword Aura Chang." The old man smiled as he looked towards the couple. The man waved his hands. "I didn't plan anything, it was natural." The woman nodded her head, her expression was really calm. She was afraid that this respected old sword celestial would misunderstand that they were scheming against him. The old man was furious. The outcome was catastrophic. The old man casually reached out his hand. He grabbed a teen from the inverted mountain of the vast world and brought him to the top of the city wall. Sword chi and sword intent covered the sky and covered the earth. They were everywhere. It was as if seawater was pouring into his chi palace. He almost suffocated. It was like a small fish that was originally swimming leisurely in the stream had been thrown onto the shore. Moreover, the so-called shore was the kind of dry and cracked muddy ground that was exposed to the sun. A casual struggle and jump would cause the remaining water vapor in the body to disappear without a single drop left. The old man sized up the young man who was suspended in the air above the city wall with a face full of pain. He waved his hand and sent the young man back to where he was hanging upside down on the mountain. He smiled at the confused couple and said, "Isn't this good?" Chen Pingan wobbled, and it took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. Currently, the talisman hidden within the sword sheath was inhabited by the skeletal female ghost that Chen Pingan had subdued in the beautiful Robes Kingdom. Chen Pingan had suffered greatly during this long journey, but in fact she was even more miserable. She had almost completely vanished into thin air. Fortunately, the time was short, and the natural scholar tree manner of the sword sheath was rich with yin energy. It had resisted the majority of the sword energy. At that time, Chen Pingan, who was suspended in the air, saw a skinny old man, the couple, and a glimpse of the Great Wall's city wall. At the square at the foot of Lonely Peak, a girl with 2 swords at her waist walked out of the mirror. She thought for a moment and slowed down slightly. However, she was still expressionless. She reluctantly took the initiative to greet the dumbstruck little Taoist. "I'm a little more familiar with you this time." "Actually, I'm still not familiar with you." The little Taoist murmured, "So lawless. Doesn't the Great Wall of Sword energy do anything about it?" The man holding the sword looked up at the night sky with only one bright moon and said to himself, "For you, so many people have died. Doesn't the vast world care about it?" First, set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, Book Guest House mobile version reading website. $2.75. Chen Pingan was already dizzy. He had no idea where he was at inverted hanging mountain. There were no tall trees around to allow him to look around. There were only houses and high walls on the street. Chen Pingan did not dare to stand on the wall. However, it was early in the morning and there were very few pedestrians. There was not a single person who knew about Oriental Bottle Continent. If it were any other time, Jean Su of Storkin would definitely be anxious when she thought that he had not returned for an entire night. She might even alert the people on Osmanthus Island who were unloading goods. Chen Pingan would inevitably be anxious. However, as he strolled on the deserted street today, Chen Pingan actually felt that he should just walk slowly and let fate take its course. He would just see whatever scenery he could. How could a person not trouble others for everything? There was no need to feel guilty if it happened once or twice. Then as he walked, Chen Pingan saw her. Ning Yao stood at the end of the street and slowly walked towards Chen Pingan. She was wearing a dark green robe. If he remembered correctly, it was very similar to the new clothes he bought for her in Pro Grotto Heaven. It was just right for her to wear. Chen Pingan jogged forward and stood in front of Ning Yao. He blurted out, "What a coincidence." Ning Yao twitched the corner of her mouth. Then she put on a straight face and did not speak. Chen Pingan said softly, "Originally, I wanted to finish my tour of Inverted Hanging Mountain in the next 2 days and take a look at more shops before deciding to buy a few things from Lingji Zhai. When the time comes, I'll give them to you along with the sword that Master Ruan forged." Ning Yao said unhappily, "What good things can Lingji shop have? At most, there is that Rui Lingji and a blade-strengthening gourd. They are passable, but I have no use for them. Besides, Lingji shop will not sell them. You can't afford them." Chen Pingan replied with an "oh," and scratched his head. He felt a little regretful. Ning Yao hesitated for a moment. She still stubbornly insisted on her own character. For the first time, she said another sentence as if she was explaining, "I don't mean anything else. Don't think too much." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I won't think too much. My mind is a mess now. Thinking about anything gives me a headache." Ning Yao asked, "Does your head hurt when you see me?" Chen Pingan hurriedly said, "Much better." Ning Yao asked, "Where do you live? Why are you wandering around like this? Are you trying to be a hero and save a damsel in distress?" Chen Pingan sighed and said, "Last night I drank the Forget Sorrow wine from Huangliang Blessed Land. As a result, after leaving the shop, I don't know how to get back." The two of them walked casually on the street. Ning Yao asked, "How can you afford to drink Forget Sorrow?" Chen Pingan lowered his voice and said, "There was a couple who treated me to a drink. It's a little strange. I was taken to the Great Wall of Sword Qi just now. I clearly saw the two of them on the city wall, but last night they said that it was their first time visiting the Jingjian Pavilion. However, they were very familiar with the many senior sword immortals. Could it be that it's easy for people from Inverted Hanging Mountain to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but it's difficult the other way around? However, although this matter is strange, I still think that the couple is a good person. It is a good thing that they invited me to drink. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely invite them back." Ning Yao replied vaguely, The two of them walked in a quiet alley. The walls on both sides were covered with vines. Ning Yao was silent the whole time. Qin Pingan asked, "Miss Ning, you left in a hurry that time. I forgot to ask you if you hate me." Ning Yao said straightforwardly, "No." Qin Pingan stopped and subconsciously grabbed the wine gourd. However, he quickly let go of it and looked straight at Ning Yao. "Miss Ning, then do you like me?" Ning Yao was silent. Qin Pingan imitated her actions in the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley. He stretched out 2 fingers, revealing only a small gap. "This little bit of like, do you?" Ning Yao did not answer this question. Instead she asked, "Why do you like me?" Qin Pingan turned his head and took off the blade-strengthening gourd. He quickly drank a mouthful of wine and wiped the corners of his mouth. Then he smiled brightly and said, "This is a long story. I will tell you slowly. No matter what, Miss Ning, you must listen to me. Even if you are angry, don't interrupt me. I am afraid that if I interrupt you, I will never dare to say it again in this life. Miss Ning, you are very beautiful. Before I met you, I had never seen anyone more beautiful than you in Pearl Cave Heaven. Later, when I was recovering in Mud Bottle Alley, you didn't even complain that my house was broken. You also taught me how to read. It was because you helped me explain the mountain shaking fist manual that I started to practice it. That is why I can walk to this inverted mountain today. On the other side of the covered bridge, you lent me the skirt pressing knife. Then we fought side by side and beat up the mountain moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain. We almost died, but we didn't die in the end. How good was that? In the immortal tomb, I almost killed Ma Kuxuan. We went to the mountains in the west together to help the girl of the Qin family in the Hassa continent find the exemplary tree. Later you were angry once. You didn't want my help and insisted on boiling the medicine by yourself. I thought you were very cute when you were burning it. You once said that the great Tao should not be so small. I didn't understand it at that time. This time, I really understood it when I went on a long trip. When you advised me not to be a good person and a child of wealth, I was actually very happy. When you left Pearl Cave Heaven, you had gone so far with those immortals. But you were still willing to return on your sword and say goodbye to me. After you left, I ate the tonghulu that made me drool when I thought about it when I was a child. It was tasteless. After Mr. Qi left, I took Little Treasure Bottle and the others to the Great Sway Kingdom. When I saw beautiful mountains, I thought of Miss Ning's eyebrows. When I saw beautiful water, I thought of Miss Ning's eyes. When I saw beautiful girls on the journey, I thought of Miss Ning. Then they seemed to become less beautiful. After saying all this in one go, Qin Pingan began to feel dry in his throat and his face turned red. He felt that the blade-strengthening gourd in his hand weighed tens of thousands of pounds. But Qin Pingan didn't regret saying so much. Qin Pingan said in a trembling voice, "Miss Ning, it's my business that I like you. It doesn't matter if you don't like me." Ning Yao leaned against the wall. The wisteria was still not as beautiful as her. She asked, "If I don't like you, will you like other girls? For example." She thought for a moment, "Ruan Xiao?" Qin Pingan looked at her and realized that he liked a very good girl. But she didn't seem to like him very much. It was such a sad thing, but he didn't think it was necessary to be sad. "If I can't see you again as long as I like other girls, then I won't like anyone else in my life. I can be thousands of miles away where you can't see me and I can punch you 1,000,000 times. But I will still like you." Ning Yao rolled her eyes. "Am I that unreasonable?" Qin Pingan was stunned. Then Ning Yao said resolutely, "Yes, I'm that unreasonable." She suddenly laughed, full of childish pride. When she laughed, her eyebrows became more picturesque and lively. She crossed her arms. "Who told a fool to like me?" Then she took 2 steps forward and hugged the dolly boy, murmuring, "Qin Pingan, I like you as much as you like me." She actually wanted to tell him that this was their first reunion. "I don't like you." But it was so difficult. She let go of him, her eyes slightly red. She had the rare annoyance and shyness of Ning Yao's life. "Why are you so stupid?" Qin Pingan said blankly, "How can you really like me?" Qin Pingan was the same as Lu Baqiao in the Wind Thunder Garden. When you like a girl, you will like her so much that you think that the girl will never like you in this life and you won't feel wronged. Ning Yao finally recovered a little. Her eyebrows flew up like the sharpest flying sword in the world. "Do I, Ning Yao, need a reason to like someone?" In fact, there were many reasons. It was just that she was too embarrassed to say it. She was a girl after all, not a thick-skinned person like Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan suddenly hugged Ning Yao as if aided by the gods. Ning Yao's face was crimson. She curled her lips and didn't struggle. Instead, she quietly raised a hand and gently pinched Qin Pingan's lapel. In the small alley of the Hanging Mountain, the young man and girl quietly hugged each other like this. At this moment the world seemed to come alive. Ning Yao was Ning Yao and Qin Pingan was Qin Pingan. The two didn't continue to be so shy and timid. After the two separated, Ning Yao led the way, saying that she wanted to finish the half jar of yellow millet wine. She led Qin Pingan to an old pagoda tree. She raised her hand and bent her fingers as if she was knocking on a door. Soon, ripples appeared in front of Ning Yao, and the appearance of a wine shop appeared. Ning Yao took the lead and stepped over the threshold. Qin Pingan followed closely behind. The waiter, Su Jia, saw Ning Yao and was especially enthusiastic. "Miss Ning, you've come. Let me treat you to a drink." Ning Yao glanced at him. Who was this? She didn't remember. She didn't bother to pay attention to him and directly sat down at a table. Su Jia became listless. He felt that this young lady in front of him was the most beautiful woman in the world, second only to the young miss. The first time he saw her, Su Jia had a deep impression of her. That was a few years ago. The first time the young lady left the Great Wall of Sword Chi and came to the Hanging Mountain, there was a fellow who brought her to a wine shop. That fellow drank 2 jars of wine, but she only took a sip and didn't drink any more. At that time she was wearing black clothes and a saber. She wasn't like today with 2 swords hanging from her waist. She also wasn't wearing a dark green robe. Her expression was cold, and even when the old shopkeeper looked at her, she didn't care. When Alliance was drinking, she walked to the wall and looked at him for a long time without saying a word. After that she returned to her seat. In Su Jia's eyes, this young lady had too much personality. She was so dazzling that he didn't dare to look at her directly. At that time, Alliance didn't smile cheekily and only drank. Su Jia could see that Alliance didn't know how to persuade the young lady. It was as if the young lady was going to do something extraordinary. Alliance was very bored from drinking. Only then did Su Jia know that Alliance also had times when he was helpless. When the young lady insisted on not seeing Alliance off and insisted on leaving the wine shop alone, Alliance didn't drink anymore. He said that he was half a daughter and flew away. Su Jia glanced at the dolly youth called Qin Pingan. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this fellow wasn't good enough for Miss Ning. Even if 100 Qin Pingan were added together, they might not be a good match. Qin Pingan asked for the remaining half jar of carefree wine. It was just enough for 2 big white bowls. Qin Pingan poured half a bowl for each of them. The 2 of them sat side by side on a bench. Ning Yao didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Su Jia hid in the distance and clicked his tongue in wonder. Qin Pingan drank a mouthful of carefree wine. He suddenly felt that the wine seemed to be much better than last night. He smiled at Ning Yao. Ning Yao glared at him. The 2 of them didn't speak and just sipped the wine. Qin Pingan suddenly asked miserably, "Ning Yao, you're not a fake, are you?" The old man who was teasing the caged sparrow was amused by the youth's silly words. Ning Yao sighed. "He's a fool, but I'm even more foolish. Who was the one who said that this guy would definitely find a simple-minded girl?" Qin Pingan put down the wine bowl and stretched out his hand to the person sitting next to him. Ning Yao looked at him and wanted to know what this guy wanted to do. Qin Pingan pinched her cheeks with 2 fingers and gently tugged at them. Ning Yao didn't move. Qin Pingan stretched out his other hand and pinched the other side of Ning Yao's cheek. Su Jia broke out in cold sweat. He felt that this lustful guy was most likely going to die. In the end, Ning Yao slapped away Qin Pingan's troublesome hands and warned, "Qin Pingan, if you continue to be so simple-minded, I'll fall out with you." Qin Pingan resentfully retracted his hand. "It's good that you're serious." Ning Yao took a big gulp of wine and asked, "You should already know that my parents have passed away. Don't you think I'm pitiful?" Su Jia felt that if this kid dared to say that she was pitiful, he would definitely be dead this time. Qin Pingan said without hesitation, "You're pitiful. You lost your parents. If this isn't pitiful, what is?" But when he said these words, Qin Pingan pursed his lips tightly and the corners of his mouth turned down. The youth seemed to be even more aggrieved than her. He wasn't pitying the girl in front of him because he had also lost his parents. Moreover, he had lost them earlier. It was just that when he was young he had no strength to live. When he couldn't bear it anymore, he had no choice but to beg for the kindness and charity of others. This was something that couldn't be helped. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to live. But after he grew up, he didn't need to be pitied by others. He could live well and even had the ability to repay the kindness of his early years. Therefore his heart ached for her. But when the words reached his mouth, Qin Pingan couldn't control himself. Ning Yao coldly snorted. "Who are you to pity me?" Qin Pingan blinked. Ning Yao's face turned red. Under the table, she stepped on Qin Pingan's foot. Su Jia was stunned. He felt as if the great sword immortal had stabbed him in the heart several times. After that, the two drank and whispered to each other. Su Jia felt as if he had been stabbed again and again. He couldn't continue living like this. He didn't stay in the wine shop anymore. He moved a small stool and sat by the door. Out of sight, out of mind. But he couldn't help but glance back. He saw that the girl's long and narrow eyebrows were no longer sad like when they first met. Instead, they were charming and warm. The stab to the heart was equivalent to Alliance's stab. Then he saw that dolly youth. His face was full of smiles, but his eyes were warm. It was as if he was saying that he liked Ning Yao and that it had nothing to do with the two of them. He only liked this girl. Even an outsider like Su Jia felt that the two of them were quite compatible. Then this stab to the heart was the legendary city-saving stab of the great sword immortal on the city walls. Su Jia turned to the old shopkeeper and wailed, "When is the great miss coming home? I miss her to death." The old man replied, "You want to die? Just don't die in the wine shop." At this time Su Jia was excited. After the peer knocked on the door, he immediately opened the door to welcome the guest. An extremely handsome youth walked in. Su Jia smiled and asked, "Why did you come back from the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" He was dressed in white and had a warm smile. He raised his hand and high-fived Su Jia. He said to the old man, "Shopkeeper, as usual, I want to buy a jar of wine. Hang the money on my master's head." When the old shopkeeper saw this youth, he also smiled. As long as it was an old man, there was almost no one who didn't like this youth who gave off the feeling of the sun in the sky at such a young age. And while he could still look down on this youth because of his age, he had to cherish this opportunity. After all, he wouldn't have this opportunity very soon. On the wall, the youth's master had just written a domineering sentence. "Martial Dao can be higher," not long ago. The handsome youth smiled at Su Jia. "Su Jia, I'll go right first. Help me get the brush. Yes, I want to put it together with my master's words." Su Jia's heart was no longer hazy. He ran to get the wine and the brush. As he ran, he turned his head and smiled, "Okay, wait for me." When the handsome youth walked to the wall, he kept looking at Ning Yao who was sitting beside Qin Pingan. It was a pity that Ning Yao only glanced at him and continued to talk to Qin Pingan about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The handsome youth smiled and walked to the wall. He took a stool for himself and wrote 4 words on the female imperial tutor of the Great Duan dynasty. "Higher because of me." Qin Pingan quietly retracted his gaze and asked in a low voice, "Who is it? It seems very powerful." Ning Yao thought seriously, "I forgot the name." (276) Qin Pingan had seen many good-looking people of the same age, such as his neighbor Song Jisun from Mud Bottle Alley, Zhao Yao and Lin Shui from Mr. Chi's school, as well as the androgynous man in red makeup from Osmanthus Island, the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Gao Xian. But none of them could compare to this youth from the Yellow Millet wine shop. After this person finished inscribing on the wall, he held the wine jar and sat at the next table. He asked for 2 large white bowls and called Su Jia to drink with him. Su Jia, who knew the price of yellow millet wine the best, did not find it inappropriate at all. He opened the seal and helped pour the wine. They clinked bowls and drank happily. The old shopkeeper's smile also widened. It was a pity that the bird in the cage had its back to the sun and looked sickly. The youth took the initiative to raise his bowl to Qin Pingan and said with a smile, "My name is Chao Ci from the Great Duan family of the Central Plains." Qin Pingan could only follow suit and raise his bowl. "My name is Qin Pingan from the Dali family of the Aquarius continent." Chao Ci nodded, his eyes full of admiration. "Your foundation in the 3 realms of martial arts is very good." Qin Pingan did not know how to answer and could only silently drink a mouthful of wine. He felt that something was a little strange. After thinking for a long time, he finally figured it out. It turned out that this youth from the Central Plains, whether it was his aura or tone, did not seem like someone of the same age. Instead, he was very much like the barefoot old man from the bamboo house in the desolate mountain. It was just that this youth lacked the condescending aura of the old man surnamed Chui. On the contrary, this great Duan youth called Chao Ci spoke calmly, but even if they were casually chatting, Qin Pingan still felt an invisible pressure. Ning Yao did not feel anything about Chao Ci. She was just a little unhappy that an eyesore had appeared out of nowhere, so she lost a lot of interest in drinking. After drinking half a jar of yellow millet wine with Qin Pingan, he pulled Qin Pingan towards the door of the wine shop. Just as Qin Pingan was about to leave the wine shop, Chao Ci called out to Qin Pingan with a smile, You like Miss Ning very good. The only bad thing is that you don't remember my name even though we've met so many times. Qin Pingan smiled and replied, I think it's even better. Chao Ci laughed heartily. She raised her wine bowl with one hand and waved goodbye to Qin Pingan with the other. She smiled sincerely and said, Qin Pingan, in 3 days, you will begin to strive to become the strongest fourth realm cultivator in the world. It was another sentence that would sound very strange if one were to think about it. Qin Pingan cupped his fists and didn't say anything. He turned around and followed Ning Yao out of the narrow golden millet paradise. Inside the wine shop, Su Jia asked in puzzlement, Do you like Miss Ning? Chao Ci smiled and waved her hand. I like my master who is invincible in my heart, I like the empress who has 2 little dimples when she smiles, and I like Miss Ning who doesn't take me seriously. But it's not what you think. The love between a man and a woman is very burdensome to cultivation. Chao Ci took a sip of wine and sighed. I really can't imagine what a certain girl I like will be like in the future. Su Jia made an O sound. He believed whatever Chao Ci said. Then the shop assistant's face lit up with joy. He changed the topic and said, From your tone you're about to reach 5th realm? Chao Ci nodded and said, I've endured so long in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It's about time for me to break through. Su Jia grinned and said, If you were in your hometown, I reckon you'd be at 7th realm by now. Before Chao Ci could speak, Su Jia immediately added, And before 7th realm, you'll be the strongest 4th realm, 5th realm and 6th realm. When Su Jia talked about this, he was even happier than Chao Ci herself. The old shopkeeper said that your current 4th realm is the strongest 4th realm in history, and not the strongest among 4th realm martial artists. Is it true that no one in history can surpass you? Chao Ci said helplessly, Unprecedented, I'm pretty sure. But I'm just a pure martial artist. I don't know how to calculate the martial fate of the world for the next 100 or 1,000 years. Su Jia laughed loudly. Chao Ci. If there's a day when I can't help but go find Miss, I'll definitely go to the Great Duan Dynasty to find you. Chao Ci nodded. Then I'll prepare good wine long ago. Su Jia suddenly lowered his voice and begged, Chao Ci, why don't we have a fight? Then you can purposely lose to me. After I leave Inverted Hanging Mountain, I'll go around telling people that I beat Chao Ci. Think about it, 10 years later, 100 years later, you'll be invincible. You'll even beat Qing Ming Tian's number 2 from being truly invincible to truly having a match. I'll be the only person who beat you, Chao Ci. At that time, the whole world will definitely ask who this guy is. Maybe Miss will see me in a different light. Chao Ci smiled until her eyes narrowed. She held the bowl in one hand and patted her head with the other. Alright, you Su Jia beat me, Chao Ci. After you leave Inverted Hanging Mountain, just tell people that. Su Jia was a bit guilty. You don't care now, but you won't regret it in the future, right? Chao Ci drank the wine in the bowl and turned her head. She waved at the old shopkeeper and said, Old Lu, can you bear to give me a jar of wine to drink? I'm regretting it now. Without wine I can't suppress the regret. If I drink a jar of carefree wine, I won't regret it for at least 100 years. Su Jia looked at the old shopkeeper pitifully. The old man smiled and said, Su Jia, go get a jar of wine for Chao Ci. Also, remember to think more about the shopkeeper in the future. Don't secretly scold me for being stingy or complain that I don't let you roam the Jianghu. Su Jia eagerly went to get the wine. Chao Ci only had one last bowl of wine left. When the new wine was on the table, she held the wine bowl in her hand and stood under the wall. She looked around. It had been nearly 3 years since she drank wine for the first time. There were many new words on the wall. Finally, Chao Ci looked at the 3 words in the corner. They were written properly but rigidly. She asked curiously, Old Lu, the words that Qin Pingan left on the wall are, Sword Aura Chang? The old man asked, Why? Is this kid not simple? Chao Ci squatted down and took a sip of wine from the big white bowl. She looked indifferent. He might be the strongest in the 3rd state after me. The old man felt it was a pity. The martial sparrow in the cage had a time limit for measuring the martial arts fate of a pure martial artist. It couldn't fly out of the cage and peck it out at any time after the inscription. However, before and after Qin Pingan inscribed the words, it happened to be the beginning and the end of the inscription. He didn't expect the martial sparrow to leave the bird cage at all. He didn't have the guts. Chao Ci and Su Jia drank another jar of carefree wine in half. Su Jia couldn't hold his liquor. The more he drank, the drunker he got. In the end, he fell asleep on the table. Chao Ci was a person who became more sober the more she drank. Her eyes were shining. Chao Ci suddenly said, "If my master didn't come to pick me up, I would really like to go to the world south of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. In at most 40 or 50 years, I would be able to arm wrestle with a dozen big monsters. Before that, there would definitely be a hearty battle of life and death." The old man smiled and said, "Do you believe that you will die as soon as you walk out of the city?" Chao Ci sighed. The reason was simple. The old man understood it immediately. He, Chao Ci, was very likely to be in the eyes of the big monsters at the peak. He was someone they had to kill. They definitely wouldn't give him 40 or 50 years, not even a day more. Chao Ci said helplessly, "Then I'll just go back to the central divine continent." The old man said intentionally or otherwise, "The Dong family patriarch who killed his way through the wilderness and finally came out of nowhere. One great wall of sword aura is enough. There will only be one. If the demons raise a tiger again and raise a Chao Ci who has a chance of reaching the 11th state of martial arts, I think they should kill themselves." Chao Ci nodded. "I have to ask my master if he has reached the 11th state. I hope he hasn't." The old man smiled and joked, "As a disciple, you are too heartless. Why don't you remember your master's kindness? Chao Ci, you are similar to Su Jia in this aspect. That's not good. You are Chao Ci. How can you be so mediocre?" Chao Ci shook her head. She lifted her arm and extended her palm over her head. She swiped it across the table. Her voice was soft, but her eyes were resolute. "Now that Master's martial arts have reached such a high level, he's almost on par with those at the peak of the mountain. If it weren't for the 11th level, then wouldn't my master or perhaps the future me?" The old man smiled. "You can wait and see." Chao Ci turned to look at the old man. "There are too few seniors who are as easy to talk to as you." The old man said self-deprecatingly, "That's because this old man has already accepted his fate." Chao Ci sat quietly by the wine table. Su Jia's snoring was as loud as thunder. The old man was nowhere to be found. He had gone somewhere else. Of course, Huangliang Blessed Land was bigger than she had imagined. There was more than just a wine shop. However, it was indeed broken and incomplete. If it were not for the efforts of one of the ancestors of the 100 schools of thought, it would have been no different from Liju Wonderland. It would have completely lost the suffix of blessed land. What were the sages of the 3 religions and the 100 schools of thought busy with every day? Where did the 10 big grotto heavens, 36 small grotto heavens and 72 blessed lands come from? After the pearl grotto heaven of the Aquarius continent was broken, were there only 35 grotto heavens left? In reality, many of the sages of the vast world needed to open up new territories and expand the territory of the vast world. In this regard, the Taoist sages of the Qingming world were different. They mainly pursued the height of the White Jade capital. Layer upon layer they continued to climb. As for the Buddhist world, they pursued the farthest reaches of the Buddhist Dharma. Whether it was the past, present, or future life, they wanted people to live without questions and without attachments. Of course, other than opening up new grotto heavens and blessed lands and educating the masses, the Confucians of the vast world also needed to keep an eye on the demon race of the desolate world. The other 2 worlds were not idle either. The Taoist sect master Lu Qin was stirring up trouble in the vast world. Could it be that the Confucian secondary sage was not taking in disciples and teaching the Tao in the vast world? In the wine shop, even though there was no one to talk to and no wine to drink, Chao Ci's mind was still calm as she sat there. It was hard to imagine that a martial artist would find breaking through to the next realm boring. Breaking through to the next realm was more fun. When the old shopkeeper returned, he smiled and asked, "Chao Ci, other than reaching the peak of martial arts, you don't want to think about anything else in this life?" Chao Ci smiled, "I'm just thinking about what I want to think about." The old man teased, "Then you can't compare to my Su Jia and that dolly young man." Chao Ci nodded. In the end, the white-robed young man walked out of the wine shop. He did not look for his master who was staying in a private residence in the inverted hanging mountain. Instead he went straight to the foot of the lone peak. When he reached the entrance of the square, the young Taoist and the man carrying the sword greeted the young man. Chao Ci stopped and chatted with them for a long time before entering the mirror. When he reached the mirror, the old sword cultivator who was immersed in refining his natal sword and Taoist Nun Sherdao who had a Dharma saber on her waist also greeted him with a smile. Chao Ci stopped again and chatted with them for a long time. They talked about Taoist techniques, sword techniques, and the world. Chao Ci could talk about anything with people. It had been like this for the past few years. As for those senior immortals who had already made a name for themselves, whether they were reclusive experts or sword immortals who were at the peak of their fame, some would even benefit greatly. They would even feel ashamed of their inferiority in front of a young man who was only at the fourth realm of martial arts. Chao Xiai. Chao Xiai of the Central Divine Continent. His family background was ordinary. His ancestors had been farmers for generations. He could not even be considered a wealthy family. After a war, his paradise was razed to the ground. He began to drift from place to place with the refugees. Every day he would be separated by life and death. Then he was seen by a tall woman who rode a horse alone in the Jianghu and was taken in as a disciple. At that time, the woman held him in her arms. In the snowy night, they rode a horse together. She smiled at the child who was only 7 or 8 years old and said, "Chao Xiai, from now on, you are my only disciple." Chao Xiai slowly passed through the city north of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Along the way he would chat with people he knew. If there was no one to talk to him, he would occasionally stop and look up at the flying kites, the high eaves, or the dull painted door gods stuck on the doors. Finally, he slowly walked to the top of the city wall and returned to the small cottage behind the old cottage. Since he had nothing to do, he casually flipped through a few books. After reading a few pages, he put them down. Walking out of the cottage, he walked on the horse path for 7 to 8 miles before he found Grandpa Chin, who was standing on top of the city wall and looking towards the south. The youth in white lightly leaped onto the city wall. The old and the young were speechless. After leaving the shop, Ning Yao asked for the location of the Stork Inn. Then she brought Chen Pingan in the direction of the release hunters. In the end, at the entrance of the small alley where the inn was located, Chen Pingan met the anxious Madame Gui and the unhappy Jin Su. Seeing that Chen Pingan was safe and sound, Madame Gui felt relieved. She didn't say anything harsh and didn't even ask why Chen Pingan hadn't returned. She only greeted the Miss Ning that Chen Pingan mentioned and returned to the Osmanthus Island where the release hunters were located. With a big business, she was very busy. Coupled with the matter of the young master of the Jade Gui sect, she was very annoyed. Jin Su originally wanted to complain a little. This fellow caused her to be scolded by her master. But when she saw the young girl in the dark green robe with a sword at her side, the young girl surnamed Ning with a calm expression, Jin Su didn't dare to speak. The three of them didn't go to the small alley inn. When Ning Yao heard that they were going to visit the scenic spots of the inverted mountain, Elk Cliff, she said that she hadn't been there before and that they could go together. Although Jin Su was a little uneasy, she didn't want to appear too timid. She took the initiative to chat with the Miss Ning, who didn't seem easy to get along with. Actually, Ning Yao wasn't arrogant. She was just lazy. However, if someone unfamiliar like Jin Su asked her, Ning Yao would still answer. It was just that her answer was very simple. In the end, Jin Su really didn't know how to interact with her. She became silent and the atmosphere was a little awkward. However, deep in her heart, Jin Su was in a mess. This young Miss Ning claimed to be from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Outsiders could enter the Great Wall of Sword Qi from the inverted mountain as long as they had money. However, if a sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Qi wanted to enter the inverted mountain, it was said that even sword immortals with outstanding battle achievements would find it difficult. No wonder Jin Su was daydreaming. In fact, she wasn't wrong. Miss Ning's surname played a big role. However, Jin Su was only half right. Madame Gui wasn't willing to tell her proud disciple too much about the inside story that happened at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, Jin Su only knew about the soul-stirring Battle of 13. Even if the girl beside her had the surname Ning, she only dared to think that she was one of the direct descendants of the Ning family from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This trip might be a family mission. The reason why Jin Su didn't dare to rely on the most exaggerated truth was simple. They still had Chen Pingan by their side. Due to Ning Yao's appearance, Jin Su felt restricted when she went to the Elk Cliff, Shangxiang Loft and Luai's Terrace. She felt uncomfortable and tasteless. After all, Jin Su was born as a young lady. Not only was her cultivation talent excellent, she was also born with a delicate heart. Therefore, there were many times when she purposely distanced herself from Chen Pingan to let the quiet Miss Ning be alone. When Ning Yao was with Chen Pingan, she would often speak whatever was on her mind. Chen Pingan wasn't interested in the turbulent changes of dynasties, the general situation of the world, or the rise and fall of the human race. Actually, he didn't understand and didn't want to understand. However, since Ning Yao said these things, he was willing to remember them and keep them in his heart. Jin Su was actually a little puzzled. Why would such a cold girl be willing to chat so much with the taciturn Chen Pingan? During this time, the three of them went up the Luai's Terrace with the other tourists. Suddenly, an old Taoist holding a gold and silver horsetail whisk appeared. He stood on the stairs and smiled at Ning Yao. Master said that if Miss Ning needs anything at Inverted Hanging Mountain you can ask. You can even go to Lonely Peak to see the Three Clears Bell. Ning Yao naturally looked at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan shook his head slightly. She shook her head and said, "We're not going to Lonely Peak." The old Taoist smiled. "Then I won't disturb you. If you need anything, Miss Ning can find a Taoist to inform Inverted Hanging Mountain." Ning Yao didn't want to talk at first. However, when she saw Qin Pingan cupping his fists to thank the old Taoist, she nodded and said, "Okay." Jin Su murmured, "True Lord Flood Dragon?" The old Taoist was about to leave the Thunder Lake Tower. As the third in command of the Inverted Mountain, his Taoist skills were so profound that even the cultivators of the South Saw continent heard him like thunder. Jin Su could even hear the old Taoist's voice clearly. He smiled and asked, "Miss, is there anything I can help you with?" Jin Su was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly shook his head and said, "Nothing. It's just that I admire you so much that I couldn't help but speak. Please forgive me." The old Taoist laughed heartily. "I'm not that domineering. Besides, the rules of Inverted Hanging Mountain don't say that you'll be punished if you call me by my Taoist name." The old Taoist disappeared in a flash. Jin Su swallowed his saliva. This old immortal of Inverted Hanging Mountain was a Taoist perfected lord who was famous for killing the Southern Sea Flood Dragon. Then he just stood in front of him and chatted with him? True Lord Flood Dragon's cultivation was at the 11th realm. It was definitely enough to crush most of the pure Jade Realm Qi refinement cultivators in the world. No one doubted that the title of Heavenly Lord belonged to the old Taoist. In the end, when the three of them returned to Stork Tavern, Ning Yao took the initiative to chat with Jin Su. The latter spoke less than usual. Ning Yao was in a good mood. Previously, Qin Pingan bought a pair of small spiritual weapons from a vendor at the foot of Elk Cliff. They were in the style of yin-yang fish. When they arrived at Stork Tavern, the stern young shopkeeper said that the tavern was full. Ning Yao didn't say anything. She took out a piece of grain rain money and placed it on the counter, asking if it was enough. The young shopkeeper's eyelids twitched. He was about to speak when Qin Pingan snatched the grain rain money back. He smiled at the young shopkeeper. "Miss Ning is our friend. Shopkeeper, can you make an exception for us?" The young shopkeeper smiled. "I want to, but I can't chase away the other customers, right? Stork Tavern doesn't want its reputation. How will it do business in the future?" Ning Yao said directly, "Then I'll find another tavern to stay at." Qin Pingan took a deep breath. He took out another piece of grain rain money and placed it on the counter. "Can I trouble you to discuss with the customer?" The young shopkeeper smiled and kept the grain rain money. "Sure, please wait here." Qin Pingan returned the grain rain money to Ning Yao. She asked, "What's this for?" Qin Pingan smiled. "I'm treating you to a tavern." Ning Yao shook her hand and weighed the grain rain money. She said helplessly, "It's hard for you to earn a piece of grain rain money. But in our Great Wall of Sword Qi, this thing isn't worth much. You're just puffing yourself up at your own cost. It's very boring. What's the big deal about changing to another tavern? I'm not as delicate as you think." Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and smiled. "Then why don't you return the grain rain money to me?" Ning Yao rolled her eyes and decisively kept the grain rain money. She gloated, "Just wait for your heartache." In the end, the Stork Tavern vacated the largest room. It was a private courtyard outside a study room. Qin Pingan felt that it was very good. Ning Yao didn't feel anything. Before the young shopkeeper left, he smiled and placed the grain rain money on the table in front of the three people. "After thinking about it, I feel that this money might be too hot to handle. I don't dare to accept it. Miss, you're staying here just like young Master Qin. I'll record the amount and ask for money from Osmanthus Island later." Qin Pingan was confused. Jin Su responded with a grateful look. Qin Pingan sat at the table and was about to reach out to pick up the grain rain money when Ning Yao slapped him down and put it away. Seeing Qin Pingan's blank face, Ning Yao raised her eyebrows slightly as if provoking him. Qin Pingan smiled and pretended that nothing happened. Jin Su tactfully bid farewell and left. After the door closed, Qin Pingan took out all his belongings and treasures and placed them on the table one by one. Even Ning Yao was a little surprised. She sighed. "Qin Pingan, you're really something. Your ability to earn money is so great. How did you change from a child of wealth to a child of wealth? You're the fake Qin Pingan, aren't you?" Qin Pingan imitated Ning Yao. He leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest. The young man's face was full of pride. Today on the Inverted Mountain, there was a Ning Yao who had never been like this. There was also a Qin Pingan who had never been like this. until the two met and reunited. "277. There was a dazzling array of items on the table. It was both Chen Pingan's harvest and Chen Pingan's jianghu. There was a top-grade snake gallstone that he Xiaoyang had returned to Chen Pingan on the Kuan ship. There were also some ordinary snake gallstones that had faded in color. There was a golden script gallstone from the city god of Tsai country, Shenwen. Other than that, there was a small pile of gold and silver fragments beside it. There were silver fragments from the civil and military officials, as well as the broken golden fragments of the mountain gods of Yanji County. According to Shenwen, the seal, which had originated from a certain generation of Mount Longhu's great celestial master, needed to be used in conjunction with the Taoist Five Thunder True technique in order to unleash its full power. However, the most vivid part of the seal that Chen Pingan remembered was this phrase: "Only the virtuous can possess it." There was a small pile of copper coins. There was money for Guyu, money for summer, and money for snow. There was a pile of small bamboo slips. Some were cut from ordinary bamboo, but most of them were leftover bamboo from Mount Qingxian when Wei Pai built the bamboo house. They were engraved with famous sayings and poems. There were articles of sages recited by Cui Dong when they practiced martial arts together. There were words drawn by Li Shixing on the wall outside the bamboo house. There were words that Qin Pingan had extracted from his travel notes. There were also unintentional words that he had heard in Jianghu. There was a cockfighting cup that he had bought at the ferry of Shushui country. It was not worth much, but it was a rare extra expense for Qin Pingan. There were 2 golden dragon whiskers that the swordsman had given him. There was also a golden robe left behind by the mischievous old dragon after its death. There was also an old pearl that looked like a yellowed pill. There was a white porcelain brush washer that he had obtained from the assassin of Guyu country, Lady Snake Scorpion. In the end, he did not sell it at Qingfu Square because Qin Pingan liked those lively words. There was a book of swordsmanship classics, and a jade token that was close to him. They were all given by the old dragon city's Zheng Dafeng. There was a Confucian classic that had been given by the old scholar. There were a few travel notes and letters that he had obtained from the governor's mansion in Yanji County. There was a seal that was engraved with the words calm and proud. There was a water seal without the mountain seal as a companion. It seemed a little lonely. It was placed by Qin Pingan in the position closest to his hand. Of course, there was also the mountain shaking fist manual that had accompanied him the longest. Ning Yao rummaged through the items and looked at them one by one. Finally she smiled and said, "You're giving them all to me? Don't you want to keep some money for yourself?" Ning Yao was a little annoyed. What's with the secret stash? I can't be so heartless when talking to Qin Pingan in the future. Remember, this is not the cultivation of the sword Dao. Qin Pingan clearly didn't notice the deeper meaning behind Ning Yao's words. He pointed at a few things and said with a serious expression, "You know that this mountain shaking fist manual isn't mine. I'm just helping Gu can keep it, so I can't give it to you. The seal that Mr. Qi gave me won't do either. Also, I don't think it's appropriate to give you the Celestial Master seal that Lord Xingwang gave you. As for the rest, you can take them if you want." Ning Yao curled her lips. "I don't care. You can keep them all." Qin Pingan patted his head and took off the ginger gourd from his waist. He put it on the table and took out the talisman with the skeleton female ghost living in it from the sword case. He explained, "This talisman is the reward for buying a few mountains. Mountain god Wei Pai helped me get it from Dolly. There's a fierce female ghost living in this talisman. With the help of Osmanthus Island, she signed a 60-year contract with me and now lives in the sword case. Madame Gouet said that this is called the Huai Manor. When otherworldly items live here, they can nourish their souls and increase their cultivation. It's like a small paradise for them." Ning Yao asked, "Is the skeleton female ghost beautiful?" Qin Pingan thought for a moment. "She's just as She's not as beautiful as a wedding dress female ghost in a villa, and she's not as beautiful as you." Ning Yao angrily said, "Qin Pingan, did you learn from Alliance that you've become so glib?" Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm just speaking from the bottom of my heart. Glib and glib are 2 different things." Ning Yao laughed. "Then did you cheat the hearts of many girls?" After saying that, Ning Yao laid on the table and turned to look at Qin Pingan, who was much taller and had much whiter skin. She seemed to be somewhat disheartened. "I can no longer fight against 500 Qin Pingan with one hand. Then, after you walk through half of the Aquarius continent, there will be so many ladies from small places. Maybe they will treat you as a deity and like you." Qin Pingan quickly waved his hand and said, "No girl will like me. Along the way I'll either have to fight with my enemies or meet by chance. Qin Pingan sighed. He leaned on the table and used his finger to poke the blade-strengthening gourd. When I left my hometown, I took a Kuan boat from the Julu continent's Ritual Mountain. On it I met a pair of sisters. One was called Chunshui and the other was Chiosher. They were about the same age as me. Later the Kuan boat crashed and I might never see them again. Qin Pingan glanced at the inconspicuous brush washer on the table. It was less than a foot away from him. But he was already very far away from them. Not only did Ning Yao not think that Qin Pingan was having thoughts, she even comforted him softly. Life and death are inevitable. She still leaned her cheek on the table. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the old and the young, men and women, as long as there is a war, many people will die. Some you don't know, some you know. You can't care about being sad, or you'll be the one who dies. Only after the war ends will the survivors have the time to be sad. But there won't be too much sadness. Towards the south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the most you'll do is send a cup of wine. Everyone will be like that. Ning Yao's gaze was deep, just like the iron lock well in Qin Pingan's hometown. It was cold. Just like when we were drinking the carefree wine at the wine shop, I casually mentioned a small matter to you. When I was drinking the farewell wine with my friends, there would be people who would talk about my parents. You asked me if I was angry. Of course I was angry, but I didn't think as much as others. What? Do you know? Qin Pingan looked at her. He lay there and could only shake his head slightly. Ning Yao gave the answer. Because the person who said those strange words will also die on the battlefield one day. Moreover, he will definitely die generously, just like his ancestors did before him. When I think of this, I feel that there's no need to be too angry. It's just a few words. It's not even as heavy as the sword chi around me. Maybe one day I'll be fighting side by side with these people. Or maybe I'll save someone. Or maybe I'll only be able to watch someone die. Qin Pingan nodded and then sat up. He shook his head and said, Miss Ning, if you think this way. Ning Yao rolled her eyes. I don't want to listen to reason. Don't bother me. She didn't need to listen to other people's reason. The elders in her family, the sword immortal on the city wall, Alliance who had sent her off from the inverted mountain, and her friends of the same age as her. But if it was Qin Pingan who said it, she could only be bothered by him. In that case, she might as well have stopped him from saying it from the start. Qin Pingan made an "oh" sound and continued lying down. As expected, he really didn't talk about those reasons that he had painstakingly read from books. Ning Yao suddenly sat up. Are you really going to the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Qin Pingan sat up straight and nodded. The elder who taught me the fist technique said that as long as I can ascend to the city wall, it will help me temper my soul. As long as I don't die there, it will be a great reward. And I don't know why, but after drinking the worryless wine with that couple, I have a feeling that going from the 4th realm to the 6th realm is a matter of course. It feels like as long as I want to ascend to the next realm, I can easily do it. But of course I won't stupidly break through all the realms. If I don't take the first step firmly, it will be difficult in the future. But I have a feeling that after drinking the wine of Golden Millet Paradise, it will be much easier for me to break through the 4th to 5th and 5th to 6th realms before the 7th realm. Ning Yao took the blade-strengthening gourd and shook it casually. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Then you have to thank them properly for giving you such an opportunity. Qin Pingan nodded and said, of course. So I'll go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi this time and see if I can meet them again. Ning Yao thought about it and didn't say much. Qin Pingan was a little nervous. But it was too uncomfortable to be taken to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I'm afraid I can't even stand properly. How can I climb up the city wall? Ning Yao explained, actually it's not as exaggerated and scary as you think. The city wall is where the sword chi is the most abundant. If you enter the pass from the inverted mountain and walk step by step towards the city wall, you'll gradually adapt and feel much better. The Great Wall of Sword Chi is similar to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It's a place where Ascendant Realm sword cultivators of the 13th realm will not be forced to ascend. No one cares about our life and death. Even the heavenly axiom doesn't care about this place. So many sword cultivators from other places like to come here to train and participate in wars. The last time you saw the heavenly axiom in the sky above Pro Grotto Heaven, they were chi cultivators from the Julu continent. This time, with their help on the surface, the demon race's 3 attacks failed and tens of thousands of corpses were left under the city wall. All of them became our capital to buy the inverted mountain ferry. But I don't think it's that simple. I believe that Grandpa Qin, who took you to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and the other 2 sages who are guarding this place, can see it clearly. Ning Yao smiled. The higher the realm of a cultivator, especially the upper 5 realms, whether it's a human or a demon, when they enter someone else's territory, the more uncomfortable it is for them to acclimatize. This is the key to the sages guarding this place and taking advantage of the right time and place. For example, when Lu Qin, the Taoist leader of the Green Netherworld, entered the vast world, the highest realm he could reach was the 13th realm. This was the rule set by the Sage of Rites early on, and the scholarly sage was no exception when he entered the Green Netherworld. Between the sages there is a competition of the great Tao, but it doesn't mean that they don't respect each other. You might not believe it, but among the demon race, there are also existences that are worthy of our admiration, even if they are enemies who have to fight to the death on the battlefield. Similarly, among the demon race, there are also many great demons who admire some of our powerful sword cultivators. In our Great Wall of Sword Chi, as long as one is not a sword cultivator, martial artists like you and the Chi cultivators of the 100 schools of thought will have a hard time. It might be a great fortune, but it's even more likely that the sword Tao will completely destroy the foundation of their great Tao. There are 2 examples. One is a cave-dwelling realm sword cultivator in the history of the Julu continent. He became an immortal cultivator step by step here. The other is an immortal cultivator in the Fuyao continent. Not only did he not find an opportunity to break through here, he fell back to the nascent soul realm. Qin Pingan suddenly said, "Alliance taught me the 18 stops Qi circulation technique." Ning Yao was stunned for a moment. This fellow treats you well. On our side, only sword cultivators who have made great contributions have the qualifications to pass on this method of circulating energy to others. Almost all of them pass it on to their favorite disciples or family heirs. But don't be happy too early. The 18 stops is more of a ritual. It seems to be saying that the Great Wall of Sword Chi has been passed down for generations. There will always be descendants who inherit the sword Tao of the first generation of ancient sword immortals. Actually, the 18 stops itself is not considered a brilliant Qi circulation sword art. The great family clans in the northern cities all have truly superior sword arts. The Chen family sword art can strengthen the bones, the Dong family sword art can cleanse the marrow, the Qi family is good at refining the spirit, the Ning family sharpens the natal sword, the Yao family focuses on the sword Qi's illusory and real state, the Nalan family's sword Tao complements each other's Qi. They are all better than sword cultivators in the vast world like you can imagine. But no matter what, since you have learned the 18 stops, you will be able to adapt faster at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. This is a good thing. Qin Pingan grinned. Ning Yao asked casually, according to the time, you have been learning it for almost 2 years. How many stops have you completed? 15, 16? You should have completed at least 12 stops. After that, it will not be like before. Every stop will be harder to complete. After all, you are not a native of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, so it is normal for you to be slower. For some of my friends, Fatty took 8 months to complete the 18 stops. Little Dong's talent is better and he only took half a year. As for the others, they took between 9 months and a year. However, Little Dong's elder sister is better and she only took 3 months. It is just that the Dong family has been hiding this for so many years, unwilling to reveal the truth to the outside world. There are about 30 people around my age who have completed the 18 stops on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Therefore, our generation is considered to be the best in the 3,000 years of history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The elders all say that as long as we are given 50 to 60 years, the monster race will not be able to see the Great Wall of Sword Chi for the next 1,000 years. Qin Pingan was stunned. He had gone through untold hardships before barely breaking through the threshold of the 7th stop. He was able to complete the 12 Chi palaces in one go. Then the snow began to seal the mountain and even thunder could not move it. This made him feel that his chances were too slim. Ning Yao noticed Qin Pingan's expression and stopped talking. Then let's not talk about me. Qin Pingan probed, how long have you been? Ning Yao gave a fake smile. Haha. Qin Pingan wasn't willing to give up. How long is haha? Ning Yao endured for a long time. Seeing that Qin Pingan had no intention of giving up, she could only honestly answer, it's ha for so long. I learned it as soon as I finished listening to the 18 stops mantra. Qin Pingan sighed. He took the blade strengthening gourd and silently drank a mouthful of wine. When I obtained the mountain shaking fist manual, I learned it like this. Now that I've reached the 18 stops, my sword training is still the same. Will I never be able to catch up to you for the rest of my life? If so, how will I become a great sword immortal? However, Qin Pingan didn't wait for Ning Yao to say anything. He had already thought things through. But it doesn't matter. You have to take things one step at a time. How others are doing is the good of others. As long as you know that you're getting better and better, it's fine even if you're a little slower. When I promised you that I would finish 1,000,000 punches, I didn't even dare to imagine that I would be able to finish them in my lifetime. But now I'm only left with 20,000 punches. Who knows what will happen in the future? Ning Yao asked, others? Qin Pingan, who had said the wrong thing, wore an embarrassed look. He could only chuckle. Ning Yao thought for a moment. Then shall we head to the Great Wall of Sword Beams early? Qin Pingan took off the jade token at his waist and said hesitantly, but I should only be able to enter seclusion tomorrow night. Ning Yao had already stood up and said, put away your things. I'll bring you there. Didn't that true Lord Flood Dragon say that he had something to discuss with them? Since Inverted Hanging Mountain said so himself, it's not good to go back on his word. Let's go. Qin Pingan had nothing he couldn't let go of in Inverted Hanging Mountain. Thinking that it was a good thing to practice his punches at the Great Wall of Sword Beams early, he stored all the items on the table into Flying Sword 15. When Ning Yao saw the intrinsic flying sword again, she reminded him, it's a flying sword and also a square-inch item. It's very rare. You have to treasure it. If even Ning Yao found it rare, it definitely wasn't some ordinary priceless item. Qin Pingan nodded and noted it down. Qin Pingan first went to inform Jin Su that he was going to the Great Wall of Sword Beams in advance. Mrs. Manthis stood at the door of her room with mixed feelings. Finally, she bid farewell to Qin Pingan and Miss Ning with a smile. After leaving the Stork Inn, Ning Yao brought Qin Pingan to the foot of the Lone Peak. However, the little Taoist who was sitting on the second seat of the inverted mountain glanced at the young man's jade token that was not in accordance with the rules. Then he looked at the little girl's face that was full of righteousness. The little Taoist was so angry that he jumped up from his praying mat. Fortunately, Qin Pingan had already started to explain, Immortal Elder, we met True Monarch Flood Dragon at the Thunder Lake Tower. He told Miss Ning that the old True Monarch's master had already issued a decree that he could make an exception for Miss Ning. If Immortal Elder is still worried, you can discuss it with the old True Lord. If it really doesn't work, I'll go through this door tomorrow night. The little Taoist child glanced at Qin Pingan from the corner of his eyes. Who are you? Are you this little girl's lover? Qin Pingan just blinked and didn't say anything. He pretended to be dumb with the little Taoist child. The little Taoist child said in his heart. He chatted with True Lord Flood Dragon, who was considered his martial nephew according to seniority. Then he looked at Ning Yao and Qin Pingan. You can go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi now. Since he had made up his mind, the little Taoist child didn't make things difficult for the two of them. He sat back on the cushion. Probably because he felt that the little girl was too infuriating, he simply lay back on the cushion and opened the Taoist book to cover his face. Out of sight, out of mind. Ning Yao held Qin Pingan's hand and said softly, remember, after entering the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it's normal for the Sword Chi seawater to flood your Chi residence. You can't be anxious. The more anxious you are, the more chaotic your Chi will be. It will only be a mess. Qin Pingan nodded. I understand. I'll treat it as if I'm pulling blanks. As long as my heart is steady, everything will be stable. Ning Yao rolled her eyes. Bumpkin. Qin Pingan smiled and held her hand. Ning Yao quickened her pace and held Qin Pingan's hand as they hurriedly stepped through the mirror door. The man holding a sword sitting on the hitching post clicked his tongue in wonder. I reckon that many of the younger generation over there are going to go crazy. This silly boy's treatment won't be any better than the demon races. The little Taoist child whose head was covered by the book said sullenly, although I don't like this girl's bad temper, I still feel a little heartache when I see her being tricked by a silly boy. One is heaven and the other is earth. How did these two get together? Isn't it a random matchmaking? Who's the one who pulled the red string? Stand out. I'll definitely stab this half-baked moon elder to death. I'll stab him half to death first and leave him half alive so that I can scold him to death. On the top of the Lone Peak, one of the 3 clear bells rang. It was quiet and inaudible. It wasn't announced to the world, but it resounded throughout the inverted mountain. Then a wisp of chi swept past the little Taoist child's head and into the book. Then, the book seemed to be possessed by a deity as it slapped the little Taoist child left and right. It was very crisp and pleasant to the ears. The little Taoist child who couldn't dodge in time felt as if he was struck by lightning. Then he came to a realization and held his head while begging for mercy. Martial uncle, I was wrong, I was wrong. After stepping into the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Ning Yao's heart trembled, but she quickly felt relieved. It turned out that after she brought Qin Pingan across the inverted mountain mirror, they didn't appear near the door where Old Man Nalan and Taoist Nun Sherdao were. Instead, they directly arrived at the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This directly saved them the long journey of passing through the city and ascending the top of the city. However, in this way Qin Pingan would probably suffer. As expected. Qin Pingan, who suddenly arrived at the top of the city wall, flushed red. Then, his face turned ashen and finally, his whole body trembled. However, Qin Pingan's eyes were always clear, like an ancient well without any ripples. Previously he was too caught off guard. Now that he was mentally prepared, even if he reached the top of the city wall in a single step, Qin Pingan was very familiar with suffering. It was just returning to the second floor of the bamboo house on Luopa Mountain. As long as he didn't die on the spot, Qin Pingan's state of mind was as firm as a hitching post and as strong as a river's cornerstone. At the top of the city wall where the two of them were, there were no sword cultivators patrolling around or practicing their skills. A stooped and thin old man walked over from where he was and smiled at Ning Yao. She was blushing a little. The old man smiled and clasped his hands behind his back. Although he had already seen through Dali's background, today he still walked around Qin Pingan and nodded. As expected. Then the old man was a little regretful and muttered to himself, even if Alliance has stayed here for 100 years, the scholarly aura in him still hasn't been completely wiped out. Otherwise, after getting that sword, he could almost be on par with the second Taoist. Now that he has given up everything and is only exchanging fists in the heavens beyond heaven, what meaning is there? A sword cultivator without a sword? A Taoist who is purely a martial artist? What a scandal. But then again, with her temper, she may not be willing to follow Alliance. But to choose this simple young man, it doesn't make sense. Could it be that she is struggling before death and is unwilling to disappear from the world? No, her temperament is definitely not like this. She is too arrogant, just like... I can't say it like that. She should be extremely similar to me. Then who was it that convinced her? Qi Jingchun from the line of the sage of literature? Qi Jingchun is a scholar and should be very knowledgeable, but he is not on the same path as her. Logically speaking, he should not be able to convince her. Strange. Although the old man's surname Chen was close to Ning Yao and the old man was not muttering in his heart, he was speaking a long speech. However, Ning Yao could not hear a single word. The old sword immortal could not figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. There are too many things in the world. As long as they are not near me, they are not important. Moreover, it is not just one world. The old sword immortal felt that he had to think of something that could make him happy, so he smiled and looked at Ning Yao. This little girl was really good. The Great Wall of Sword Aura. This generation of young sword cultivators produced geniuses in large numbers. It was a grand scene that had not been seen in 3,000 years. Vaguely, she had already shown signs of outshining everyone else. Even the old sword immortal who had carved more than one word on the wall was looking forward to the birth of her intrinsic flying sword. Previously, during a long trip, the last Ning Yao did not care about anything and almost summoned her immature intrinsic flying sword. Due to the existence of certain mystic arts in the Great Wall of Sword Aura, he and the few old fellows on the wall sensed the abnormality even though they were separated by a small world and two large worlds. The one with the worst temper almost broke the rules and barged into the vast world. Fortunately, the last stopped at the last moment and did not ruin the foundation of the Great Tao. Ning Yao asked softly, "Grandpa Qin, will he be fine?" The old sword immortal, who was serious in speech and manner, was never stingy with his smile when facing Ning Yao. He smiled and said, "If something happens to him, I believe something will happen to Grandpa Qin as well, right?" Ning Yao glared at the old man. The old man quipped, "Oh, you finally look like a young lady. It seems like this outsider kid has contributed greatly." The old sword immortal stopped teasing the lass. "This kid's martial foundation is excellent and he has a calm temperament. Not bad. He will definitely be able to endure it. Don't worry. Let him endure it on the city wall for the time being. Back then my neighbor Chao Ci also walked step by step like this. Make sure not to bring him to the northern city. It's a foul place. Even the best seedlings will be destroyed." After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and slowly walked forward. This time he did not use his divine powers to perform ground contraction at the Great Wall of Sword Aura. The old man silently guarded the city wall. It had been 1,000 years. After that, Qin Pingan spent 10 hours before he could slowly move his feet. Another 10 to 10 hours later, he attempted to practice the 6-step stance. He was unfamiliar with it, as though he was a child learning a fist technique for the first time. Ning Yao would come to the city wall a few times a day. She did not speak much before returning to her family in the northern city. Chen Pingan gradually became familiar with the six-step stance. Just like that, he kept punching towards his left hand, slowly and firmly. The moment he felt exhausted, he quickly turned into a sword furnace stance and stopped moving. During this time, Chen Pingan did not dare to approach the city wall. He only walked on the horse path. It was said that south of the city wall was the wilderness. Furthermore, in this world, there would be 3 bright moons hanging in the sky at night. Chen Pingan felt more tired after punching 100 times at the Great Wall of Sword Aura than a few thousand times at the vast world. Just like that, he walked and stopped. On the 3rd day, when Chen Pingan could vaguely make out the outline of the 2 thatched cottages, he saw Chao Si. He was on the top of the wall a li away, practicing his boxing stance. His steps were light and agile, and his punches were like rainbows. Even if Chen Pingan was not a 4th realm martial artist and was just a layman with shallow eyes, he could not help but sigh in admiration at Chao Si's boxing stance. Chen Pingan walked from right to left, while Chao Si, who lived in the small thatched cottage, walked from left to right. Their gazes met. Neither of them had any intention of stopping. They continued walking and finally brushed past each other. At that moment, Chen Pingan's fist intent was extremely weak. Most of it had been suppressed by the sword aura. On the other hand, Chao Si's strong fist intent leaked out violently. It was visible to the naked eye, as if it was suppressing the sword aura around the city wall. Chen Pingan walked slowly and finally approached the thatched cottage where the old sword immortal lived. Chao Si had already finished a round of practice and caught up with Chen Pingan. Then Chen Pingan saw Ning Yao beside the old sword immortal. Chao Si saw the old man's master, the imperial tutor, and the female martial god, Pei Wan. After Ning Yao confirmed the progress of Chen Pingan's practice, she was relieved to bring him to the northern city wall near the thatched cottage. She leaped up the city wall with him and looked at the city. She told him where her home was and where her friends lived. Not far behind them, Chao Si was practicing a new fist stance. The female martial god smiled and watched from the side. From time to time, she would point out some flaws in his fist stance. That night, the female martial god stood on the city wall and closed her eyes to rest. Chao Si practiced for an entire night. Chen Pingan practiced until late at night. In the latter half of the night, he sat cross-legged on the northern city wall. He maintained the sword furnace and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, the old sword immortal came near the 2 parties and suddenly suggested that the 2 youths spar. Chao Si didn't care. Chen Pingan didn't care either. Thus, the old man used his finger as a sword and opened up a temporary small world with a radius of 100 feet. A female martial god watched the battle from the side and actually found it quite interesting. On this day, in a situation where there were no restrictions, the 2 of them seemed to be in an ordinary battlefield. Flying swords, dharma treasures, fist techniques, as long as they were willing they could use them. Moreover, before the spar, the old sword immortal told the 2 youths, who were both 4th realm martial artists, to forget that they would not die on the city wall. They treated it as a true battle of life and death. Chen Pingan fought with all his strength and lost all 3 battles. It was unknown how much strength Chao Si had held back, but he won all 3 battles. (278) After the last battle, Chao Si bid farewell to her master and left. The master and disciple should have left the Great Wall of Sword Qi and returned to the Central Plains. Before Chao Si left, she said to Chen Pingan, "Chen Pingan, before you return to the inverted hanging mountain, can you help me take care of that little cottage?" Chen Pingan wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled, "No problem." This was Chao Si's unique kindness. The white-clothed youth and the female martial god walked further and further on the horse path. The old sword immortal reminded Chen Pingan, "I'm going to remove the small world." Chen Pingan nodded, indicating that he was fine. The old sword immortal casually removed the restrictions of that world, and the sword chi immediately surged over. Chen Pingan's soul was shaken and he was heavily injured. He could only obediently use the sword furnace to resist. After 2 hours, Chen Pingan was finally able to walk. He and Ning Yao came to the southern city wall and she asked, "Are you all right?" Chen Pingan shook his head, "This injury is nothing." Ning Yao frowned and pointed at her heart, "I mean here." Following the girl's slender finger, Chen Pingan's gaze didn't move for a long time. In the end, Ning Yao slapped Chen Pingan's head. Chen Pingan scratched his head and quickly made up for it, "My heart is even more fine." A man's head and a woman's waist, one couldn't be slapped and the other couldn't be touched. However, Qin Pingan didn't dare to say such words. Ning Yao leaned against the city wall and asked worriedly, "Are you really fine?" Within a day, Qin Pingan lost 3 times, losing to the point where he could not lose anymore. The first time was when Qin Pingan and Chao Ci exchanged fist techniques. Both sides seemed to have a tacit understanding and were very pure. However, Qin Pingan seemed to be slightly slower than Chao Ci every time he punched. It wasn't that Qin Pingan's fist techniques weren't up to standard. On the contrary, the female martial god who was watching from the side nodded several times when the old man with the surname Chui taught him fist techniques such as the deity drumming style and the great cloud swamp style. On the other hand, Chao Ci seemed to be too relaxed. She seemed to be taking a stroll in the courtyard. She seemed to be able to predict the future and predict the enemy's moves. Qin Pingan's punches and kicks seemed to be exactly where he wanted them to be. Qin Pingan had never hit Chao Ci, not even once. Just as the elderly sword immortal and Ning Yao felt that one round was enough, it was the female martial god's turn to suggest another round with a smile. She also wanted Qin Pingan to move freely and not be restrained by his fist techniques. In the second round, Qin Pingan used flying sword number 1 and flying sword number 15. He even used several kinds of talisman. However, compared to Chao Ci's movement technique, it was still slightly slower. It was not much slower. This time, even Ning Yao felt helpless on behalf of Qin Pingan. It was like playing chess. It wasn't strange for a strong 9th rank to defeat a weak 9th rank. However, if this strong 9th rank player won by half a point every time, it probably meant that the difference in chess ability between the two was abnormally large. The last round was suggested by Qin Pingan himself. Chao Ci nodded in agreement. In the third round, Qin Pingan began to change. He no longer looked like he was exchanging blows with Chao Ci, but competing with himself. He constantly changed the path of his fist techniques. Just think about it. Whether it was the deity drumming style or the cavalry chisel formation style, they were all the immortal hands that the old man with the surname Chui had practiced countless times. Qin Pingan's actions seemed to be a bit of a mess. As a result, Chao Ci's punches were no longer just a bit faster than Qin Pingan's. Many times, Chao Ci had shattered Qin Pingan's fist intent at the beginning of Qin Pingan's punch or in the middle of his stance. She had lost even more miserably than in the previous 2 rounds. However, the 3 people present, even Ning Yao who was not a martial artist, could see that Qin Pingan's sudden changes were on the right track. The most important difference was still in their foundation of level 4. After the 3rd round, Chao Ci gave Qin Pingan a thumbs up. She only said 4 words, "Keep up the good work." If it wasn't for Chao Ci and Qin Pingan, everyone would probably think that Chao Ci was provoking them, flaunting her strength, or looking down on the loser from above. However, Chao Ci's calmness and Qin Pingan's calmness could not change a fact. They were both level 4 martial artists, but Qin Pingan was now Chao Ci's defeated opponent. That was why Ning Yao, who had a clear and sharp sword heart, asked this question. She was worried that Qin Pingan would lose the 4th round. It was an invisible battle of states of mind. Once Chao Ci crushed Qin Pingan's martial arts state of mind, it would be difficult for him to reach level 7, let alone the limits of martial arts. Fortunately, Qin Pingan said that it was fine. Ning Yao believed him. She knew that Qin Pingan was not afraid of death when she was in Pro Grotto Heaven. He had almost died at the hands of the mountain-moving ape and had almost exchanged his life with Ma Kuxuan for her. However, not being afraid of death did not mean that he was not afraid of losing. When one was poor, one had nothing to lose. However, when Ning Yao saw the table full of treasures in the inverted mountain Stork Inn, she realized that Qin Pingan was already quite rich, especially in martial arts. Therefore, Ning Yao was worried that Qin Pingan would be stubborn. Fortunately, that was not the case. The 2 of them sat side by side on the south-facing city wall. Ning Yao placed the 2 swords, one new and one old, on her knees. Qin Pingan still carried the locust tree sword case on his back. She actually felt that the name Demon Subduing was rather tacky. However, when she thought about how Qin Pingan was carrying a demon slayer sword, she did not argue with him. Qin Pingan placed his fists on his knees and leaned forward. 1,000 miles away was the encampment of countless demon soldiers. According to Ning Yao, every time the demon army attacked the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the valley would be filled with demons. However, there would also be a dense cloud of flying swords above their heads. When Qin Pingan and Ning Yao were together, they talked about whatever came to mind. From the old sword immortal, Grandpa Qin, to Chao Ci and the female martial god, to the great Duan dynasty of the Central Plains, to the great heavenly master of Mount Longhu, who owned one of the 4 great immortal swords. When it came to immortal swords, it naturally involved the invincible Dao number 2. This was because his immortal sword was known as the 1 foot in the mortal realm. Then it was the inverted mountain under Dao number 2. Finally, it returned to the great wall of sword chi and Qin Pinggan's fist techniques. Going around in circles, they talked about whatever they wanted. Qin Pinggan had never sat in a place with such a wide view. Even more so in his state of mind. It was as though he was directly facing the world. Qin Pinggan couldn't help but say, "In the beginning I practiced fist techniques to survive. When I didn't have to worry about my lifespan, I started to think about why I practiced fist techniques. For the first time, I felt that my fist had to be faster than anyone else. Later, I felt that my fist might not be the strongest, but it must be the most logical. So I read books, asked others for advice, and learned how to conduct myself. I asked the people around me to tell me when I made a mistake." Qin Pinggan took off his wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He said helplessly, "When I talk reason with others, it's to make them talk reason too. It's not because I feel that my reasoning is necessarily right. It's a pity that after this trip, many people aren't even willing to talk reason. Their official robes, surnames, the silver in their pockets, and their cultivation levels. They probably don't need to worry about anything. They probably think that these are enough to reason things out." Qin Pinggan suddenly thought of sword cultivator left and right. That man's sword skills were so high that he was invincible. It seemed that Mr. Chi's senior brother, sword cultivator left and right, also didn't like to talk reason. However, there was a world of difference between the two. One was actively evil. The other was that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If others offended him, then it was his bad luck. Therefore, he chose to stay away from the human world. Furthermore, he had said something that basically meant that all cultivators of the Tao could no longer be considered human. Instead, they were aliens. Apart from the literal meaning, Qin Pinggan didn't understand the deeper meaning, but he felt that it was a very heavy sentence. Qin Pinggan turned to Ning Yao and smiled. "Of course, if my fist techniques and sword techniques can be the fastest, even faster, that would be the best." After Qin Pinggan handed the blade strengthening gourd to Ning Yao, he stood up and began to practice his fist techniques slowly, matching the 18 stops that Alliance taught him. Alliance once said that his 18 stops were different. Ning Yao frowned and said, "Qin Pinggan, you have to practice so many punches every day. Why do you have to think so much?" "I'm just thinking." Qin Pinggan's face was full of smiles. His punches were relaxed and unhurried. However, it wasn't laziness, it was natural. Ning Yao turned her head to look at Qin Pinggan, whose body was filled with the true intent of his fist art. She asked, "Then have you ever thought that thinking so much will slow down your martial arts cultivation?" "Chao Si, I definitely won't think so much." Qin Pinggan didn't stop practicing his fist techniques. He smiled and said, "He's a genius and he's definitely the best kind of genius. I'm not. I have to think more and do more at every step. I'm just an ordinary teacher. Didn't you also say that I'm a bumpkin? Therefore I have to do not bad at every step first. Then it's right, very right, the most right. I can't rush it. In the past I would sit for an entire afternoon. Only when I don't make any mistakes can I produce good embryos. It's a very simple principle." Qin Pinggan habitually added, "Right?" Ning Yao asked back, "Simple?" Qin Pinggan was a little puzzled. "Isn't it simple?" Ning Yao drank some wine from the blade strengthening gourd and didn't answer his question. "It's fine as long as it's simple." Qin Pinggan's punches were no longer according to the mountain-shaking fist manual or the boxing stance taught by the old man surnamed Chui. Instead, they were improvised. His body followed his fist without any worries. He stopped and paused, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Qin Pinggan's mind was completely immersed in it. "My natal porcelain is broken. My longevity bridge is broken. I used to practice boxing just to hang on to my life. Then I finally came here and found you. I, Qin Pinggan, thought that I was very great." Qin Pinggan's punches were getting faster and faster. So much so that his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. "Back then, when I was sitting on the Golden Arch Bridge in the Sea of Clouds, the fairy sister told me that I must not disappoint Mr. Chi's hopes. Because she chose me first, it was because she chose to believe in Mr. Chi that she was willing to bet on that 1 in 10,000 chance with him. With this one I am this one and that's enough." On the city wall, Qin Pinggan's punches suddenly slowed down without any abruptness. He moved his feet horizontally and kept punching at the wasteland. In an instant he went from the slowest to the fastest, whistling like the wind. The old man surnamed Chui once said that he wanted to teach the martial artists in the world that they would feel that the heavens were above them when they saw his punch. Chen Pingan seemed to be answering a question in his heart. As he punched, he laughed and said, "Okay." Ning Yao opened her mouth slightly. Was this still Chen Pingan? Ning Yao was a little melancholic for the first time. After drinking a mouthful of melancholy wine, she stretched out a hand and complained, "Chen Pingan, I can't beat more than a few of you with one hand now." Chen Pingan stopped punching and squatted down. He smiled and said, "You can hit me, but I won't fight back." Ning Yao rolled her eyes and said, "Are you still a man? If this were to spread, be it at the Great Wall of Sword Aura or the Righteous World, you would be a laughing stock." Chen Pingan's eyes were firm. "If you were to be bullied one day, no matter what realm I am at, my punch will be the fastest." Ning Yao pointed to the south of the city wall. "Aren't you afraid of a peak realm 13 great demon?" Chen Pingan nodded. Ning Yao pointed behind her. "Aren't you afraid of the Righteous World's Confucian Temple's sages?" Chen Pingan nodded again. Ning Yao pointed above her. "Aren't you afraid of the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor?" After Chen Pingan nodded, he whispered, "Ning Yao, don't die on the battlefield." Ning Yao turned her head and no longer looked at Chen Pingan. She hugged the blade-strengthening calabash and looked down at the 10,000-year-old battlefield beneath her. She nodded with a determined look in her eyes. "I can't guarantee that I won't die, but I will definitely strive to survive." Ning Yao suddenly laughed. "Chen Pingan, then hurry up and become the world's #1 great sword immortal." Chen Pingan scratched his head and said, "I can't guarantee it either, but I will try my best." Chen Pingan sat beside Ning Yao. Their shoulders leaned against each other. Ning Yao was a little shy. She gently bumped into him as if she wanted to push him away. Chen Pingan leaned back every time. Chen Pingan's shoulders shook just like that. In the end, the two of them looked toward the south quietly. He carried the hopes of Mr. Qi and his fairy sister on his shoulders. He carried the hopes of his beloved girl on his shoulders. Although it wasn't like the willows and grasses, nor was it like the spring sun with green mountains and clear waters. However, Chen Pingan felt that this was already very good. It couldn't be any better. Pei Bei and Chao Ci walked slowly on the city wall. Chao Ci looked back in the direction of the thatched cottage and said with a serious expression, "Although his foundation at the third realm is still quite far away from mine. However, I feel that Chen Pingan has hope of following behind me." The martial goddess smiled and said, "That's a very high evaluation." Chao Ci asked, "Master, what do you think?" She shook her head lightly. "I think it's meaningless. It depends on how you and Chen Pingan go in the future. The speed of your ascension, the thickness of your foundation at each realm, and the final level of your martial arts. Of course, who can live longer is the most important." Chao Ci nodded and asked, "Master, if there are no major accidents, how long can you live?" Regarding such matters of life and death, her tone was calm. Ordinary 10th realm martial artists can live up to about 300 years old if they try their best to reduce the consumption of their origin energy and avoid life or death battles that are difficult to cure. I can live up to about 200 years. However, with the extra 200 years I can do more things. Chao Ci sighed. In the end, Qi refinement warriors live longer. Pei Bei didn't comment and asked, "Do you have any other thoughts about Chen Pingan?" Chao Ci shook her head. "No." Pei Bei reminded, "Before reaching 7th realm, you can leave the Great Duan dynasty, but you are not allowed to go to other continents." Got it. Chao Ci still didn't care. In her martial arts, her only true opponent was herself. The tall martial goddess of the Middle Plains couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and rubbed Chao Ci's head. Chao Ci said helplessly, "Master, don't always treat me like a child." Before Pei Bei walked down the city wall, she looked back at the thatched cottage. She quickly retracted her gaze and smiled. Pure martial artists in the same era as Chao Ci would probably be very sad. Those who respected and admired him could only look up to him for the rest of their lives. Those who envied and were jealous of him couldn't compare. Those who hated him would be heartbroken. Pei Bei looked forward to her disciple's ultimate peak. After all, there was no second place in martial arts. Chen Pingan had been on the city wall for close to 10 days. Today Ning Yao came and left, saying that there was an important guest at home and she needed to show her face. Chen Pingan continued to walk along the city wall. After walking for more than 10 miles, he saw a little girl in a loose black robe standing in front of him. She had a cute ponytail and seemed to be taking a nap. She was swaying as if she was going to fall off the city wall in the next moment. Chen Pingan was scared out of his wits. He couldn't help but want to support that reckless little girl. However, after 2 long travels, Qin Pingan had matured a lot. In the beautiful Robes Nation, the inverted hanging mountain, and the Great Wall of Sorchi, the 3 were worlds apart. Therefore, Qin Pingan only said hello and pretended to ask. He used the Great Wall of Sorchi dialect that Ningyao had taught him and asked awkwardly, "Do you know who the old man in the thatched cottage is?" The little girl didn't pay any attention to Qin Pingan and continued to swing on the city wall. Qin Pingan stopped at a distance that he thought was reasonable and sized her up. There were still mucus bubbles on her young face. She was indeed sleeping. She was so carefree. Qin Pingan felt that she was most likely a genius sword cultivator. In an instant, the girl with ponytails fell off the city wall. Qin Pingan instinctively wanted to rush over and grab the little girl's ankle. However, a hand pressed down on Qin Pingan's shoulder, preventing him from moving. He turned his head and saw a white-haired old man with a kind face standing on his left. He was tall and had a white jade hairpin in his hair. The old man smiled at Qin Pingan and said, "Little guy, from your accent, you must be a foreigner, right? It's good to be kind, but in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, you must remember not to cause trouble for others, especially yourself." The old man pointed in the direction where the little girl had fallen off the cliff. "This hidden official doesn't need you to save her. She is the sword cultivator who has killed the most demons in the middle 5 realms in the past 1,000 years of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. If we were to talk about the people the demons hate the most, hidden official would definitely be in the top 3. If you were to touch the corner of her clothes, you would probably die unless Sword Immortal Boss is willing to fight with hidden official." Qin Pingan cupped his fists in gratitude. The old man smiled and said, "My surname is Chi. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Chi or Senior Chi. There are some strange movements in the south today. I happen to be patrolling the city wall with a good friend. I think hidden official is also interested and can't wait for the enemy to attack." The old man suddenly remembered something and added, "Don't call me Grandpa Chi. Senior Chi will do. Otherwise it will feel like I'm taking advantage of Sword Immortal Boss. That can't be done." Just as he finished speaking, a dull sound came from below the city wall. It was probably the hidden official with the goat-horned ponytail who had fallen to the ground and caused a tremor. The old man smiled and reminded, "Although Sword Immortal Boss is watching and hidden official is also here, you still have to be careful. There are no rules in war. The demonic race may launch their next attack at any time. Alright, you can continue with your work." Without seeing the old man step out, he appeared on the city wall dozens of feet away. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, the old man's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qin Pingan jumped down from the city wall and turned to return to the thatched cottage. The old man's surname was Chi. He was the hidden official who had killed countless demonic races of the middle 5 realms. Qin Pingan heard an indescribable sound coming from the south. It was not the kind of uncomfortable sound that pierced the eardrums, but the kind that was not loud but disgusting. Qin Pingan hurried to the side of the city wall and looked up. Then, in the endless valley outside the city, something appeared. In Qin Pingan's view, standing on the city wall and looking at that thing was like looking down at an earthworm in the mud not far away. Qin Pingan could completely imagine that the true size of that earthworm must be extremely terrifying. Then Qin Pingan saw that on the city wall, in the direction where hidden official had fallen, an enormous ball of snow-white light exploded. It rolled like a pearl towards that great demonic beast. Then in the valley dust flew. The battle had turned the world upside down. After about 30 minutes, the black-robed little girl, with the goat horn braids, returned to the city wall. Not far from Qin Pingan, she stood on the city wall and opened her mouth wide. She extended 2 fingers and shook a tooth. In the end, it seemed like she could not bear to pull it out. She only spat out a mouthful of blood on the horse path. Somewhat angry, she swaggered on the city wall, causing the horse path to tremble with each step she took. The old sword immortal guarding the city wall had unknowingly come to Qin Pingan's side. He smiled and explained, "To her, not killing her opponent means that she has lost. So she is rather angry. At this time, no one should pay attention to her, or else it will be very troublesome. In the past, only Alliance was willing to nag at her. He liked to add fuel to the fire and make things worse. Anyway, he could withstand her beating. Now that Alliance has left the Great Wall of Sword Chi, she is probably a little bored. Actually, that unlucky great demonic beast is only here to symbolically show its face." The old sword immortal brought Qin Pingan to the cottage. He suddenly said, "Because of certain reasons, you are an exception. So I will nag a little more with you. Chin Pingan nodded and did not say anything. When night fell, Chin Pingan left the little cottage that Chao Si had built. He sat on the northern city wall and drank, gazing at the huge city that was brightly lit. He looked in the direction of Ning Yao's house. Then he felt a tap on his left shoulder. When he looked to the left, Ning Yao was already sitting on his right. This time she walked to the city wall and brought some food. She placed it at the cottage and brought a jar of wine. Chin Pingan handed over the blade-strengthening gourd. Ning Yao helped to pour the wine into the blade-strengthening gourd. After the wine jar was empty, Ning Yao casually threw it out of the city wall. It did not make a sound when it fell to the ground. After all, it was a small wine jar and not the hidden official from before. Ning Yao drank a mouthful of wine and started to daydream. Chin Pingan stayed in a daze with her. Ning Yao said softly, "Whether one is reasonable or not has nothing to do with how well one lives." Ning Yao stretched out her arm and pointed at the city. "Over there, some people are too talented. So as long as they kill the innocent within the rules, no one can do anything about them. On the battlefield to the south of the city wall, such people are still famous heroes. Their sword auras soar into the sky and they cut through the demon army with an invincible stance. Even those who hate them have to admit that with or without them, it's a big difference." Ning Yao shook the wine jar. "I've been to many places in the vast world and seen all kinds of people. Some people are just born into a good family and live a life of luxury. They don't have to worry about food or clothing. Every day they just complain that life is boring and that they have suffered too much." She returned the blade-strengthening gourd to Chin Pingan and asked, "Bullshit. It's quite boring, isn't it?" Chin Pingan thought about it. "It's all right. How others live their lives is not necessarily wrong. If it's not to our liking, it's not necessarily wrong. As long as they don't like to be reasonable, they won't live well. I think it's fine." Ning Yao said unhappily, "Unfortunately, they really won't live well." Chin Pingan began to think carefully about this problem. Ning Yao turned her head and looked at Chin Pingan, who was thinking carefully. She couldn't help but laugh. "I just made it up. You really fell for it?" Chin Pingan drank a mouthful of wine. "Is there something bothering you?" Ning Yao nodded. "Someone wants to buy my family's beheading dragon platform. I don't want to sell it, so they offered a sky-high price. They talked about reason, righteousness, friendship, and everything. It's annoying." Chin Pingan didn't say anything to comfort her. He just gently held one of Ning Yao's hands. Ning Yao couldn't help but laugh. "But when I think of the bitter days when you were young, when you were hungry and secretly cried in Mud Bottle Alley, I feel that it's actually nothing." Chin Pingan smiled and looked into the distance. The breeze was no longer as bone-chilling as it was in the beginning. It was like a breeze in the mountains of his hometown. He said softly, "I see." It was a quiet night. In the end, Ning Yao leaned on Chin Pingan's shoulder and slept soundly until dawn. Chin Pingan didn't move at all. He quietly kept watch. He had once seen a very moving poem. It was carved on a clay statue in the immortal tomb in his hometown. He didn't know who carved it. Chin Pingan hoped that it could be anyone, as long as it wasn't Ma Kuxuan from Apricot Blossom Alley. "Since childhood, I have been alone, taking care of the stars of the past." (279). The moon was still hidden and the sun rose as usual. It was a new day. Ning Yao rarely slept so soundly. When she woke up, she wiped her mouth, stood up and stretched. She rode her sword down the city wall and headed towards the city in the north. Chin Pingan had seen many immortal masters riding the wind to travel the world. The first was Ning Yao, then the Wind Snow Temple, Wei Jin, Lu Baqiao, and even more times when he rode on the Kuan boat. However, Ning Yao riding her sword was still fresh and refreshing. Chin Pingan returned to the cottage and had breakfast. Then he began to walk along the northern city wall. From left to right he practiced his martial arts. He was already familiar with the path and could close his eyes all the way. Ning Yao said that she might not come to the city wall to see him today, so Chin Pingan brought some food with him and planned to walk further. Chin Pingan only saw the old man with the surname Qi and the hidden official who had killed the most demons in the middle 5 realms. When Chin Pingan walked to the right side to practice his martial arts, he saw more sword cultivators. There were old and young, male and female. Some of them were here to absorb the sword will and sharpen their swordsmanship. They often practiced their swordsmanship alone or silently comprehended the Tao. There were also groups of sword cultivators who were patrolling the city wall. When they saw Chin Pingan practicing his martial arts with a sword case on his back, no one greeted him. Their eyes were indifferent. Chen Pingan finally understood the words of the old man with the surname Qi. Here, sword cultivators did not want to trouble others, much less themselves. At noon, Chen Pingan sat on the city wall and ate the dried meat and snacks that Ning Yao sent over. He chewed slowly. In the distance, a group of young men and women walked forward. There were more than 20 of them. Their swords were sharp and neat. Their movements were sharp and simple. Their sword will lean towards killing and gloomy. A one-armed middle-aged sword cultivator followed the group with light footsteps. He was probably a young disciple of the same surname and was cultivating here. Chen Pingan didn't dare to stare too long, lest he be mistaken as a rash person who had stolen another family's ancestral sword technique. The one-armed sword cultivator glanced at Chen Pingan, who was eating. He thought for a moment and made a gesture. The young sword cultivators cheered and quickly stopped cultivating. They sat on the ground in twos and threes. There was a group of men and women who were far behind the sword formation. They immediately took off their bags and brought out lunch for the young men and women. They were respectful and natural. Ning Yao had said before that here at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the hierarchy was very strict. They paid great attention to clan inheritance and actual battle achievements. For example, the hidden official. The hidden official wasn't his name. It was a strange official position with a long history that no one could explain. In short, the title of hidden official was passed down from generation to generation. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was in charge of overseeing the military, convicting people, and executing people. There were many family heads who didn't accomplish much in the past, just like the shadow in the north of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They were often reduced to being the echo of the big families in the city. However, the hidden official of this generation was different. He was recognized as the fourth in command of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The second person to fight in the Battle of 13 was this bad-tempered little girl. The great monster with extraordinary combat strength directly admitted defeat and left. She was so angry that she stood alone on the battlefield and smashed her fists for an entire quarter of an hour. The Great Wall of Sword Qi and the monster race watched as she vented her anger. Both sides had long since become accustomed to this. After listening to Ning Yao's general description of the Battle of 13, Chen Pingan not only remembered the peak combat strength of both sides, he also remembered the Yinyang Lu clan, who was known as the One School, Half the World. Both sides only revealed the order of battle at the last moment. It was likely that this was another silent battle with hidden undercurrents. This hidden official made a good start for the human race. However, the Great Wall of Sword Qi collapsed in the middle and was almost completely defeated. Fortunately, Alliance appeared out of nowhere and ended the battle well. After Chen Pingan finished his lunch, he stood up and continued to practice his martial arts. During this time he saw the old man with the surname Qi again. However, this time the old man was accompanied by a handsome middle-aged man. The old man with the surname Qi had a restrained aura, while the middle-aged man's aura was at its peak. It looked like he was a head above the old man. Chen Pingan didn't go up to talk to him. He just stopped walking, lowered his head slightly and clasped his fists in greeting. The old man smiled and nodded in greeting. He also didn't exchange any pleasantries with this foreign youth. After that, Chen Pingan met two strong young swordsmen sitting on the city wall drinking wine. There was also a one-armed girl standing on the city wall holding a huge sword. When Chen Pingan saw them, he silently jumped down from the city wall and went around them. When he was far away, he jumped back onto the city wall and continued walking. In the evening, Chen Pingan also saw a few swordsmen flying up from the south side of the city. They crossed the horse path and flew north on their swords. Chen Pingan looked at the sky, ate a careless dinner and turned to return. It was late at night when he returned to the cottage. In the end, when he pushed open the door under the bright moonlight, Chen Pingan saw that the hidden official was secretly eating his food. When Chen Pingan stood motionless at the door, the little girl with ponytails slowly turned her head. Her cheeks were puffed up. She didn't have the slightest awareness that she had been caught as a thief. Instead, she looked at Chen Pingan with a reproachful and wary expression, as if asking who he was and what he was doing in her house. This was not a burglar, but a bandit who came down from the mountains to take advantage of the autumn wind. Chen Pingan could only silently leave the cottage and close the door. He was afraid that if they didn't agree, he would be stabbed to death by the hidden official, who had outstanding military achievements and a perverse personality. Chen Pingan went to the north wall behind the cottage and sat down to drink. Suddenly he heard a clapping sound behind him. Chen Pingan turned his head and saw her withdraw her hand. Then she pointed to the cottage and left. "Is she reminding me that I can go back and clean up the mess?" Qin Pingan felt a headache coming on. For safety's sake he still sat where he was. When the little girl in the large robe was far away, he went back to the cottage to take a look. The food that Ning Yao had brought was almost gone. Qin Pingan sighed. He cleaned up the messy cottage and returned to the city wall. He began to practice the swordsmanship manual that Zheng Dafeng had given him. He was still holding an empty sword. There was no real sword in his hand. He mainly practiced the opening moves, avalanche style and god-subduing head. Today Ning Yao did not come to the city wall to visit Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan returned to the cottage in the middle of the night to lie down and sleep peacefully. The next morning, Qin Pingan had just woken up and walked out of the cottage when he saw the hidden official, with a few young boys and girls behind her, striding over. After entering the cottage very quickly, the ponytailed girl angrily walked out of the cottage. She widened her eyes and tried to make a fierce expression. She was probably asking why there was nothing to steal from the cottage today. The young boys and girls behind her with an imposing manner were somewhat gloating. Qin Pingan's expression was awkward. He could only pretend to be stupid. If not for the title of the hidden official, Qin Pingan really wanted to pinch her cheeks. The ponytailed girl was really angry this time. The great wall of sword chi beneath her feet suddenly shook. She wore a loose black robe and flew into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ning Yao came to the great wall of sword chi in the afternoon. When she heard Qin Pingan tell her about his experience, she smiled and said there was no need to worry. The hidden official had such a temper. There were countless sword cultivators who had suffered at her hands. But in truth she was a very easy person to deal with. She liked to hear good words from others and would accept all beautiful things. However, after she finished eating and accepted the food, she would at most show a smile. She would never be sentimental. If she offended the hidden official, there was a solution. Those unlucky people from the Great Wall of Sword Chi would decisively play dead before she could make a move. She would feel that killing such trash would dirty her hands, so she would often forget about it. Furthermore, she did not hold grudges. It was also possible that she did not remember those people at all. Ning Yao recalled something. She said that she had heard from a friend that the hidden official had a good relationship with the person in the thatched cottage. It was an unprecedented scene. Someone once saw the person with the surname Chow put the hidden official on his neck. Then he walked on the city wall while practicing martial arts. At that time, the passers-by were almost scared out of their wits. Qin Pingan was amazed by Chow Si's ability. Ning Yao smiled and said, "I wasn't familiar with her in the past. Recently, I asked around more about Chow Si and came to a conclusion. Those pure martial artists who walk on the same path as Chow Si are actually quite pitiful, especially those so-called martial arts geniuses." Ning Yao took Qin Pingan's wine flask and drank a mouthful of wine. Her face was flushed. Compared to chi cultivators, if we don't talk about a continent but the entire world, it is very difficult to be recognized as the number one in the same realm. This is because the life source flying swords, magic treasures and immortal weapons are not considered as external objects. In many life and death battles, these things happen to be the deciding factor. Therefore, opportunities and blessings can change many established facts. Martial artists are different. They don't rely too much on these things. In fact, they even dislike these things. Therefore, there is a saying that there is no second place in the fist. The winner and loser are obvious. Qin Pingan nodded. He had met the Dali King Song Jiangkyung for the first time in Mud Bottle Alley. Then he met the old man with the surname Cui in the bamboo house and Zheng Dafeng who broke through the realm with difficulty and ascended to the sky. He could clearly feel that they were completely different from the immortals on the mountain. The Grandmaster's aura of "I fight for the first place, who can compete with me?" was very obvious. Ning Yao handed the wine flask back to Qin Pingan. "In fact, I only said half of my conclusion. You think Chow Si is very powerful, but I think you are more powerful." Qin Pingan grinned foolishly. If he could make his beloved girl think that he was powerful, what else could he be if not powerful? Ning Yao said seriously, "Because among the martial artists of the same era, there are definitely not many who can fight with Chow Si. No one can really experience Chow Si's invincible arrogance. But not only did you fight with him, but you also fought 3 rounds. After losing all of them, you didn't lose to him in the battle of the state of mind. This is really rare." Ning Yao coughed and sat up straight. She patted Qin Pingan's shoulder. "This is rare. You have to keep it up and keep working hard." Qin Pingan saw that Ning Yao was speaking so seriously. He was originally very serious, but when he saw the mischievous look in her eyes, he knew that she was imitating Chow Si and deliberately teasing him. Qin Pingan couldn't stop smiling. He didn't even care about drinking his wine. You don't copy him at all. Ning Yao rolled her eyes. Do you copy him? Qin Pingan shook his head. I don't copy him. I don't need to copy him. Ning Yao clicked her tongue. It was unknown whether she was admiring him or making fun of him. Qin Pingan chuckled. With Ning Yao's intelligence, she immediately knew that this guy was imitating her at the Stork Tavern. She directly punched Qin Pingan's shoulder. Drink your wine. Qin Pingan really drank a mouthful of wine. He then smiled. Wow, today's wine seems to be especially delicious. Ning Yao glanced at the sword-nurturing gourd in Qin Pingan's hand and suddenly blushed. She punched Qin Pingan again and said angrily, There are no good men. Qin Pingan held the wine gourd, confused. Ning Yao got up and left on her sword. She didn't forget to look back and glare at him. Qin Pingan blinked with an innocent face. He scratched his head and continued drinking. Qin Pingan pondered over it, but he couldn't understand why he was a bad man. However, Qin Pingan could feel that Ning Yao wasn't angry. She was just a little shy. Qin Pingan felt that this feeling that lingered in his heart wasn't bad. It was even better than drinking wine. There was a handsome man who was riding the wind high above the great wall of Sword Qi. He was the one beside the old man with the surname Qi. When he accidentally saw this scene, he smiled and said, So it's just a hothead who doesn't understand. Qin Pingan drank the wine, put away the sword-nurturing gourd, and got up to practice the sword furnace stance. The moonlight entered his arms and shone on his shoulders. It was a peaceful night. When the sky was slightly brighter, Qin Pingan suddenly opened his eyes. He found that he had been standing motionless for half the night. Qin Pingan was a little scared. If he didn't pay attention and fell off the city wall, hidden official would be unharmed, but he would definitely be a pile of meat paste at the foot of the wall. Qin Pingan did a few stretches and jumped off the city wall. He went back to the cottage to eat the breakfast that Ning Yao had prepared last night. Then he continued to walk along the city wall to the right. Then along the way Qin Pingan met a fat young man with a wicked smile but a murderous aura. As usual, he jumped off the city wall and circled around him. When he returned to the city wall, he saw a handsome and slightly feminine young man standing on the city wall. Then there was a swarthy young man with a face full of scars. Finally, there was a one-armed girl with a huge sword on her back. But today there were a few more young women beside her. It was as if they were taking the city wall for an outing. Exquisite snacks were placed on a beautiful silk cloth. When Qin Pingan jumped off the city wall and returned to the horse path, they all looked at him. When Qin Pingan brushed past them from afar, they were still pointing at him and gossiping. Qin Pingan's scalp went numb. In fact, he knew very well that these guys must be the friends that Ning Yao had described before. And they were all companions who had fought side by side in life and death. This was the second time that Qin Pingan complained about the straw sandals on his feet. The first time was in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. He was afraid that he would embarrass Li Baoping and Li Huai, so he went to buy brand new boots. But because he didn't go to the Cliff Academy in Dongshan, he left the capital with the young man Cui Dong. After wearing them for a while, he took them off and changed into the straw sandals that he was most used to. Qin Pingan hoped that he could tidy himself up even better. Even if he did not dress up like Chao Xiai and Cui Shi, who had a celestial aura that complemented their clothes, he had to be clean and tidy. Like Lin Shui, it would be best if he had a scholarly aura, even if it was only temporary. He would also pin a jade hairpin on his hair bun. He would not need to return the blade-strengthening gourd and the sword case at his waist. Qin Pingan continued walking. He sighed in his heart and felt a little regretful. But as he walked, Qin Pingan smiled to himself. He lifted his feet and looked down at the straw sandals on his feet. Old man, it's not that I don't like you. I'm very grateful for your hard work. Look at those pairs of companions who died on the journey. I've kept them well and didn't throw them away. They're all in Shirwu's belly. Well, the books say that this is called enjoying one's old age. Aha, it's hard for me to enjoy my grandchildren. Qin Pingan, who was talking to himself, didn't notice that those fellows who came to join in the fun were panicking. They were like dumplings that fell off the city walls one by one. It turned out that Ning Yao was flying over the city walls on her sword. The fat youth, Dong Haitan, and the handsome youth all fled in panic. The women held back their laughter as they randomly packed up their bags and left the city walls on their swords. Qin Pingan turned his head and saw Ning Yao arrive on her sword. She suddenly stopped high in the sky outside the city walls and then slowly flew over. Her speed was about the same as Qin Pingan's walking stance. Ning Yao helplessly said, "Don't worry about them." Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. Ning Yao drew a beautiful arc in the air with her sword and said, I have something to do. I'll look for you tomorrow. For this round trip, Qin Pingan still returned to the vicinity of the two thatched cottages late at night. This time, the old sword immortal was standing on the northern city walls for some unknown reason. It was as though he was looking at the city without city walls. Qin Pingan quickly ran over and shouted, Grandpa Qin. The old man retracted his gaze and nodded. Then he pointed to the north. It's just this small number of people. They might not even be on the scale of a state city in vast heaven. Even I find it strange that they have been able to fend off the demons for so many years. Qin Pingan didn't know how to answer, so he didn't say anything. The old sword immortal turned his head and smiled at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan, we get along quite well, right? Qin Pingan nodded. The old man smiled and asked, but what if I say that I get along better with Chao Ci and have higher expectations for him? Qin Pingan still didn't know how to answer. The old man wasn't in a hurry to answer. He only looked into Qin Pingan's eyes and observed Qin Pingan's state of mind. The old man sighed. This time, the great sword immortal, that Alliance spoke of, even used a swordsmanship ability to reach the depths of one's heart and soul. So that's how it is. Originally he was quite a good cultivator. If everything went smoothly and he was lucky, it wouldn't be difficult for him to cultivate into an earth immortal in vast heaven on the other side of the inverted mountain. Unfortunately, he was smashed into pieces early on like porcelain broken into pieces. Before the longevity bridge was broken, he had already suffered an even greater calamity. The state of mind, the mirror of the heart. The mirror fragments were of different sizes. The old man saw the largest ones, and the images they carried were all different. Therefore, if the scholarly sage saw the scenes of Qin Pingan's state of mind with profound cultivation, it might appear more bizarre at the same time. As a result, the old sword immortal discovered more clues. To put it bluntly, this was a process similar to raising venomous insects. Not only did the weak bow down to the strong, but it was completely gone. The young man should have been trying his best to piece together the broken pieces all these years, and he didn't even know it. To put it nicely, it was a bit ingenious. This was the vigorous movement of heaven and self-improvement. The stronger the strong, the more dazzling one or two fragments would be, like the sun and moon hanging in the sky and the stars dimming. The battle of the state of mind had little to do with the level of cultivation, so it was extremely dangerous. Qi cultivators had a lot of sayings and secret techniques, such as self-examination, heart-knocking, self-examination, and breaking the heart's demonic barrier. Therefore, there would be unorthodox and unorthodox methods, and many inferior and unorthodox visualization methods to take shortcuts. In the eyes of the celestials, it was not the right way. In short, there was a lot of knowledge and it was very complicated. Like the ups and downs of a mountain range, the peaks would be high and low. And Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism were three independent schools. This was the so-called founding of a school. The military school was a mountain range and it was only a step away from success. As one of the four prominent schools, Moism was a bit similar. Like a river, no matter how long and wide it was, it couldn't reach the sea. It was only a step away from becoming a great blasphemy. Qin Pingan still didn't give an answer. The old sword immortal had already gotten an answer. The old man smiled and said, when you were talking about principles with Ning Yao, I happened to overhear it. Do you want to hear my opinion as an experienced person? Qin Pingan nodded decisively. The old man smiled and said, I can tell you a trick. You can be reasonable and live a good life. You definitely won't suffocate yourself to death in the future. Qin Pingan's eyes lit up. Senior, please tell me. The old man smiled softly and said, listen well, it's like living like this. You should tell yourself this. The old man paused for a moment and then continued, Well, for example, if I say, I'm Qin Pingan, you have to say, I'm Qin Pingan. At this point, the old man laughed to himself. Qin Pingan also laughed. Finally, the old man put his hands behind his back. His body was stooped, and his eyes were calm as he looked at the quiet and peaceful city. In this life, I have been reasonable in everything. I have a clear conscience, but in the end you are still like this. I'm sorry, but this time I won't be reasonable with you. Qin Pingan just quietly listened to the old man speak. The old man narrowed his eyes. Of course you can't do it too often. Once or twice in 100 years, it definitely won't be a problem. For example, like this. The old man slowly stretched out his hand towards the north. It was just a casual movement, but the huge curtain of night above the great wall of sword energy was torn apart like a black cloth. For a moment there was a bright light, but in the end only an extremely slender but extremely bright light fell from the sky and smashed into a certain place in the city. Then, on the ground, countless golden lights burst apart, as if the golden body of a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms had collapsed at this moment. Qin Pingan's jaw dropped. The old man chuckled and said, "Drink some wine to calm your nerves." Qin Pingan foolishly took off the wine gourd and handed it to the old sword immortal. The old man Qin Qingdo, who originally wanted to tease the young man beside him, didn't reach out to take the gourd. He turned around, shook his head and slowly walked forward. He gently jumped off the city wall and said to himself, "Silly girl found a silly boy, what a perfect match." Sigh. A sigh came from somewhere in the Great Wall of Sword aura. It seemed that the person did not approve of the old Celestial of Swords killing, but was unwilling to speak out. Beside the person who sighed, an old voice sounded, "It's just the unpolished Jade Realm. Moreover, Qin Qingdo has his reasons. Just bear with it." The person who sighed again. The old voice laughed helplessly and tried to persuade, "What's the point of talking to Qin Qingdo about your Confucian rules? It's like a chicken talking to a duck. Moreover, your Confucian teachings are close to the people. You don't seek to become Buddha or immortality. The Great Way is not high nor far. Why do you have to criticize Qin Qingdo for following the rules? Isn't he a perfect sage? As long as you don't judge Qin Qingdo by the standards of a sage, it's very simple." The person said indifferently, "The impact of Qin Qingdo's unreasonableness is probably not comparable to that of an ordinary person's unreasonableness 10,000 times." The old man laughed. "Qin Qingdo is a swordsman. You are a Confucian. It's different." The Confucian was silent for a long time. Finally he murmured, "What is the headmaster of the academy?" The old man who failed to persuade him also sighed. In the city north of the Great Wall of Sword aura, someone shouted, "Qin Qingdo." A long rainbow rose from the ground and rushed to the top of the city wall with an unstoppable force. The hunchbacked old man who had already jumped down from the top of the city wall frowned. He waved his sleeve gently and pulled Qin Pingan, who was standing on the top of the city wall, behind him. He happened to be standing at Qin Pingan's original position, facing the aggressive swordsman. The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "What's wrong? There's a demon spy in your family and you still think you're in the right?" The swordsman hovered 4 to 5 feet away from the top of the city wall. He was a tall old man with snow-white hair and beard. His aura was extremely majestic. Even in the face of the most senior swordsman in the Great Wall of Sword aura, this old man showed no fear. He asked angrily, "My Dong family has its own rules to punish traitors. At the very least, the hidden official has not judged the severity of my grandson's crime. What right do you have to punish Dong Guanpu?" The old man, who was dressed in white from head to toe, suddenly raised his voice. "Do you think I, Dong Sanging, am dead?" Qin Qingdu's face was filled with ridicule. "Before Dong Guanpu died under my sword, I indeed thought that you, Dong Sanging, had died. It took your Dong clan a month to investigate a confirmed spy of the demon clan. Do you believe that if you were to change your surname, such as Qin, you wouldn't even be able to complete one day's investigation?" The old man surnamed Dong, who had rushed over from the city, was furious. Isn't a pure Jade Realm sword immortal who is willing to repent and make amends for his mistakes better than a corpse? Qin Qingdu didn't even bother to say yes or no. Instead he sneered and said, "There's actually a corpse under my sword? Could it be that this little bastard has secretly ascended to the immortal realm?" The tall old man who called himself Dong Sanging was so angry that his eyes were wide open. The sword intent on his body surged violently, like raging waves slapping the top of the city wall, and the sound of waves could be heard. Qin Qingdo raised an eyebrow. "What? You want to fight?" Dong Sanging took a step forward and laughed in anger. "Everyone else is afraid of you, Qin Qingdo, but I am not. Let's fight." "What's wrong with that?" A childish voice sounded from the top of the city wall in the distance. It sounded a little aggrieved. "Alright, it's all my fault. I didn't want Dong Guanpu to die so quickly. After all, Dong Guanpu was one of my favorite guys. How much I like Chao Ci now is how much I liked Dong Guanpu back then. Since he's already dead, let him die." The person who spoke was the little girl in a big black robe with pigtails. She was the hidden official of this generation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Invisibly, more than 10 top sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had appeared around the top of the city wall. They were either the family heads of the big families or sword immortals with outstanding combat strength. Only the two sages who were qualified to be on equal footing with Chen Qingdo were missing. A handsome middle-aged man said sternly, "Dong Sanging, you were wrong in this matter. You were wrong from the beginning. All these years you have placed too much hope on Dong Guanpu. That's why Dong Guanpu's sword heart became so extreme. He insisted on going to the hinterland of the demon race alone to train. That's why this disaster happened. He thought that with Dong Sanging in alliance, the Great Wall of Sword Chi could have another Dong Guanpu. I don't think so. It's fine if he doesn't listen. He's young and impetuous. What about you? Don't you know the danger?" Dong Sangjing's face was cold. The sons of the Dong family should have such ambition. Why should I persuade him? I can't wait for the descendants of the Dong family to have a better sword Dao than me. At this point, Dong Sanging sneered and said, "Our Dong family is not like the Chen, Qi and Nalan families. We don't have so many tricks up our sleeves." The domineering old man's strike almost destroyed half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The handsome man snorted and didn't speak anymore. Chen Pingan realized that the old man with the surname Qi also had a place. At this moment he slowly said, "What else can we do? The enemy is right in front of us. Are we still going to fight among ourselves?" A thin old man in a long robe with a sword on his back nodded slightly. "No matter what, the most important thing now is to deal with the demon race's attack. We can't fall into disarray and let those bastards in the south take advantage of us." The old sword immortal completely ignored these two well-intentioned troublemakers. He didn't have any intention of calming things down. He stared at Dong Sanging and smiled. "If meritorious deeds can atone for your sins, then can I kill you today and let the hidden officer tear up a few pages of the merit book? Then everything will be fine?" Dong Sanging was speechless. The atmosphere was awkward and heavy. Chen Pingan watched this scene from behind the old sword immortal. He felt that the sword chi on the city wall had become heavier after these people appeared. It was so heavy that he almost couldn't breathe. Dong Sanging suddenly looked around and shouted angrily, "You want to watch a good show? You want to join in the fun? Get lost." The dozen or so mainstays of the Great Wall of Sword Chi knew that Dong Sanging was giving them a way out. Since they couldn't fight today, they all dissipated and returned to the city in the north. When the crowd dispersed, Chen Pingan saw that Ning Yao was among them. She slowly approached the city wall on her sword. Dong Sanging glanced at the little girl and said unhappily, "Little Ning, don't learn from your useless parents. I still like you very much." Ning Yao was expressionless. Dong Sanging didn't care. He turned around and strode back to the city. The hidden officer standing on the city wall was the most carefree one. She had been secretly yawning. At this moment she suddenly frowned and hesitated for a moment. She opened her mouth and stuck out her thumb to touch the restless tooth. She shook it gently, but in the end she couldn't bear to pull it out. After closing her mouth, she turned around and walked away while muttering. The old sword immortal, Qin Qingdu, didn't seem to be surprised by tonight's disturbance. He smiled at Ning Yao, flew down the city wall, and walked towards the old thatched cottage. Chen Pingan leaped back up the city wall and stood side by side with Ning Yao. Ning Yao didn't show much emotion. The Great Wall of Sword Chi has always been like this. Fortunately, the rule left behind by our ancestors hasn't changed much. Chen Pingan looked at Ning Yao curiously. Ning Yao said slowly, "The tip of the sword faces the south." These simple words caused Chen Pingan, who had just started learning the sword, to feel his heart sway and agitated. Chen Pingan couldn't help but turn his head and look to the south. Ning Yao took the initiative to take off Chen Pingan's blade-strengthening gourd and started drinking. Chen Pingan retracted his gaze and asked softly, "Is the traitor Dong Guanpu the kind of person you mentioned? He used to be a hero on the battlefield, but he's unreasonable in the city?" Ning Yao shook her head and said, "On the contrary, Grandpa Xiaodong has always been a good person. In the north of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he has always lived in seclusion and doesn't like to interact with people. When I met him occasionally when I was young, Grandpa Xiaodong would be very polite. Although he's not good with words, he would always smile at me, just like an elder in the family." Ning Yao sat cross-legged and said helplessly, "No one knows why Grandpa Xiaodong wants to side with the demon race. Perhaps there was a huge problem during that dangerous training trip back in the day. Actually, there are many sword cultivators who left the Great Wall of Sword Chi and went to the wilderness alone to train their swordsmanship. That's because the demons in the middle 5 realms like to take pride in cultivating their human appearance. Usually they're no different from us. Only during critical moments on the battlefield will they reveal their true forms and use their innately strong physique to resist flying swords. Therefore, as long as a sword cultivator is careful and concealed, It's not easy to see through their identity. The reason why humans are the leader of all creatures is because their acupoints and chi abodes are the most mysterious paradise in the world. That's why the demon race worked tirelessly to cultivate their human form. After that, their cultivation would be twice as effective with half the effort. The little boy in green and the little girl in pink from Luapa Mountain were the same. Ning Yao continued, of course, there are some special cases in the Great Wall of Sword Chi that have been secretly recorded by the peak great demons. Then they are recorded in a book with a secret technique. It's harder for them to travel the wilderness. However, I heard that the number of people in that book is limited. There won't be many sword cultivators who have their names written in it. Usually, a sword cultivator from my hometown who dies in battle will be added. Logically speaking, when Grandpa Xiaodong left for his travels, he was just an ordinary nascent soul sword cultivator. His name shouldn't be in the book. The Dong family has a deep foundation and has a unique secret technique to conceal their aura. It's very difficult to be discovered. Ning Yao did not mention one thing. She was one of the sword cultivators in that strange book. Furthermore, she was one of the youngest sword cultivators in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Ning Yao's name had been recorded in the book before she was 10 years old. As for the proud sons of heaven in history who received such treatment, without exception, they were all killed on the battlefield south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi before the age of 30. The monster race had never cared about the price. Often, the life or death of a proud son of heaven would involve the life or death of one or even several great demons or sword immortals. This was because the monster race felt that having Qin Qingdou on the city wall was enough. If another Ning Qingdou or Yao Qingdou were to appear, then it wouldn't be a matter of just one or two great demons of the upper five realms dying. The helpless aspect of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was that if these proud sons of heaven didn't temper themselves on the battlefield early on and didn't rapidly rise between life and death, they would only be raised north of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Even if several sword immortals carefully taught them, they still wouldn't have the slightest chance of growing into the next Qin Qingdou, Alliance, or Dong Sangin. Qin Pingan suddenly asked, if I stay here, will I distract you and drag down your cultivation? Ning Yao nodded. She didn't deny it and didn't hesitate at all. However, she said straightforwardly, but I'll be very happy if you're here. When I'm cultivating at the dragon beheading platform at home, I often can't help but think of you. I'll be in a daze and after I'm done, I'll run straight to you. After I go back, I'll hurriedly deal with some family affairs and then the day will pass just like that. Before I go to bed, I'll wait to see you the next day. This was Ning Yao. Qi Jingchun once warned Zhao Yao, a disciple of the school who fell in love with her at first sight, that it was best not to fall in love with Ning Yao. This was because she was a sword without a scabbard. If she revealed her sharpness, it would be easy for her to hurt others and even herself. Ning Yao's view of the world had always been very clear. She was almost ruthless. However, there was now Qin Pingan. Therefore, Qin Pingan said resolutely, I'll leave here in 3 days at most. Then, I'll go to the North Continent, which is like the Great Wall of Sword Chi the most. I'll practice my fist and sword and strive to reach the 7th realm of martial arts as soon as possible so that I'll be qualified to participate in the war here. Then I'll come to you. Ning Yao was silent. She knew that this was the right thing to do. However, she was unwilling to speak or nod her head. On the contrary, she would complain about this fellow beside her. Why could he make up his mind so quickly? Qin Pingan wanted to drink, but the blade-strengthening gourd was held tightly in Ning Yao's hand. She even seemed to have deliberately switched her hand so that she was further away from Qin Pingan. Ning Yao suddenly said, historically, when the demon race attacked the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it would last for 20 to 30 years. I'll give you 10 years to reach the 7th realm. Is that enough? Ning Yao scowled. 10 years it is. No more. Qin Pingan shifted his butt and sat facing her. He smiled and said, all right. However, you must wait for me. Ning Yao coyly turned her body sideways and sat facing him. She handed the blade-strengthening gourd back to him and then nodded. All right. Qin Pingan took the wine gourd and tilted his head back to drink a mouthful of wine. Ning Yao said softly, I have a lot of problems. Qin Pingan smiled and said, it's all right. I like you. Ning Yao's eyes reddened. Qin Pingan stretched out a trembling hand and gently caressed Ning Yao's cheek. Ning Yao blushed slightly but did not refuse. She only closed her eyes and did not dare to look at him. Just when the world was so silent that it seemed like only the two of them were left, an untimely cough sounded. Qin Pingan quickly retracted his hand and drank to hide his awkwardness. Ning Yao turned her head and looked. Her long and narrow eyebrows were filled with killing intent. The uninvited guest was the old sword immortal, Grandpa Chin. He stood not far away from the two of them with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. I suddenly thought of something. I'm afraid I'll forget about it later. I have to tell Chin Pingan quickly. Just tell me. Ning Yao took the wine gourd and sat facing the city with her back facing the old sword immortal. Chin Pingan jumped down from the city wall and asked, Grandpa Chin, what's the matter? The old man smiled and said, the painting of the old blind man in the south is beautiful. The chicken soup of the old bald donkey in the west is delicious. The calligraphy of the scholar in the central plains is charming. I feel that all of these people are very interesting. But the most interesting thing is that all of these old fellows are extremely hard to kill. Ning Yao could not help but turn and ask, Grandpa Chin, according to what you said in the past, isn't there a smelly cow-nosed Taoist in the Eastern Ocean? The old sword immortal nodded his head and said, it's because I thought of him that I wanted to tell Chin Pingan. Ning Yao did not understand. The old sword immortal pointed at Chin Pingan, your longevity bridge, whether you repair it or not, it doesn't mean much. Why not find another path? So you have to find this Taoist. But there is a high chance that you will be rejected. But I feel that since you are able to reach here, you might be an exception. Chin Pingan's heart trembled and asked, Grandpa Chin, how do I find this expert? Do I go to the Eastern Ocean? It seems like our Aquarius continent is in the Eastern Ocean. The old sword immortal shook his head and said, go to the southeast Tongyi continent and find a Taoist temple. Chin Pingan was startled and hesitated. This was not in line with his original intention, but since the old sword immortal said so, there must be a deeper meaning. But Chin Pingan was still worried about the promise of 10 years. The difficulty of reaching the fourth realm made Chin Pingan not dare to be optimistic about the next 5, 6, and 7 breakthroughs. The old sword immortal said, your scholar tree sword case has a long history. Why don't you lend it to me for 10 years? I can use a sword to exchange for it, and after 10 years I will return it. After that, this sword will point you in the general direction when you reach the Tongyi continent, to find that old Taoist from the Eastern Ocean. As for whether he is willing to help you or not, that will depend on Chin Pingan's luck. Chin Pingan nodded his head and said, all right. Chin Pingan took down the scholar tree sword case and took out the scholar tree sword. Ning Yao asked, can you leave the scholar tree sword to me? I can also exchange a sword with you. Chin Pingan scratched his head and said, the scholar tree sword was given to me by Mr. Chi. I can't give it to you, but you can keep it by your side. Also, you don't have to give me a sword. The Great Wall of Sword Aura lacks swords and I don't need it for the time being. Ning Yao waved her hand and Chin Pingan gently threw the scholar tree sword to her. Then he handed the scholar tree sword case to the old sword immortal. The talisman that was originally placed in the sword box had already been placed into Flying Sword 15 by Chin Pingan before entering the inverted hanging mountain. Otherwise, the female withered skeleton ghost would have already been reduced to ashes in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The moment the old man's finger touched the scholar tree sword case, it disappeared into thin air. Finally, the old sword immortal put one hand behind his back and put 2 fingers together in front of him. A sheathed sword was revealed between the old man and Chin Pingan. The old sword immortal signaled Chin Pingan to catch the sword with his eyes. Chin Pingan stretched out his hands and the sword fell. Chin Pingan thought he could easily catch the sword, but he staggered and almost fell flat on his face. The old sword immortal looked indifferent. The sword's name is Long Chi. The scabbard and the body are only 7 kilograms, but the sword's chi is 80 kilograms. The person who carries the sword can temper his soul day and night. Without the scholar tree sword case, Chin Pingan couldn't carry the Long Chi for the time being. He could only stand with the sword in his hands. The old sword immortal sized up Chin Pingan and nodded. You finally look like a sword cultivator. Ning Yao suddenly turned her head to the south. The old man smiled. Now you know why I disturbed the two of you. Ning Yao's eyes were sharp, and she flew up on her sword in an instant. The old man turned to Chin Pingan and said, quickly say goodbye to Ning Yao. I'll send you back to the inverted mountain. Chin Pingan hugged his sword and looked up at Ning Yao. However, he was momentarily speechless. Ning Yao also looked down. She hurriedly threw the blade-strengthening calabash to Chin Pingan. The old man said with a smile, love is not inferior to the sword's chi. Then let's leave it at that. We can talk about it the next time we meet. The old man flicked his finger and Chin Pingan, who had just caught the blade-strengthening calabash, fell backward. At the next moment, when Chin Pingan found his footing, he realized that he was no longer on the city wall. Instead, he was at the square at the foot of the inverted mountain. Only the sun hung high in the sky. It wasn't the phenomenon of 3 moons hanging in the sky. The sword-hugging man sitting on the hitching post looked at the sword-wielding youth holding the calabash. It was just a parting. However, it made Chin Pingan forget that he had wine to drown his sorrows. On the southern city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, a young lady with ponytails sat at the edge. She swung her legs and muttered to herself, "I want to become a tree. When I'm happy I bloom in autumn. When I'm sad I fall in spring." The poem at the end of yesterday's chapter came from By Helen's Solitude. The end of today's chapter seems to have been written by a child. I've only slightly modified it. I like both poems very much. It's the kind of love at first sight. (281) Good. The little Taoist boy stood up and walked out of the futon. He rolled up the Taoist book and patted it gently on his palm. Looking at the dazed young man, this heavenly lord who was good at fighting but not famous in the vast world felt a little happy. Most likely he broke up with that annoying girl? The little Taoist boy rarely comforted someone. He tried his best to put on a kind and sincere face and said with a smile, "That brat has a bad temper and a cold personality. She's just a little better in terms of looks, family background, talent, and future. Why do you like her? That's why it's okay to break up. Look at this inverted mountain. You can walk on the streets and grab a bunch of gentle girls. Look at their thin waists, they're like pickled cabbages. They're not rare at all. Which one do you like? I'll help you." Chin Pingan smiled helplessly and did not agree. It was better not to provoke such a powerful person. Chin Pingan bid farewell to the little Taoist boy with a smile. As for the man holding the sword, as long as it was daytime, he would still doze off. Chin Pingan did not disturb his daydreams. Ning Yao had mentioned this man before. In the Battle of 13, this man fought in the 9th round and lost. He lost to a great demon of the 12th realm who was less than 100 years old. It was a pity that he lost. The young demon with the immortal weapon appeared out of nowhere and became famous in one battle. His name spread throughout the world south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The man holding the sword came here to be punished and was imprisoned in the inverted mountain. The man holding the sword was an itinerant sword immortal. He was 500 years old and did not have any children in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was said that he had a Taoist companion with average cultivation at the beginning of the middle 5 realms. After she died on the battlefield, this sword immortal did not marry any other woman in his long life. He had a good relationship with everyone but not the best relationship with anyone. For cultivators, especially Chi cultivators in the upper 5 realms, having children was a big and mysterious matter. Especially for women who wanted to ascend to immortality, they had to kill the red dragon early. Therefore it was difficult to have children. Chi cultivators outside of the military school were not willing to be contaminated with worldly karma. Unless they were very confident and could give birth to a talented cultivator, they would put aside the matter of having children and wait for the opportunity. Otherwise, how would the immortal families on the mountain settle down the descendants of the ordinary teachers? Would they raise chickens and dogs? If these poor people with poor potential but high vision were willing to wait for death, it would be fine. But in fact, in history they had caused many disasters. Moreover, even if the cultivators were willing to be patient and show affection to their descendants, it was still a sad thing to see them bid farewell to their children one after another, just like how a white-haired person had to send off a black-haired person. An inheritance, it was their own family's business. To ascend to immortality, it was their own business. Even though the pearl abode in the sky above the Aquarius continent's Dali dynasty was the smallest abode amongst the 36 minor abodes, and it only occupied an area of 500 kilometers, the reason it drew the attention of others was because the natural endowments of the people in this minor abode were so good that it was beyond imagination. When an ordinary man and woman got married and gave birth to a child, they would have a chance to give birth to a child outside the abode, and this was the result of the painstaking efforts of 2 earthly immortal realm companions. For example, there were Xieshur from the Juelu continent, Chao Shi from the Hassa continent, and the twin jade annulus of Dali who helped the Song family to continue the dynasty. Chin Pingan returned to the Stork Inn and learned that the Osmanthus island had returned to the old dragon city. Chin Pingan asked the young shopkeeper about the ferry to the central part of the Tongya continent. He roughly knew which ferry to board at the inverted hanging mountain. The young shopkeeper had been living in the inverted hanging mountain for generations. He was very familiar with it. The sea in the Tongya continent was turbulent and high. It was not suitable for ferry navigation, especially in the southern part of the Tongya continent. It was extremely isolated. The ferry ports across the continent were almost all in the north. The northern Tongya sect could surpass the Uguay sect because of this. In the end, the young shopkeeper recommended Chin Pingan a treasure-swallowing whale ferry. It could be boarded from the incense ferry on the inverted hanging mountain to the central part of the Tongya sect. 10 days after the treasure-swallowing whale, Chin Pingan booked a room in the Stork Inn. The young shopkeeper sat behind the counter and calculated on his abacus. He glanced at the young man's back and was confused. The sword was still on his back. Why was the wooden box gone and an unfamiliar long sword? He shook his head and did not think too much about it. In the inverted hanging mountain, strange things were not strange. Not long ago, there was a young man from the central divine continent who found an opportunity to make a breakthrough in his martial arts. When he stepped into the inverted mountain from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he attracted an unprecedented phenomenon of heaven and earth, which caused the mirror door to shake violently. Even the lonely peak Great Heavenly Lord had to show up. It was said that he even personally took action to suppress the shocking movement of the door. There was also a group of female immortal masters from the Sweet Rain sect who brought countless flood dragon corpses to the inverted hanging mountain and made a fortune. True monarch Flood Dragon was the one who spent the most money. He bought a large amount of gold and silver flood dragon whiskers, so much so that he bought on credit. However, no one thought that this true monarch inverted hanging mountain was a fool. Because of this, the horsetail whisk, which was already one of the best among the half-immortal weapons, was close to the quality of an immortal weapon. A young man among the female chi refinement warriors from the Sweet Rain sect was immediately seen as a hot figure. It turned out that this lucky guy who had just been recruited into the Sweet Rain sect was not only chosen as a Tao companion by the famous fairy Tantua of the Sweet Rain sect, but he was also found to have excellent cultivation potential by the founder of the Sweet Rain sect. After that, he was favored by the famous fairy Yulin of the South Sea and they became husband and wife. The two golden core fairies who had the potential to become earth immortals served the same husband. Such a good marriage was envied by others. On the path of cultivation, the difference between a good and bad life was like heaven and earth. Chen Pingan went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and did not move from the city wall. When he was there, he felt that there were many things that could be said slowly. When he was thrown back to the inverted hanging mountain, he realized that it was already too late. However, although he was worried, he was not very sad. Instead, he was very worried. Chen Pingan brought the key to his room. Actually, he did not have anything to store. He just had a sword on his back and a blade-strengthening gourd. There was nothing else. Previously, under the advice of the young shopkeeper, Chen Pingan quickly left his room and went to a shop near the inn to buy some necessities. There was a book that described the general situation of the world, the annals of the mountains and seas. Of course, it was an immortal book. Otherwise, it would be a waste to buy it. On one page, there were dozens of pictures and 3,000 to 4,000 words. The pictures and words were like water and clouds flowing slowly. There was a book that introduced the elegant music of the Tongyi continent. There was also a book about the elegant music of the Middle Plains. Chen Pingan did not wish to not be able to communicate with others when he arrived at the Tongyi continent. Although the situation of the Tongyi continent was similar to that of the Aquarius continent, there were many official languages and dialects between the vassal states. However, it was necessary to learn the elegant language of the immortal sects and the imperial court. The items in the inverted hanging mountain, especially the magic treasures and spirit weapons, were almost impossible to find by luck. The chi refinement warriors here had high cultivation levels and sharp eyes. Moreover, the prices were often very expensive, much higher than those in the continent. However, there was one good thing about it. It was that there were almost no fake goods. Those who had the ability to open a shop here were almost all old and established with thousands of years of history. There was no one-off business. Therefore, they especially cherished their reputation. As long as 1 grain rain coin was not compared to the gold essence copper coin used in the Pearl Grotto Heaven, it was extremely valuable. It was the same even in the inverted hanging mountain where immortals gathered. Since he had money in his pocket and did not have any way to make money at the moment, he could not just leave it to rot. Chen Pingan wanted to buy a practical spirit weapon for Lin Shui and Xiaoyu respectively. It was not a big deal if it was a little more expensive. Li Huai and Yu Lu did not need a small treasure bottle. The two of them were not considered cultivators and were still young. Yu Lu was a pure martial artist like him. As for selling things, he definitely did not know how to do it. Chen Pingan did not lack money now. After Chen Pingan bought the books at the Stork Inn, he went to the Lingji shop. This was the first time he came here for a tour with Jinsu. They did not look at the flowers in detail and mostly admired them as if they were immortal treasures. This time, Qin Pingan had a purpose and was even more specific. He did not even need to look at the priceless magic treasures that were the threshold for the Qi refinement warrior realm. Qin Pingan hoped to find a Taoist book or spirit weapon that was suitable for the cultivation of the Thunder Dharma. Otherwise, it would be the sweet dew bowl that Zhang Shanfeng obtained by chance back then. It could accumulate over time and help the cultivators to gather the spirit Qi of heaven and earth. Even though he had narrowed down the scope, Qin Pingan was still dazzled. He walked back and forth in the Lingji shop carefully. After walking around for a long time, he had a rough idea in his heart. He chose more than 10 items before returning to the Stork Inn. He would think about it at night and should be able to start tomorrow. There was a Thunder Dharma Taoist book with a side note. There were 2 superior-grade elixirs that could cleanse one's marrow and bones. One came from the Xuansu sect of the Fuyao continent and the other from the Xianglu mountain of the Hassa continent. They were both famous sects of the Taoist sect's cauldron lineage. There were 7 to 8 spirit weapons. During this period, Qin Pingan inadvertently saw 3 military armor pills placed side by side in a wooden box. According to the text beside the box, it was the deity's due armor that the imperial tutor of the ancient Yu kingdom wore. However, the quality was much better. Furthermore, the 3 armor pills could be worn at the same time and the person wearing the armor would not feel burdened at all. One could imagine how high the defense was. However, the price was too shocking. 30,000 pieces of snow money. A piece of snow money was roughly equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver. A piece of small heat money was equivalent to 100 pieces of snow money. A piece of grain rain money was equivalent to 10 pieces of small heat money. This was the 1110 rule of the immortals on the mountain. Qin Pingan remembered that back when he was on the Kuan ship of Diao Mountain, the treasure of the ship was not even worth this price. Furthermore, this was because 2 of the armor pills were slightly damaged and had not been repaired completely. They could not be called flawless. However, this was far from the most expensive magic treasure of Lingji shop. Many of the magic treasures of the immortals did not even need to be priced with snow money or small heat money. Instead, they used grain rain money. In a glass cabinet, a golden feather with flames floated. There were no side notes and it was priced at 100 pieces of grain rain money. As for some items that were overflowing with treasure or looked extremely inconspicuous, they did not even have a price tag and only had the words face-to-face written on them. Qin Pingan felt his teeth ache. That night, Qin Pingan decided on the final 2 items he wanted to buy. The Thunder Magic Taoist book that Lingji shop dared to claim was the only copy in the world. It's a pity that it's missing dozens of pages, otherwise it would be priceless. He would give it to Lin Shui. Also, there was the deity's due armor that could not be restored to its armor pill state. In fact, the prices of these 2 items greatly exceeded Qin Pingan's expectations. They were almost equivalent to the price of magic treasures. After Qin Pingan thought it through, he no longer hesitated. His face slightly pale, Qin Pingan began to walk and practice his boxing. It was not because he was distressed over the money that his complexion was so bad. It was because he was carrying the long qi that the old sword immortal had temporarily borrowed for 10 years. Qin Pingan suffered from strands of sword qi that constantly infiltrated his soul. For a short while, his breathing and breathing were absolutely not affected too much. But when he carried this sword for a long time, he would suffer greatly. It was a bit similar to Old Man Chui's deity's drum-beating technique. The emphasis was on accumulation. However, Qin Pingan discovered that compared to the breathing and breathing technique taught by Old Yang, the 18 halts qi circulation technique could help him to contend against these freezing hearts and cleansing souls, sword qi to a greater extent. However, it would still be very difficult to endure. But this very familiar feeling of pain instead made Qin Pingan feel at ease. The next day, Qin Pingan went to Lingji shop to buy these 2 items. One hand exchanged the money, the other the goods. There were no accidents. The only accident was that after the money and goods were settled, Lingji shop gave an additional small carving of fine mutton fat jade. The carving was of a white ox holding a Ganoderma. According to Lingji Zhai, today was the birthday of a sect leader. On every auspicious day, Lingji Zhai would give a small gift to some distinguished guests who spend enough money. It was the cheapest acquired spiritual tool, and belonged to the rich and powerful families. It was just something they could play with casually. Qin Pingan also discovered that there were obviously more guests today than yesterday. Some of the children who left Lingji's shop under the escort of their elders did indeed have something similar to the white jade Ganoderma Rui in their hands. He felt relieved. After Qin Pingan returned to the stork inn, the night was dark. Qin Pingan heard a light knock on the door while he was taking a rest. He turned his head and asked softly, "Who is it?" Outside the door, a man laughed in the dialect of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and said, "The one who is guarding the door on the hitching post. Little Ning wants me to help you pass a message and bring you something." Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment before going to open the door. Then he quietly took a few steps back. Fortunately, it was indeed the man holding the sword. His appearance could be disguised, but the unique feeling of the sword chi could not be faked. This time the man did not come with a sword. Seeing Qin Pingan's puzzled expression, he laughed and said, "Since my duty is to guard the door, I have to leave something there. So I came and left my sword on the hitching post." The man had a straightforward personality. He threw a small package slightly bigger than a fist to Qin Pingan. "Little Ning wants to give this to you. Apart from this, I want you to wait at Inverted Hanging Mountain for a while. Don't you have 2 golden dragon whiskers? I can find someone to make a good demon binding rope for you. If you don't want to wait, I'll save you a favor." The man sat at the table and poured himself a cup of tea. "Also, Little Ning has asked someone. The golden robe is a golden robe. It's an extremely high-grade robe. Even ordinary land immortals can't get their hands on it. It's called golden wine. It's a precious relic left behind by a celestial master of Mount Longhu. After he broke off with his family, he isolated himself from the world and passed away on a lonely island in the south. It was luckily obtained by an itinerant cultivator. In the end, it was snatched away by the old dragon at Flood Dragon Gully. It will fit you well when you wear it. After all, it's a real robe. The size can vary from person to person. Take it out. I'll cast a little spell for you. It's golden and dazzling. It's too eye-catching." Qin Pingan did not hesitate this time. He directly took out the golden robe from the core object. The sword immortal who participated in the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi snapped his fingers and gave a rough explanation. The camouflage that the man used was similar to the blade-strengthening gourd that Wei Pai gave to Qin Pingan. Chi cultivators below the Earth Immortal level would not be able to see through it. Of course, if it was a battle of life and death, the robe would naturally protect Qin Pingan. No one was a fool. Of course, no one would be able to see through it. When the man left, he took the 2 golden dragon whiskers with him. After Qin Pingan closed the door, he gently opened the small cotton package. Inside was a long dragon-slaying platform that was about the size of a palm. The key was that there were 2 words carved on both sides: Naive Ning Yao. This was naturally a masterpiece that only the Great Sword Immortal could create. It was most likely made by Ning Yao's parents as a gift for their daughter when she was young. Then, when Ning Yao grew up, she met a young man she liked and gave it to him. "282. Sorry for the long wait, everyone." Qin Pingan waited quietly at the stork inn. After leaving the lawless Great Wall of Sword Chi, his punching had become relaxed again. Before he knew it, he had already completed the last 8,000 punches. On this day, Qin Pingan stopped his last punching stance and sat quietly at the table. He took out a small, green and cute bamboo slip. Unlike other bamboo slips, it was not engraved with profound and beautiful words. Instead, it was a small tool that Qin Pingan used to calculate. When 100,000 punches, 200,000 punches, 500,000 punches, he would engrave the rough progress on it. Qin Pingan stretched out his finger and carefully stroked the engravings on it. Occasionally, there would be engravings that recorded 1,000 punches or even hundreds of punches. Those were the times when Qin Pingan was the most frustrated. For example, after he parted ways with Mr. Qi in that dilapidated ancient temple, or during the early days after the catastrophe on Osmanthus Island, and so on. There were also many moments that no one knew about. In short, when he practiced punching when his heart was not calm, no matter how many punches he performed, Qin Pingan would not count them as 1,000,000 punches. Just like that, he had punched 1,000,000 times. It was plain and simple. Level 4 was still level 4 and Qin Pingan was still Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan put away the bamboo slip. This old fellow could be considered to have retired. He picked out a brand new bamboo slip from the Green Immortal Mountain and planned to engrave the next 1,000,000 punches on it. The sunlight outside the window slipped into the room like a group of children who did not like to laugh. After they were tired, they sprawled on the table, the ground, and the young man's shoulders. Languid. Chin Pingan sat quietly where he was and did not think about anything. Or rather, he thought about something but did not have to remember it. It was quite good. A familiar knock on the door sounded. Chin Pingan immediately came back to his senses. This time he did not ask who it was. Chin Pingan remembered everything about the sword immortal who was guarding the door very clearly. The emphasis on his words, the expression on his face, the spirit of his sword. Chin Pingan remembered it deeply. Even if it was an insignificant detail like the knocking on the door, Chin Pingan did not let go of it. When outside, it was better to be safe than sorry. The importance of this caution was not at all inferior to the fist technique. Chin Pingan did not ask who it was this time. He directly got up and opened the door. As expected, it was the sword immortal who liked to doze off. He entered the room and placed a thin and soft golden rope on the table. He smiled and said, "This demon binding rope is made from the long whiskers of an old dragon. It is worthy of its name. I found a Taoist talisman from the inverted hanging mountain." He cut off 2 dragon whiskers the length of a thumb as a symbolic reward. In fact, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he used to make this rope must be much more than this loss. Just the 3 cloud patterns he carefully peeled off from a memorial to the green immortal are not inferior to the 2 dragon whiskers. The reason why I said this is not to take credit for it. It is just a matter of fact. In the end, it is because of little Ning's face. This is absolutely incomparable. Chin Pingan did not sit down. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Sword Immortal Senior." The man who still had his sword on the hitching post waved his hand and pointed to the golden demon binding rope. After roughly refining it, the demons of the middle 5 realms will not be able to escape from it. It is just that when facing the Jindan and Yuanying realms, they will not be able to hold on for long. However, those below the Jindan realm may not be able to break free. The reason why the demon binding rope is popular in the world, especially the high-quality demon binding rope, is that it is most loved by the wandering Qi refinement warriors. It is similar to the Dragon King's basket. It can defeat the enemy with one move. It is a superior magical weapon that can be said to be one move to conquer the world. The man suddenly noticed that Chin Pingan's expression was strange. He asked, "What's wrong?" Chin Pingan blushed with shame and said, "I don't know how to refine a magical weapon." The man laughed angrily and said, "Chin Pingan, are you joking or do you think that I am easy to fool? The 2 flying swords in your blade-strengthening gourd if you did not refine them perfectly." The man was indeed one of the few sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His expression became serious and he took another look at the blade-strengthening gourd on Chin Pingan's waist. He nodded and did not pursue the matter further. He said straightforwardly, "Then I will teach you a common formula to refine a magical weapon. Don't worry, you don't need to owe me a favor. This formula is common in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. You can treat it as a buy one get one free deal. The advantage of using this formula to refine a magical weapon is that it is easy to get started. The disadvantage is that once the demon binding rope is forcibly taken away by an earth immortal, the restriction you set up can be easily removed." The man smiled and said, "Therefore in the future if you encounter powerful demons in the world, if it is not necessary, run away if you can. Don't take out this thing. Don't think about using it to repel the enemy. Otherwise you will become a gift boy. Well, I can't stay any longer. I will teach you the formula and some things you need to pay attention to. If you can't remember it once, I can repeat it twice." Chin Pingan nodded. On the lake in his heart there were ripples. The sword immortal's mellow voice slowly sounded in his heart. Chin Pingan silently remembered it. The sword immortal asked, "How much do you remember?" Chin Pingan said honestly, "I remember all of it. But I beg the sword immortal senior to repeat it again." The sword immortal smiled and said, "You are quite straightforward." The sword immortal did not find it troublesome at all. Instead, he admired Chin Pingan's straightforwardness. He repeated the incantation again. Compared to the first time, he even talked about his own experiences. Naturally, it was an extremely high level of understanding. Chin Pingan would definitely not be able to understand it at the moment and could only memorize it. The man was not a sloppy person. After saying the formula, he stood up and left. But before he walked out of the room, he said to Chin Pingan, "The talent of little Ning's generation is too good. It is so good that it makes all the old men smile in their dreams. And it is not just 3 or 5 but more than 30 people. So, that world will definitely not sit still and wait for death." Also, the young greater demon that defeated me is very famous. He might not be the strongest genius in the past 100 years. The Great Wall of Sword Chi is welcoming a great year that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. After several hundred years of attacks by the demons, I have discovered something strange. That is, even the cultivation geniuses that are slightly inferior to little Ning all seem to be hiding. This is very illogical. So I am a little worried. I have a feeling that the wilderness is planning something big. The Battle of 13 is just a prelude. Seeing Qin Pingan listening seriously, the man said self-mockingly, "It seems that telling you all this is useless. If you have heard it, then forget it." Qin Pingan insisted on sending this senior sword immortal to the entrance of the Stork Tavern. When they reached the alley outside the tavern, the sword immortal said helplessly, "I just said that you won't be polite. Since you are being polite now, then I won't be polite either." The sword immortal turned into a beam of light and flew towards the foot of the lone peak. The majestic sword Chi instantly disappeared into the distance. Qin Pingan felt a headache coming on. Sure enough, at the tavern, several guests were looking at each other. The young innkeeper was standing behind the counter, calculating on his abacus. He looked indifferent, but in fact there was a smile on his face. The guests of his tavern had extraordinary backgrounds. It was definitely not a bad thing. They brought light to his tavern, and he would be able to gain face. When Qin Pingan returned to the tavern, the few mountain immortals who were no longer outstanding on the inverted mountain would not have stayed in a small stork tavern. Even though the tavern's lobby was spacious enough, those people still subconsciously made way for him. Qin Pingan could only pretend that he did not see anything. He returned to his room and began to refine the demon binding rope according to the sword immortal's incantation. It was like drawing a talisman, but he still could not control this superior grade Dharma treasure for long. Everything depended on the pure chi of a martial artist. The longer the breath, the greater the strength. However, unlike the creation of a talisman, the demon binding rope was more troublesome to use for Qin Pingan, whose longevity bridge had collapsed. Fortunately, after reaching the fourth realm, his chi exchange was more concealed and faster. It was much faster than the previous 3 realms. Therefore, the demon binding rope could be used against the demons of the cave abode, sea viewing, and dragon gate realms in the middle 5 realms. It could be used as a trump card. After catching the opponent off guard, it could be used to deal the greatest damage to the enemy in the shortest time possible. Of course, the demon binding rope was useful against all chi refinement warriors. It was just that it was more effective against the demons. If this demon binding rope could be paired with a few talisman that varied from person to person and a fist technique to kill the enemy, Qin Pingan felt much more confident. Qin Pingan spent a total of 6 hours refining the demon binding rope bit by bit. When he was done, he was already drenched in sweat. Fortunately, there was the filth dispelling and dust cleansing talisman in the room, which saved him a lot of trouble. After that, Qin Pingan took off the blade strengthening gourd and placed it on the table. He stared at it in a daze. Ning Yao did not hide anything about the Battle of the 13. However, Ning Yao was willing to talk about it in detail and in a casual manner. Qin Pingan listened to her and did not dare to ask anything. He even pretended that he was listening to a heart-wrenching story. Ning Yao would even tell him in person, "I'm very sad that my parents are gone. However, I killed the enemy with my own hands and took revenge. I won't think too much about it." You don't have to think too much about it either. After saying this, Ning Yao tilted her head back and drank her wine. She gently covered her chest with one hand. In Qin Pingan's heart, Ning Yao's sharpness was far more straightforward at that moment than the first time he saw her sword kinesis. The only thing that could compare was in his hometown town. Ning Yao pressed 2 fingers against her glabella as though she was opening her heavenly eye. She threatened to open up the world of Black Pearl Grotto heaven. A trace of golden color seeped out and she nearly conjured her intrinsic flying sword. Therefore, Qin Pingan decided to practice swordsmanship. He wanted to become a great sword immortal. One day, he wanted to carve words on the southern rampart of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Qin Pingan took a deep breath and put away the blade-strengthening gourd. He pinned it to his waist. Recently, Qin Pingan had stopped drinking. Since he had decided to practice swordsmanship, he already had the Sword Arts Proper Sutra. He also carried the Changqi that the old sword immortal lent him. Qin Pingan began to seriously consider this matter. It was even more serious than when he decided to practice the mountain-quaking fist, 1,000,000 punches. Qin Pingan stood up and closed his eyes. He slowly paced around the table. Swordsmen use swords. Swordsmen of the pugilistic world also use swords. However, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Wei Jin of the Windy Snow Temple who led the donkey away was a sword immortal in the unpolished Jade realm. However, Qin Pingan still remembered the elegance of his swordsmanship. Regardless of whether it was the sword sage song of the Shu Shui nation or the sword deity of the Tsai nation who died at the hands of Ma Kushuan, no matter how high their swordsmanship was or how famous they were in the pugilistic world, it was difficult for them to contend against the Qi cultivators, especially swordsmen. Previously, Qin Pingan wanted to go to the Julu continent to gain experience because he heard that the swordsmen of the pugilistic world in the Julu continent had much higher attainments in swordsmanship than the Aquarius continent. Over there, swordsmen were as common as clouds. Even if they were pure martial artists at the foot of the mountain, they could still wrestle with the Qi cultivators. To become a sword immortal, one had to become a swordsman. First, one had to have a longevity bridge. An old bridge could not be repaired. Moreover, even if it was repaired, one's achievements would be limited. Then one had to build a new one. How could he start? He had to go to the Eastern Sea Monastery in the Tongyi continent. He had to find an old Taoist whose name he did not even know. Since the old Taoist was mentioned by the old sword deity, he must be a rather impressive old Taoist. It was still uncertain whether he would meet him or not. Qin Pingan circled the table again and again. Once, he unknowingly took off the blade-strengthening gourd and almost drank. Fortunately, the fragrance of the wine was intoxicating. It reminded Qin Pingan to quickly put it back on his waist. The old sword deity's long qi could point out a general direction after reaching the Tongyi continent. Therefore, Qin Pingan chose to disembark in the middle of the Tongyi continent. He had to first determine the north and south before continuing his search. While Qin Pingan was thinking about the details of his trip to the Tongyi continent, a couple came to the Stork Tavern. They said that they were looking for Qin Pingan and that he was an old acquaintance of the young man. The rule of hanging upside down on the mountain was very effective. Although there were many profound secret techniques that could be used to deceive the heavens, once it was discovered, even if it was an old case from decades or centuries ago, the master of the hanging upside-down mountain Taoist priest Dao, and even true monarch Flood Dragon would personally investigate. Therefore, the hanging upside-down mountain had always been a rare peaceful place. The young tavern owner led the couple to the corridor of Qin Pingan's house. He pointed in the direction and did not continue to follow. The woman thanked him, and the young tavern owner smiled and said that it was nothing. Then they left in peace. However, when they turned the corner, the young tavern owner could not help but look back. The couple had ordinary looks and a gentle temperament. However, the young tavern owner felt that something was wrong. He shook his head and did not think about it anymore. If the Stork Tavern wanted to regain the glory of its ancestors, it would be a long way to go. There were many trivial matters that required his attention every day. Outside Qin Pingan's house, the man complained, "Why don't you just appear in this kid's house? Why do you have to go through so much trouble?" The woman glared at him and said, "How can you be so impolite? Our daughter is already like that. If I were still the same, do you really think that Qin Pingan is a clay Buddha? Who can bully him? What? Just because our daughter was lucky and found such a good child, you think that everything is right?" The man said angrily, "You're the only one who likes him the most. He found our precious daughter, so isn't his luck even better? If there's an ancestral hall, it wouldn't be too much to burn 100 incense sticks." The woman was also stubborn. When she heard the man's words, she stopped knocking on the door and decided to argue with her man. Otherwise, it would be harder to clean up after she entered the house. After all, the righteous world was not the great wall of sword chi that was used to life and death. Outside the inverted mountain, words hurt, especially unintentional words, and were very serious. Her man was rough and did not like to pay attention to such things. However, as a woman, how could she not care? The man quickly admitted his mistake and said, all right, I'll listen to you." The woman glared at her man. The latter said helplessly, "You really know your mistake." Only then did the woman gently knock on the door and ask softly, "Qin Pingan?" In the house, Qin Pingan immediately paced back and forth. He was so nervous that sweat seeped out of his forehead. He immediately shouted, "Wait a moment, I'll be right out." A moment later, the young man opened the door. He changed his clothes and put on the golden robe. Anyone below the earth immortal realm would think that it was a snow-white robe. Finally, he took off his never-changing straw sandals and changed into a new pair of boots, which were also white. The long breath that he carried on his back was already on the table. The ginger pot that was missing from his waist was also not on the table. The young man had actually hidden it. The woman and the man looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that they had guessed their true identity. The couple stepped over the threshold. Chin Pingan gently closed the door and asked, "Would you like some tea?" After the woman sat down, she smiled and shook her head. Then she pointed to a stool and said, "Chin Pingan, you sit too. Previously we had to cover our faces at the Jingjian Pavilion. After all, the inverted mountain is not the Great Wall of Sword Chi. We have our own rules. I hope you can understand." Chin Pingan sat upright and still on the opposite side of the table. He clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. He nodded vigorously. The man glanced at the extremely reserved young man. The more he looked, the angrier he became. So ungenerous and unrestrained. No matter how he looked at it, he was not worthy of his daughter. In the end, the man was ruthlessly stepped on by the woman. He could only lower his head and leave everything to the woman. After the woman removed the concealment spell, the man did the same. The two of them revealed their true faces. The woman was stunning and the man was handsome. This was probably a true immortal couple. Only then would they have such a beautiful daughter like Ning Yao. The woman introduced herself in a seemingly superfluous manner. "You should already know that I am Ning Yao's mother. As for him, he is Ning Yao's father. The two of us had actually died in battle in the south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, our remnant souls were retained by the Sword Immortal. Although it went against the customs of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, we are already dead. What's the point of caring about these things? We have been fighting and killing for our entire lives. After all, Ning Yao was still young then." At this point, the woman could not continue. The man could only follow her words and continued, "When Ning Yao ran away from home for the first time, we knew that there was a problem when she came back." The woman coughed softly. The man could only change his words. "I knew it was you. At that time, our daughter had not thought it through. Later, when she knew that you were going to help send the sword to the inverted mountain, she would wait for you whenever she was free." He sat alone on the dragon-slaying platform. Seeing this, the man's heart ached. The man hesitated for a moment. His expression was not warm at all. "Can you really not let Ning Yao down? You should know that Ning Yao is very different from ordinary girls. She is different in all aspects." Although Chin Pingan was so nervous that he was sweating profusely, he still said seriously, "I have thought about it. The worst outcome is that Ning Yao will regret it in the future and fall in love with someone else. If that person treats her better than I do, I will never see Ning Yao again. If Ning Yao continues to like me, I will work hard. The next time we meet, I will not be like this. I will only be a burden to her. No matter if she is in the city in the north, on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, or on the battlefield in the south, I will always be by her side. I will do my best to protect her." Chin Pingan's sweat blurred his vision. He hurriedly wiped it and continued, "If it has nothing to do with the war and it is just the two of us getting along, you might think that everything about her is good. However, when you are together in the future, you will have to learn to like her bad points. I'm well aware of this. When I was very young, my parents would also quarrel, but they would never quarrel in front of me. After quarreling, my father would also be bored in the courtyard. However, the next day they would be fine. Although I have always felt that my parents are the best people in the world, there is no such thing as a perfect person in the world. That is definitely not the case. However, I will work hard to know what is right and wrong, what is good and what is bad. Then I will leave the best for Ning Yao." The man's face was blank. "Kid, you have already said everything. What else can I say? Also, how old are you, Chin Pingan? How can you understand all these principles?" The woman raised her hand and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Then she smiled gently and said, "Chin Pingan, you must have had a hard time when you were young, right?" Chin Pingan hesitated for a moment before nodding and not saying a word. However, after holding it in for a long time, Chin Pingan frowned again. Both sides of his mouth were pressed down. He said in a trembling voice, "When mother left, it was so hard. I was too young at that time. There were too few things I could do. Mother still left. Going up the mountain to pick herbs, pawning things at home, cooking, fetching water, decocting medicine, secretly praying in the immortal's tomb, putting a handful of wild fruits in the basket on his back, covering his mother's back in the middle of the night, and asking her if she was better today, it was useless. It was all useless." However, Chin Pingan only said this one sentence and did not say anything else. That was a conclusion that denied his own coffin. He was too young and did too little. The woman lowered her head and raised her sleeve again. The man sighed. There were so many suffering in the world. What was so strange about it? Which child with a rough background would lack this? However, what was strange was the way to eat the word, suffering. There was no need to talk about the sufferings of the world. The woman gently exhaled. She looked up and squeezed out a smile. Qin Pingan, I'll leave Ning Yao in your care in the future. If she does something wrong, you're a man. You must bear with it. Qin Pingan said in a trembling voice, Are you leaving? If you leave, what will Ning Yao do? The woman stood up and smiled. Ning Yao knows. She knows everything. So you don't have to worry about this. I'm not talking about Ning Yao's good because of her mother. It's because you, Qin Pingan, like her. She's really good. Qin Pingan could only nod. The woman turned to look at the man who stood up with her. Do you have something to say? The man nodded. The woman said considerately, Then I'll wait for you outside? The man grunted. The woman walked out of the house and stood at the corner of the corridor. The man looked at the youth and said in a deep voice, Qin Pingan. The man who had always been indifferent to Qin Pingan suddenly laughed. He walked around the table, stretched out his wide palm, and heavily patted the young man's shoulder. Then he withdrew his hand and took a step back. His palm was still raised and his palm was facing Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan was stunned for a moment. He quickly reached out his hand and knocked. The man held the youth's hand tightly. Qin Pingan, my daughter Ning Yao will be in the future. I'll leave her in your care. Can you take good care of her? Qin Pingan choked. Even if I die. The man released his hand and smiled. What death? Just live well. The man sized up Qin Pingan and said with satisfaction, Well, you're worthy of my daughter. The man turned around and strode away. Qin Pingan wanted to send him off, but the man had already raised his hand, indicating that Qin Pingan did not need to follow. The man did not turn around. He slowly walked to the door and smiled. The next time you go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, get Ning Yao to bring you to visit our graves and give us a toast. After the man crossed the threshold, he suddenly turned his head and smiled. What's wrong with drinking? Why hide a wine pot? The world's most carefree sword immortals all love to drink. The man stretched out his fist and raised his thumb, pointing at himself, like your father-in-law. Qin Pingan remained standing in the same spot. At the ferry port near Shangxiang Restaurant, a treasure-swallowing whale ferry to Tongya continent would set sail today. Before Qin Pingan headed to the ferry port, he first went to the foot of Lone Peak. As he did not have the jade token to enter the inverted mountain, he could only look at the gate from afar. His lips moved slightly as though he was muttering to himself. The sword-hugging man sitting on the hitching post was still dozing off in the middle of the day. He muttered to himself and said 3 more words. Compared to the first time, he changed the word near to far. When the youth approached the gate, the sword aura would be near. When the youth was far away from the inverted mountain, the sword aura would be far away. The youth from Mud Bottle Alley today was dressed in a snow-white robe. He carried a long sword on his back and a blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. The youth was innocent and the most moving. (283) 10,000 words to make up for my leave of absence on the 19th. Old Dragon City. A storm was brewing. Especially the Ding family, which was one of the big families, they were facing a great enemy. Because it seemed that a family member who could not do anything right had harmed a young girl in the marketplace. Originally, this kind of matter was not considered a big deal. It was not that one had to be evil to the end after doing something evil, such as eliminating the source of the problem. It was just that the Ding clan was rich and willing to spend money. If money could solve the problem, then no matter how big or small the problem was, it would not be a problem. But the problem was that the young girl who died suddenly had something to do with the dusty medicine shop. The medicine shop was the property of the Fan family. The bigger problem was that such a weak relationship was taken seriously by someone. And this person was a very important guest of the Fan family. The Ho family and the Fong family, who had been on good terms with the Ding family for generations, had been in close contact recently. And the Fu family of Old Dragon City, who had married a girl from the Jiang family of Yunlin, was very busy and could not be bothered with this kind of trivial matter. As for the young son Jiashu, who was the head of the Sun family, they did not do anything. They probably wanted to watch the fire burn across the river. In the Sun family's ancestral home, Sun Jiashu had just received a secret letter. The cultivator from the Tongya sect who had helped the Ding family prolong their life had returned to Old Dragon City today with the girl from the Ding family. Because this person had a noble status in the Tongya sect, among his retinue, there was a nascent soul realm immortal, not to mention that this person was one of the earth immortals. So almost everyone felt that the situation was settled. Sun Jiashu now liked fishing. It was the place where the Dali young man fished. As long as there were not too important family matters, Sun Jiashu would often take a break from work and come here to sit. He was a little hesitant. He did not know if he should gamble this time. If he did, how much should he gamble? Sun Jiashu had recently met an unworldly expert who came and went without a trace. With just one sentence, not only did his slightly flawed state of mind recover, but he also went one step further. That person just asked with a smile, "Sun Jiashu, how can you be sure that you are wrong?" It was like a Buddhist roar. But the premise was that only a person with wisdom and accumulation could be enlightened. Otherwise, even 1,000 roars would be useless. Sun Jiashu put away the fishing rod and poured all the fish in the basket back into the river. Sun Jiashu finally decided not to gamble this time. Above the sea of clouds in Old Dragon City, a woman in a green dress was lightly jumping on a square. When she landed, clouds would splash. Occasionally she would take out a fist-sized glass bead and throw it here and there. In the end, she aimed at a certain place in the sea of clouds and flew over. She placed her hands on the outside of her thighs and closed her legs together. Her entire body fell straight down and landed somewhere in the inner city of Old Dragon City. It was as if a green onion had fallen from the sky. Her speed was extremely fast. A moment before she hit the ground, the woman named Fan Junmao floated to the ground. It was the backyard of the dusty drugstore. Shopkeeper Zheng Dafeng was squatting on the steps, smoking a pipe. Fan Junmao asked, "What do you mean?" Zheng Dafeng's expression could not be seen clearly due to the lingering smoke. He could only hear the man slowly say, "A debt must be repaid with money, a life for a life. I'm different from Lier. He only looks for the old. I'm looking for both the young and the old." Fan Junmao looked at the man who used to laugh all day long with a playful look in his eyes. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. So many years had passed, but his personality was still the same. It was as if he had not been serious his entire life, just for that one time of seriousness. Far away in the 4 heavenly gates, the 3 divine generals had given up their duties for various reasons and made way for the unstoppable rebel army. Only the one in the south, who was regarded as the most cowardly and sloppy, was unwilling to give way. He refused to retreat even if he had to die. Of course, the result of refusing to retreat even if he had to die was death. He was nailed to the pillar of the heavenly gate with a sword. Regardless of whether it was friend or foe, everyone was baffled. No one could find any reason for this divine general to court death. Fan Junmao sighed in her heart. She did not want to know, but unfortunately she knew. Saint Ruanteng had officially established a sect in the mountains in the west. There were only 3 official disciples for the time being. The sword shop by the Dragon Whisker River was still open. It was not closed. Ruanteng left one of his disciples, a young girl. She was missing the thumb of the hand that held the sword, so she hung the sword on the right side of her waist and held the sword in her left hand. When Miss Xiuxiu, the only daughter of Ruanteng, moved to the Spiritual Beauty Mountain, it was said that she carried a chicken coop with her. She just carried it in her hand, which made all the immortals look at her and mistakenly think that it was some great spiritual bird or strange beast. Later, some chi cultivators who had been to the Spiritual Beauty Mountain thought it was funny when they mentioned it. It turned out that the nest of old hens and chicken chicks was just a common thing in the market. Therefore, some immortal sects in the surrounding mountains felt that Miss Xiuxiu was still a child. This was the real Taoist heart. They were very serious. Therefore, some young cultivators who moved to a new mansion also began to ponder about the knowledge inside and felt that it was very meaningful. Miss Xiuxiu was indeed a genius cultivator who was once placed high hopes on by the Wind Snow Temple. Indeed, everything she did was mysterious and in accordance with the Great Tao. After the long-browed young man with the surname Xie heard about it, he felt that it was interesting and told Sister Xiuxiu about it as a joke. At that time, Ruanxiu was sitting on a small green bamboo chair and looking at the arrogant old hen leading a group of chicks to peck for food. She just said that it was like that and didn't say anything else. The young man with the surname Xie, who was very lucky, looked at the absent-minded Sister Xiuxiu and frowned. This action made his eyebrows look even longer. Ruanteng was a cultivator in the pure jade realm and had the backing of the Wind Snow Temple. Moreover, because he was good at sword forging and had a wide range of friends, he could use the word sect as a suffix and named it the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Initially, Ruanteng only wanted to use the 2 words sword sect to stand tall in the world. It was very bold. However, there were already sword sects in the Central Divine Continent and it was not in line with the rules set by the Confucians. Secondly, a close friend who came to congratulate him privately advised Ruanteng that establishing a sect in the Dali dynasty was already enough to attract the wind. There was no need to put too much effort into this matter. Although Ruan-Ting finally decided on the name, Dragon Spring Sword Sect, he still felt a little uncomfortable. When going up and down the mountain, he didn't like to pass by the plaque hanging at the foot of the mountain. He let the Dali officials lead the Liu family felons to open up a small path, which attracted a lot of discussion. They felt that this wasn't a good sign. Wasn't this deliberately avoiding the Great Tao and taking an unorthodox path? However, Ruan Xiao and the 3 founding disciples all knew the reason. Ruan-Ting said to the 4 of them that whoever could legitimately remove the 2 words in front of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect would be the next sect master. The Dragon Spring Sword Sect was now in the limelight in the Dali dynasty. In addition to the mountain that the Song clan gave as a gift as the main mountain of the sect, Qin Pingan rented the 3 surrounding mountains, Baolu Mountain, Rosy Clouds Peak and Immortal Grass Mountain, to Saint Ruan-Ting for 300 years. It could be said that they had been included in the territory of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. This was a good deal. Other people couldn't find a temple even if they carried a pig's head. It was difficult to really burn incense after entering the sect. Therefore, Qin Pingan, whose cultivation was not worth mentioning, was a big landlord in the Longquan County. This was a very good deal. In addition, the newly conferred god of the northern mountains, Wei Pai, had once brought Qin Pingan to tour the world. This was another golden amulet. It was said that the 2 servants had peace tokens on their waists that were issued by the Dali imperial court for meritorious chi refinement warriors. This was also a protective amulet. With these 3 protective amulets, not to mention walking sideways in the Longquan County, the lucky one, Qin Pingan, would not have a problem walking backward. It was a pity that the young man had disappeared. It was said that he had traveled far away. He was most likely someone who did not know how to enjoy life. There was a huge cliff on one side of the Divine Grace Mountain. It stood tall and had no one to rely on. There were 4 words carved on the ancient cliff, Heaven Opening Divine Grace. After Ruan-Ting opened the sect, Chi refinement warriors would arrive almost every day to admire the glory of the 4 words. They felt that Ruan-Ting might have chosen the Divine Grace Mountain as the main mountain of the sect because of the mysterious will of the heavens. However, Ruan Xiao never went to the cliff to join in the fun. It seemed that she had never been there even once. Ruan Xiao, who did not like to move, seemed to have grown taller, fatter and rounder. Ruan-Ting felt that it was quite good. In fact, most fathers in the world treated their daughters well. Occasionally, Ruan Xiao would go to the pavilion at the peak of the Divine Grace Mountain. She would choose a sunny day and look into the distance. She would look at the winding streams that eventually converged to become the Dragon Whisker River and then the Tiefu River with torrential water. It was not that Ruan Xiao liked to look at these streams and rivers. On the contrary, she felt that they were an eyesore. Hebo and Granny He, the god of river water, the lord of rain and mother cloud, etc. As long as they were gods related to water, she did not like them since she was young. Hearing these titles would annoy her. She wanted to deal with it like how she dealt with a freshly baked sword. She wanted to smash it with a hammer and end it once and for all. Today, Ruan Xiao leaned lazily on the railing and yawned. There was a series of light footsteps outside the pavilion. Ruan Xiao turned her head and looked over. A group of 4 people walked over from afar. They were all dressed in scholarly robes. Ruan Xiao took a glance and recognized all of them. It was the prefect Wu Yuan. He was a young man who had been promoted rather quickly. He was the favorite student of the Dali imperial tutor Cui Dong. One of them had the surname of Chao, the current supervisor of kills, and the other had the surname of Yuan. Both the surnames of Yuan and Chao were surnames of the Pillar Nation. The people who were worshipping the 2 temples that were built at the old porcelain mountain and the immortal graveyard were the 2 old ancestors of these 2 people. The last person was a deputy headmaster of the Deer Academy in the Cloud Mountain Forest. He was an old assistant minister of the Huangting Nation. His alias was Qing Shuidong, but he was actually an old flood dragon. Ruan Xiao stood up and walked out of the pavilion, giving them the best spot to enjoy the scenery. The 4 of them looked at each other and smiled. No one was overly fawning over her. After all, Ruan Xiao was a lady who appeared alone. It was not good for them to be too friendly with her. If it were other Chi refinement warriors, they would definitely at least thank Ruan Xiao and introduce themselves to her so that she would know them. The 4 of them had agreed to play chess here. Wu Yuan was going to play chess with Headmaster Cheng. Wu Yuan's teacher, Cui Dong, was the undisputed #1 national player in Dali. When Wu Yuan was learning from Cui Dong, his chess skills improved tremendously. He was a famous expert in the capital. Chao and Yuan were only here to watch the game. Chao and Yuan's ancestors were best friends. They were the twin jade annulus of Dali. However, hundreds of years later the two surnames were like fire and water. Chao and Yuan, who sat opposite each other, did not even exchange glances. Today the Great Sui Kingdom and Dali had formed an alliance. Both parties had signed their respective mountain treaties at the Cloud Mountain of Dali and the East Mountain of the Great Sui Kingdom. Dali was the only powerful family in the entire northern part of the Aquarius continent. Including the Huangting nation, several vassal states of the Great Sui Kingdom had started to pay tribute to the Song clan. Of course, there were some twists and turns in the process. Many aristocratic families felt that this was treachery. Then the hoofbeats of Dali's armored cavalry started to sound. After the hoofbeats stopped, many heads that were originally wearing official hats or laurel titles fell off. The entire imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom, in the mountains and in the pugilistic world, fell into a treacherous silence. The dignified Great Sui Kingdom, the rightful ruler of the northern part of the Aquarius continent, the country's power, actually surrendered without a fight, and ceded land for peace. A famous literary scholar was drunk and singing, climbing the mountain to write poems. Before he committed suicide, he left behind his last words: "Since the founding of the Great Sui Kingdom, the scholars have been humiliated to this extent. Only death can prove their innocence." A famous chess player of the Great Sui Kingdom chopped up his most beloved chess piece and used it as firewood to burn. The Great Sui Kingdom's imperial court had people resigning, from the high-ranking officials to the minister-counselor. There were more than 100 of them. It was rumored that half of the imperial court's 6 departments were empty. Regardless, the Dali armored cavalry had started to move south. The Aquarius continent was in chaos. From the pavilion came the crisp sound of chess pieces landing. Ruan Xiu came to an ancient pine tree at the edge of the cliff. She picked up stones from the ground and lightly threw them out of the cliff. The clouds flowed like a river, the sky was vast. She suddenly threw away the remaining stones in her hands. "I still have to help my father forge. It's over, it's too late. I will not be able to eat salted meat stewed with bamboo shoots tonight." There was a family of 3 that took a ferry from the south to the north, and finally reached their destination in the North Continent, a celestial sect called the Lion Peak. Among the group there was a young master and servant. One of them was a scholarly young master, and the young servant was helping to lead a horse. On the back of the horse was a unique official gold and silver saddle of the Hualing dynasty. The servant was not too happy and did not have a good expression along the way, but since his young master wanted to lead the way, he could not say anything. That family of 3 was uncouth. Most importantly, they didn't have the slightest bit of discernment. Although that extremely vulgar man and woman gave birth to a pretty good daughter, no matter how pretty she was, how could she be worthy of their young master? The Hualing dynasty was one of the few great dynasties in the North Continent, although the emperor's surname was Han, but who did not know that all the officials in the imperial court had the same surname as his young master? And although the young master was not the only son of the family, but in this generation, there was only the young master and his elder brother. The elder brother was a concubine, and the young master was the son of the first wife, so even if the young master married a princess, he would be wronged. Why bother with a blind mountain girl? A family that came from a small place like the Aquarius continent, they were not worthy of the young master's attention. The servant was so angry that he cried a few times, but the young master only consoled him, and continued to follow the 3 to the Lion Peak. The owner of the Lion Peak, although he was a famous celestial family, but so what? When he met the young master's grandfather, he still had to tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. As for the land-sword immortals who came and went in the wind, he was just a servant. Over the years, thanks to the young master, he had seen a few of them. It was true that this young servant, who had seen a few genuine sword immortals, had seen a few of them, but he had underestimated the owner of the Lion Peak. Although he was only a nascent soul Earth immortal of the 10th realm, the Earth immortals of the North Continent were valuable. If one did not have any real ability, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold, unless he was a free and unfettered mountain rogue immortal. Especially this person from Lion's Peak, he was a genuine outsider, yet in a short period of 200 years, he practically relied on his own strength to defeat a clan of the Hualing dynasty, and it was sufficient to prove that this person's combat strength was extraordinary. Moreover, the Julu continent was full of experts, eccentrics, unreasonable people, and a combination of all 3. Therefore, it was easy for unexpected disasters to come when one was overseeing the mountain in the Julu continent. Often there would be great cultivators who did not like the mountain gate, and they would hammer the mountain gate. If they could not win, they would run away, and if they could win, they would tear down the plaque. This was the Ju-Lu continent that had snatched away the North name of the White Jade continent. The people there were tough and martial arts were respected. The cultivators were good at fighting, and there were many disciples of celestial families who liked to travel alone. After leaving the mountain, they deliberately pretended to be rogue cultivators so that they could fight happily. Here, sword cultivators were as common as clouds. Some of the top swordsmen who were famous in the Jianghu could even compete with the celestial swordsmen on the mountain. Therefore, compared to other continents, the 3 Confucian academies in the Ju-Lu continent had always been scholars with extremely high combat power. As for whether they were knowledgeable or not, they could give way, otherwise they would not be able to suppress them. In the eyes of the native cultivators and monarchs of the Ju-Lu continent, this person liked to drop books, so he was not particularly likable. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone a sage who was given the 2 words, anger control, by his teacher before he left the Central Earth Academy. As a result, he became angry one day, and there was someone who openly said that the moral knowledge taught by this sage was nonsense. At that time, this person was only a short distance away from the Ju-Lu continent, and then he swaggered away. There were many celestial families in the Ju-Lu continent who agreed with him. The academy was gloomy for a long time. Finally, one day the sage left the academy, and in a month he beat up 2 nascent soul cultivators and a jade primitive realm cultivator. It was said that in the end, this Confucian sage would knock the other party's head while loudly questioning them, "Do you understand now?" Of course, the 3 of them could only say that they understood, but the sage would always reply, "You understand now," was a joke. The master of the Lion Peak was one of the rare earth immortals that the sage of the Ju-Lu continent liked. However, the little errand boy could not come into contact with these top-level secrets. When they arrived at the mountain gate at the foot of the Lion Peak, the errand boy thought that since they were already here, they should at least ask for a cup of tea. However, the young master was annoyed again. He said to the couple and the young lady that they had to bid farewell in the end, and then turned around and left with the errand boy. The little errand boy felt so wrong that his face was almost full of tears. After wandering outside for half a year, it was a good thing to go home, but it was not heroic at all. After climbing the mountain, the woman and her daughter whispered for a long time. They felt that this rich family's son was not bad. He treated people kindly and had a good appearance. At first glance, they could tell that he was a scholar. Compared to Lin Shuyi and Dong Xuejing, who were half a bucket of knowledge, he looked more knowledgeable. Unfortunately, her daughter neither nodded nor shook her head. The woman was so angry that she poked her daughter with her finger and scolded her with a smile. "Stupid girl who doesn't understand. She probably could not be considered a young girl anymore." She smiled softly. She had always been like this since she was young. She never got angry or laughed. Except for her younger brother, Li Huai, she did not care about anyone else. The woman often said that she was a soft dough that could be kneaded by anyone. When she got married in the future, she would suffer a lot. Of course, the woman's main meaning was that her daughter was so soft. When she got married in the future, she would definitely not be able to manage the family and control her husband's family. How could she support her younger brother then? The woman never hid her favoritism. Fortunately, the woman's husband, a boorish man named Li Er, never favored boys over girls. He doted on both his son and daughter. It was a pity that his status was the lowest in the family, and his words were the most useless. Li Lu was probably born to be submissive and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. This time, when the woman heard that the head of the Lion's Peak had some relationship with her husband's good-for-nothing master, her husband promised that the family of 3 would not have to worry about food and drink when they came here. The woman, who had been homeless all the way across continents and seas, scolded old Yang less. She felt that Li Er was finally useful after being her disciple for so many years. Otherwise, the next time she returned to her hometown and saw old Yang, she would block the entrance of the medicine shop every day and scold that old thing until he did not have to wash his face every day. As the woman walked, she suddenly thought of her precious son who had no one to take care of him and was definitely suffering. She became angry and pinched her daughter's arm. "What's wrong with that young master with a strange surname? Haven't you thought about marrying him so that we don't have to look at people's faces in this Lion's Peak? Let that Situ guy marry you first, then we can openly move into their house. Then quickly bring Li Huai over and our family of 4 will be reunited." Li Lu smiled and her eyes curved as if she was admitting her mistake and begging for mercy, but also seemed like she was acting coquettishly. The woman could not stand her daughter acting like this. She calmed down and pinched Li Lu's arm again, but this time she used less strength. "You have no conscience. You don't even know how to care for your younger brother. I've raised you for so many years in vain." At this point, the fickle woman smiled happily again. She reached out and gently pinched her daughter's cheeks. "This brat's appearance is really like mine. Look, this little face is so pretty that water can be squeezed out." Lier, who was carrying a large luggage bag, grinned. However, the woman was a little sad. "It wasn't easy for me to endure until that old woman in Apricot Blossom Alley died and that vixen in Clay Bottle Alley moved away. If only I didn't have to leave the town. No one can argue with me anymore." The journey to the north was filled with trepidation. The woman only felt that it was a pity that she had good martial arts skills but could not display them at all. Li Lu's delicate appearance might not necessarily be like her mother. However, Li Huai must have taken after his mother to be a tyrant in his nest. At the top of Lion Peak, the peak master was accompanying an old man who looked like a rich man. The latter had an oily face. If he did not appear here and was not respectfully accompanied by an earth immortal cultivator, he would most likely be mistaken as a shopkeeper of a small shop at the foot of the mountain, or a country gentleman in a fish and meat village. The fat old man had a green rope tied around his wrist. He clicked his tongue and said, "Old Mr. Yang is really open-minded. If it were me, I would have been reincarnated 1,000 times over by this talkative woman." The old man beside the rich man had a sage-like demeanor. He was in line with the image of an immortal in the hearts of the common people. When he heard the guest teasing, he did not reply and only smiled politely. The fat old man smiled and asked, "Let's not talk about that useless Jean Dan. How many earth immortals like you have come out of Pearl Grotto Heaven in the past 1,000 years? Now that you and I are allies, you don't have to hide such a small matter, right?" The old immortal master bowed slightly and said apologetically, "Great Sword Fairy Chow, forgive me for not being able to say too much." It turned out that this rich man was Chow Shi, the Sword Fairy of Hassa Continent who came to be Li Lu's protector according to the contract. Chow Shi asked again, "Why is Li Lu unwilling to cultivate? What is the reason for this?" As the peak master of Lion Peak, the old immortal master said helplessly, "Sword Fairy, you can ask my ancestor yourself." Chow Shi was stunned. "She is the reincarnation of your ancestor? Lion Peak has only been passed down for a few years. How can you find her?" The old immortal master hesitated for a moment. He seemed to have been instructed. After weighing the pros and cons, he said carefully, "We have our own secret method, and it is not just my ancestor." Chow Shi asked the most important question, "Does Li Lu know?" The old immortal master smiled and said nothing. It was already the answer. Chow Shi said, "You have found a treasure." After that, Li Er and his family stayed in Lion Peak. They were received by an old steward of Lion Peak. Nominally, he was a distant relative of old Yang of the medicine shop. He was in charge of some chores in Lion Peak. He gave the three of them an ordinary residence and did not give the woman any work for the time being. He only said that he would have to wait for a few days. The rules of Lion Peak were strict. No one was allowed to disturb the immortal master's cultivation. The woman always felt that these words were directed at her, so she was very nervous. Of course, she did not know that after leaving the house, the disciplinary elder of Lion Peak hurriedly wiped off his cold sweat. The peak master gave him such a difficult task. It was really creepy. The old man did not even dare to look at the woman named Li Lu. After a few days, the woman couldn't stay any longer. She said that she wanted to find something to do in the small town next to Leo Peak. Lier borrowed money from someone and planned to open a shop there. Later, a master from Leo Peak coincidentally discovered that Li Lu had the aptitude for cultivation. Li Lu stayed on the mountain to cultivate alone. The woman was short-sighted. She always felt that Li Lu was lucky to have married a rich man. In fact, she was not very happy. If she really became an immortal cultivator, she would not be able to see her for years or decades. How could she give Li Huai any benefits? But in the end, the woman still followed Li Er to the small town. They rented a house and wandered around looking for a suitable shop. At that time, Li Lu sent her parents off at the foot of the mountain. When the two figures disappeared on the road, all the Yuanying and Jindan cultivators, including the Lion Peak master, appeared behind the woman. They were all respectful and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Under the lead of the mountain master, everyone said in unison, "Welcome back to the mountain ancestor." Li Lu did not pay attention to them. She did not allow them to follow her and went up the mountain alone. She came to a cave on Lion Peak that had been sealed for a long time and strode into it. Li Lu did not care about the layers of restrictions that even Earth immortals could not break. In other words, it did not hinder her at all. When she walked out of the cave, there was a golden lion seal hanging on her waist. She had been waiting at the door for a long time. She held a dagger-sized short sword in her hand. She raised her arm that was tied with a small green rope and smiled. Before refining a river water to be your natal flying sword, this short sword followed me in battle for 300 years. After that, the sword aura was constantly nourished and accumulated. When you reach the middle 5 states, you can use it at will. You can use it 10 times and its power is comparable to the full blow of a Jade Raw Realm Sword Immortal. When you reach Jindan or Yuanying, you can use all the sword aura at once. That will be the sword of a Celestial Realm Sword Immortal. Li Lu smiled gently. She raised her hand and the short sword was in her hand. She casually pulled the sword out of its sheath and gently slashed towards the outside of the mountain. A long rainbow of sword aura slashed out. It had the power to split heaven and earth. The cultivators on Lion Peak were shocked into silence. Li Lu, who had inexplicably reached the middle 5 states in one step, nodded, as expected. Shi sighed, "I've seen a ghost." It was rare for Shi to think of that unfilial descendant of his, Chao Jun, who was now mingling in Dali's army. "Sai, look at other people's children and then look at my own. It's so infuriating." Martial Mountain. As one of the 2 ancestral halls of the militarists in Aquarius continent, Martial Mountain had more rangers than Wind Snow Temple. There were many more militarists who joined the army. In the past year, more and more cultivators left the mountain. Half of them went to Dali in the north, while the other half chose to join the countries in the central region of Aquarius continent. The somewhat deserted Martial Mountain had recently become lively. Ma Kuxuan, that domineering newcomer who had only ascended the mountain for a few years, had caused a huge disturbance. He had killed a sea-viewing cultivator. Martial Mountain didn't announce the specific reason, but it wasn't a life-and-death feud. That old cultivator had never interacted with Ma Kuxuan, so even if they had a conflict, it was at most a battle of words. The vicious and merciless Ma Kuxuan must have purposely killed him. Even with 2 ancestors pleading for mercy, Ma Kuxuan was still imprisoned in the Divine Martial Hall behind the mountain. He couldn't leave for a year. The Hall of Divine Martial Arts worshipped the ancestors of Martial Arts Mountain and more than 10 nameless gods. It was said that there had been a catastrophe in the history of Martial Arts Mountain. During the crisis, the master of that generation of Martial Arts Mountain had used a secret art to invite the golden-bodied god, who had enjoyed thousands of years of incense in the hall, to go down the mountain to kill the enemy. They were so powerful that they finally destroyed more than 10 immortal families in one breath. However, being imprisoned in the Divine Martial Hall wasn't a comfortable thing. Only cultivators who had committed serious crimes would be imprisoned here. In the end, less than 1 in 10 would walk out alive. It was said that the gods enshrined in the Divine Martial Hall would wake up, on some ancient fast days when their inheritance had been lost. They would interrogate, whip, and even devour the souls of cultivators. In an immortal mansion surrounded by immortal chi on Martial Mountain, an extremely senior military ancestor shouted, "Isn't it too harsh to punish Ma Kuxuan like this?" The person sitting opposite him was young and handsome. His fingers were as slender and fair as a woman's. He was playing chess by himself. Faced with this junior martial brother's rude questioning, the man was indifferent. He didn't even want to say a word. The old man slapped the table. "Ma Kuxuan is a rare genius I've seen in my life. A true genius. If you destroy him, I'll never let you off." The man had just picked up a chess piece. After hearing the old man's words, he silently put it back into the box. He frowned and said, "Many sects with the word, sect, in their name have been destroyed in the hands of amazing geniuses." The old man sneered. "But there are many more who can revitalize a sect because of one person." The man shook his head and said, "When it comes to cultivation, the most important thing is to not make mistakes. Otherwise, breaking the rules of our ancestors and gaining temporary prosperity because of 1 or 2 people is just a pavilion in the sky. Besides, Martial Mountain is running smoothly now. It doesn't need anyone to save it. Junior Martial Brother Lu, let me give you a piece of advice. You value Ma Kuxuan so much that you're willing to give him all your treasures and even secretly help him win that fortune. In the end, it's your own business. I won't interfere because it doesn't break the rules of Martial Mountain." The old man looked at the young man, whose expression was getting colder and colder. The aggressive military ancestor felt a little guilty. He snorted and said, "Ma Kuxuan is worthy of Martial Mountain breaking some rules for him. Wind Snow Temple has the immortal platform Wei Jin. Who do we have?" The man smiled and said, "You have me." The old man choked on his words and couldn't say a word for a long time. The man seemed to feel that the atmosphere was too stiff. He finally smiled and said, "Okay, your children and grandchildren will have their own fortune. Besides, Ma Kushwan isn't your descendant. What's the hurry? For the sake of the sect? Alright, do you think I know what kind of person you are? In the end, you just want Ma Kushwan to go to Wind Snow Temple to avenge you in the future." The military ancestor, who was known for his bad temper, said frankly, "That's my original intention. However, after getting along with him for a long time, I find Ma Kushwan more and more pleasing to the eye. Even 10,000 of my useless descendants can't compare to Ma Kushwan." The man agreed with the old man for the first time. He nodded and said, "Yes, you shouldn't have given birth to those bastards in your family. However, in the end, it's your fault for not being able to control the bird in your pants." The old man said angrily, "You're the sect master of Marshall Mountain. Aren't you ashamed to say such things?" The man laughed and joked, "I heard that you didn't tighten your belt recently. Did you find a beautiful mortal concubine?" The old man's anger suddenly subsided. He said in a low voice, "I really like that woman. She's cute and innocent. Those stupid fairies on the mountain are really boring." The man said indifferently, "As long as you like her." The old man was suddenly filled with resentment. Marshall Mountain really needs to change, especially the disciples we've recruited in the past 100 years. Their temperament is extremely bad. Just one Ma Kushwan is enough to throw them into chaos. Their Tao hearts are in chaos and they're all talking behind their backs. They're worse than gossips. The man waved his hand. It's not that their Tao hearts are chaotic. It's just that their Tao hearts have always been this bad. The old man was puzzled. "You're not going to do anything?" The man asked, "Then should I take care of their eating, drinking, and pooping? Take care of your belt?" The old man rolled his eyes. "Don't worry, Ma Kushwan won't die." The man waved his hand and started writing again. The military ancestor laughed and suddenly stood up. "Senior brother, you should have said this earlier. I wouldn't have wasted so much time with you." The man didn't even raise his head. "Your belt is loose." The old man chuckled. "Senior brother, you still like to joke, I.O.?" The old man was flustered. He hurriedly used a divine ability and disappeared in a flash. It turned out that the man had shattered the belt of a nascent soul realm cultivator with a wave of his hand, and the latter didn't even notice. What if he wanted to kill someone? In the eyes of the Aquarius continent, Marshall Mountain's influence in the secular dynasties was much stronger. In terms of cultivation and combat strength, the military ancestors of the Wind Snow Temple were much stronger than Marshall Mountain. Someone once joked that if the two ancestral courts of the military school each sent 10 people to fight, the Wind Snow Temple, which was filled with experts, would be able to beat Marshall Mountain, which was extremely experienced in the ways of the world. The man put down the old chess record that he had long since memorized by heart. The chess record was called Collection of Officials and recorded many famous chess games in history. The game that the man was currently playing was also called the Rosy Clouds game. The two sides of the game were the city lord of White Emperor City and the former head disciple of the Sage of Literature. The man sighed softly. In the divine martial palace at the back of the mountain, Ma Kushwan sat cross-legged on the head of a tall statue, and a black cat sat on his head. A man, a cat, and a statue. The black cat stretched out a paw and gently scratched Ma Kushwan's head. Ma Kushwan didn't mind. He had been relying on the black cat since he was young, and it was even more so after his grandmother passed away. The eyes of the golden wooden statue on his left suddenly glowed with golden light and moved. The giant statue slowly walked down the altar and looked around. Finally, it saw Ma Kushwan on the head of the statue in the middle. The statue walked to the center of the hall and turned to face the young man and the cat. The 3-foot-tall statue knelt on one knee. Ma Kushwan seemed to be used to this. He reminded the black cat as usual, "Remember to keep your mouth shut when you go back." The wooden statue nodded slightly, got up, and strode forward. It stepped onto the altar and stood still. Its golden eyes quickly lost their color and became silent. The doors and windows of the hall were extremely high. Light shone through the gaps in the windows and scattered inside the hall. Therefore the dust could be seen. Ma Kushwan suddenly mocked himself, "Too many treasures and too many blessings. It's quite annoying." The black cat lifted one of its legs and licked the sole of its foot gently. Ma Kushwan lay down. The black cat jumped and landed on Ma Kushwan's chest after he lay down. It curled up and quickly fell asleep. The black cat occasionally changed to a more comfortable position. Ma Kuxuan crossed his legs and stroked the black cat's soft fur with one hand. Thinking of the eccentric and fawning people on Marshall Mountain, he felt a bit bored. So what if you don't like me? I don't like you either. The hall was empty. There was only the slight snoring of the man and the cat. The golden statues of the gods were lined up in order, as if they were loyally guarding the high and mighty king. Year after year, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. Zhou Ju, the sage of Lakeview Academy, didn't follow his teacher to meet the Taoist heavenly lord of the Julu continent. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and speak rudely to Xie, which would only make things difficult for his teacher. If his teacher left the academy, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the heavenly lord Xie. He couldn't just watch Zhou Ju get slapped to death by Xie. Was he going to apologize to an outsider on behalf of his student? Therefore, Zhou Ju came to a mountain not far from where the Kuan ship crashed. According to the records, the soaring sword aura came from there and destroyed the Kuan ship heading south to Old Dragon City. There were many casualties and almost none of the passengers below the middle 5 realms were spared. Zhou Ju searched the mountain to no avail. It was reasonable that he couldn't find any clues. Because even a blind person could see that this disaster was planned by someone behind the scenes to frame the most powerful dynasty in the Aquarius continent. But Zhou Ju couldn't understand one thing. Why would the Taoist master of the Julu continent be willing to lower himself and get involved in this mess? He even didn't hesitate to fight with the Lakeview Academy. If this continued, Heavenly Lord Xie would most likely become the public enemy of all the Qi refinement warriors in the Aquarius continent. Did Xie really think that he was the second disciple of the Tao ancestor? Zhou Ju didn't think that the Song clan could invite a Heavenly Lord from another continent. After eating and sleeping in the open these days, Zhou Ju decided to go down the mountain. Mr. casually mentioned something. In the past 6 months, many long-lost magic treasures without owners had appeared in the Hassa continent, the Tongya continent, and the Fuyao continent. There were even a few half-immortal weapons among them which caused a huge shock. Countless cultivators from the mountains and lakes swarmed over. The deep-rooted immortal families and magnates would not give up on these great opportunities. For a time, all kinds of people were mixed together. Zhou Ju wasn't interested in these. He was even less interested in the way of the world. Because it was more difficult for a scholar to study in peace. This wasn't good. Zhou Ju raised his head and looked at the sky. I, Zhou Ju, and the little sage of the Lakeview Academy, Zhou Yuran, can find clues. What about you, who are in a higher position than my mister? Zhou Ju went down the mountain and wandered lazily. He either rode the wind or walked. In the end he came to a lively market and drank a bowl of hot and sour soup. Zhou Ju's face immediately lit up with joy, and all his worries disappeared. The vendor's daughter was in the prime of her youth. Her skin was slightly tanned but had a healthy glow. She stole a few glances at Zhou Ju. There weren't many scholars in her hometown, and there were even fewer good-looking scholars. She felt that it was good to be able to take a look. Hence, Zhou Ju ordered another bowl of hot and sour soup. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.